The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The heat is on and the play is sizzling at the American Cup in St. Louis. The double elimination format led to must-win games with yesterday's defeated fighting to avoid elimination. Winners kept winning with Paikidze joining the leaders after getting her first victory to shoot into the top bracket. Hikaru Nakamura cruised to the next round, drawing his game with tense playoffs deciding who would join him in the winner's circle. The fight for survival is on. Who will surge ahead and who can battle back to the top? Day 3 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 3 of the 2023 American Cup, hosted here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the World Chess Hall of Fame as we are waiting for the players to arrive. For the first time in club's history, the games are played here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's been a fantastic event so far. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Jovi.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 3 of the 2023 American Cup from the St. Louis Chess Club. And we wish you a very warm welcome from the St. Louis Chess Club studio. And I'm Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be calling all the action today as we eliminate some players with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, as always, a great pleasure to be calling all the action with you and Cristian. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of the action. New matches. 8 players face elimination, but in the first matches, it was the top seeds that did particularly well. Irina Krush 2-0, Alice Lee 2-0, and Hikaru was the only player who went through the champions bracket without a playoff, thanks to a 1.5 victory over Sevian. Do the honors, Jovi, and tell us about the new matches. Let's start with the ladies.
Yeah, definitely, because we have so many exciting matchups ahead. And as we saw, Irina Krush was dominant against Abrahamian. And as a reward, she will now face Tokhirjonova. And Tokhirjonova played a fantastic match as well against Katerina Nemtsova. And then we have Paikidze, who played a beautiful game to defeat Anna Sotonsky. And as a reward, she will face off against the 13-year-old wonder kid, Alice Lee.
And in the elimination bracket?
Oh, things are going to get fast, they're going to get furious, and we're going to sadly say goodbye to some players. Fighting for their lives, Tatev Abrahamian against Katerina Nemtsova, as well as Anna Sotonsky and Atusa Pokashian.
And in the champions or open section?
Yeah, we have some incredible matchups ahead. Hikaru Nakamura simply breezed past Sevian, and he also will face Leinier Dominguez, who clinched a clutch win against Levon Aronian in the tie breaks. And then we have a huge matchup ahead between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana. Both these players winning their 4th game in the playoffs.
And in the elimination bracket, in that playground.
Yeah, we see that the players are once again on their last lives. They are in the last chance saloon. Sevian will play against Levon Aronian. Meanwhile, Shankland faces off against Robson. Remember, if anyone loses these ones, they leave the competition.
Absolutely. And our format for our double elimination match competition.
Yeah, so it seems like we're playing 2 tournaments now.
Yes.
Because in the champions bracket, they're playing a very sedate, if I can say that, classical 90-minute plus 30-second increment. But in the elimination bracket, well, the play completely shifts to rapid. The two players will play a 2-game, 25-minute plus 10-second increment. And for sure, we are going to see some playoffs today.
Absolutely, and schedule.
Yeah, let's take a look because we have a lot of chess in store. So today, in the championship bracket, they would simply play one classical game and then a return with opposite colors tomorrow. But in the elimination bracket, things will get fast. They will get furious because they will be playing 2 games of a rapid chess, and if the match is still tied, then we move on to a faster time control of 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, and then if it's still tied, 3 minutes plus 2, and then finally the crowd favorite Armageddon to decide the match.
Strangely enough, we haven't seen the Armageddon yet, but I'm sure we will. Cristian, good to have you in studio. Break down these matches, go a little deeper, if you will.
Good to see you guys. Great to be back for day 3 here at the American Cup. And what a fantastic first set of matches we had here in St. Louis. Just incredible opening preparation, and the resilience of these players is just simply mesmerizing. But let's take a look at what's happening in match 2 as we enter in the champions bracket. Well, we've seen that smooth sailing of Hikaru Nakamura that you were mentioning, Jovi, in his first match against Sevian, but right now he will be facing Leinier Dominguez, and this one is a huge matchup. Let's take a look at how the head-to-head of these players is looking like in this one, and as we can see, this one is quite tied. 1 win for Hikaru Nakamura, 1 loss, and a lot of draws. That's 12 draws, and once again, these players are meeting each other. This one, I have to say, is going to be a very tense battle, but the one that I'm having my eyes on is that huge matchup between Fabiano Caruana, who disposed of Robson in the final game of Rapid in yesterday's playoff, and he will be facing Wesley, who is so difficult to beat. And let's take a look at their head-to-head as we enter this incredible match. 4 wins, 4 losses, and 26 draws, guys. These two guys know each other so well. They've played in so many tournaments together. They know everything about each other. Who's going to be able to surprise first? That is the big question. And let's take a look at the ladies champions bracket as well. We have Irina Krush, who I have to say is just simply impressive in the American Cup. She's been impressive in last year's edition, and well, she started with 2-0 against Tatev Abrahamian in this year's edition as well. She will be facing Tokhirjonova, who she managed to beat last year, but will she be able to do it once again? That is the big question. She is Irina Krush, that is the only grandmaster in this event, and going into this matchup, I have to say she is the favorite. She already beat Tokhirjonova twice, no losses, 2 draws, but will Begim be able to pose more problems this time around? We will find the answer to that question shortly. And another matchup that I'm having my eyes on is the one between Paikidze and the 13 years of age Alice Lee, who is just impressing everybody in the studio, everybody in St. Louis, I have to say. Whoever is watching this show cannot remain unimpressed with Alice Lee. She's just incredible. A future grandmaster that we have here in St. Louis. Lifetime matchup between these two players. They only met once. 1 win for Alice Lee. No losses, no draws. Well, we're going to see 2 more games between these two players, and I have to say, Paikidze definitely seems in shape going into this matchup. Guys, we're going to have some amazing games coming up your way.
Absolutely. Naji confidently won against Anna with those sacrifices that we saw yesterday. As we were coming on air, Jovi, you said to me that our good friends at chess.com had did an analysis of Alice Lee's games, and she had an unbelievable TPR.
Yeah, in yesterday's game. They had done like a game report, and they had given both players a rating performance, and they said that Alice Lee had played at, get this, 28 50 level.
That's Magnus
kidding me?
Carlsen level.
I know.
That's what accuracy. And her opponent
Also-
didn't play so badly
Didn't-
herself.
Exactly. She played at a 25-50 level.
Wow, and
So-
here's who we're talking about. 13 years young and already a veteran of the game with 3 world championship titles. And she's taking university level math classes as well. I
She's
mean,
taking Calc 1.
I
at
think
13 years
next
of age.
summer she's going to run for governor. What can't she do? It was amazing. And what you were saying there, Christian, about the matchup between Wesley and Fabi, it doesn't get any closer than that.
No,
That is
it-
extraordinary.
It's so difficult to separate these players. To be honest, every single match has been so tense, except maybe the one between Hikaru and Sam Sevian. That one, it felt like it had a clear favorite.
Indeed it did. As here we see the players really seem to be enjoying themselves. Something going on in the playing hall as everybody has arrived in. Pretty good move. And even though he doesn't try to smile at the board, Hikaru couldn't help himself. There was something going on.
He seems very relaxed, doesn't he,
He
Hikaru?
does.
You know, and I have to say he's been doing recaps on his YouTube channel of every single game that he's played. And what I especially liked is that yesterday we asked him, did he feel rusty? And he was like, no, I'm not rusty at all. I'm always playing chess. And then
Yes, on
on
the
the
stream.
YouTube screen, I've finally shaken off the rust. I was like,
Hey, wait a minute. That's our line. Just a second. And again,
Is it
Hikaru
me or
playing
Fabi
Leinier.
seems like he's been lifting recently?
Does he? It looks like he's put on some muscle there.
I'm hearing that he's doing powerlifting. Have you heard about that? Yes.
No, but
apparently he's doing powerlifting. You know,
but
his
he-
squats
I
and
mean,
bench presses and all those things.
a
lot of weight
a
training.
little bicep action.
Yes, sir. Yes,
the
sir.
top players are doing this.
They have
they
to.
have to do it because I mean, you're in for the long haul when you're playing these classical games. You know, sometimes you have to put in 7 hours of work, of pure focus and concentration. And you know, I was talking to a performance coach, and he was saying, if you push yourself physically, you know, give yourself 100%. You actually get used to doing the same mentally as well.
Exactly. It's an
That's a very good
endurance.
point.
And some of these matches, once you go deeper into them, you go past the rapids, you get into the blitz, it feels like that endurance really comes to fore. Again, a great matchup, 1 victory apiece, lots of draws between these two great players. And we have one E2, E4. And for Leinier, I mean, he's been a king pawn player, I think, most of his life.
Oh, yeah.
E7, E5 will be expected.
We're not expecting it.
Well, hang on a
Expected.
second. There's a pause.
Isn't
Is
there?
he keeping us guessing? I mean, is he going to pick
right.
up the C pawn and
Maybe
push it 2 squares?
Caro-Kann, yes. That's an option.
Come on, Leinier, we're waiting. Answer our...
And that's quite intriguing because he usually plays his first moves, at least the ones that he knows,
Yes.
very, very quickly.
Yes.
And then later on, when the first move that he doesn't know, he usually spends like 40 minutes on it.
The other thing that kind of caught my eye is, again, we're coming on air, and Irina versus Begim, just a great matchup. I mean, again, Begim was our number 1 player for our U.S. women's Olympic team. So, I mean, this is a huge matchup. And the crazy part is for Begim, it's deja vu all over again.
It's Groundhog Day.
Right. She's playing exactly the same as 2022.
Exactly.
She defeated Katja, but now she's up against Irina, and in 2022, Irina won.
And it was kind of the same color situation as well. You know, she started off with a draw with the black pieces against Irina, and then in game 2, it all went to pieces when she
Went
lost
wrong.
with the white pieces.
I see. So
And she
knight
actually had
f3.
a completely winning position with the black pieces. Now I remember I said in day 1 that Irina didn't have any problems in the American Cup last year, but she did indeed, she was losing in game 1 against Begim with the white pieces.
Exactly. Okay. Now we're seeing a little bit off the beaten track. Let's jump to the game between Alice Lee and Paikidze, because this is not a defense that you see often at the very top levels. 1 d4, not the move c7, c5. Normally, if you're going to get into a Benoni or a kingside fianchetto, you often preface it with the move knight f6. So c5 is a little bit unusual, and allowing the setup that often comes from a perk defense move order, where white's knight, is in front of the pawn. This is actually considered a little bit awkward for black. The reason is after the move knight f6, which is the most standard move by far, I've discovered in my own practice that the move bishop b5 check is incredibly annoying for the second player. For example, after the move bishop d7, I play the move a4, and you're not attracted to trading at all. And then the problem is, for example, after castles h3, you're kind of stuck. The bishop on d7 stops the knight. You don't want to play e7, e6. And it's this move bishop b5 check that's really off-putting. A lot of players start, therefore, with the move a7, a6, intimating that you want to play the move b5, provoking the move a4, and only in this case continuing with knight f6 or bishop g4, and away you go.
But a6 does have its disadvantages as well. I just wanted to kind of point out, because often a common plan in these type of positions is actually to put your knight on a6, maneuver it to c7, and meanwhile, Yasser's highlighting white's beautiful plan.
But what you'd like to say is that it's often...
This is very critical, this kind of plan. Put the knight on c7 and then prepare b5.
In my experience, one of the very few players who was willingly essaying these types of defenses for black was Michael Tal. And for me, it was very risky, but okay, it worked for him. Let's see if Alice is familiar with all of these.
Well, she definitely is, because she's blitzing out her moves, but
she's done it. She's
should have
home.
been surprised by Nagy, right?
Right.
Opening up with one c5 and playing what it's actually called the pterodactyl defense.
The pterodactyl.
I had
Sounds
no
like a
idea
dinosaur.
Who studies this defense, guys? I mean, I understand you studied it because you faced it maybe in your 20th year of experience. You finally managed to get to this position and understand that bishop b5 and a4 is the right way to do it. But she, at 13 years of age, she knows everything. Like, what doesn't she know in the opening phase? It seems like she's out-preparing, out-foxing her more experienced opponents very early on.
Indeed, and after the move a7, a6, I would prescribe the simple retreat bishop e2. And once again, if you look at the position on the analysis board for a second, white has crisscrossed her opponent's plans. You mentioned Michael Tal and knight a6, knight c7. You now put your pawn on a6. Your bishop on d7, strangely enough, is in the way of your knight, and you almost feel like you're obliged to play a move like bishop g4 and voluntarily give up the two bishops in order that you can smoothly complete your development. But white's going to enjoy the two bishops and the space. So I do feel that Alice Lee, although she's been surprised, she's handled it incredibly well. And by the way, again, I'm still reeling from what you told me about the 2850 rating performance. That is just extraordinary. That is just like really, really scary.
It just goes to show, you know, she just plays with clinical precision.
Right.
And, you know, when you add that Atusa, her opponent from yesterday,
played well
at 25-50 performance, you know, but no problem for Alice, playing with the black pieces as well.
Incredible. And just incredible. I just wanted to ask you, Cristian, too, is when do the rapids begin?
I believe the rapids begin at 3 p.m.
No, they started, I think.
Oh, they have actually started.
Or they have started as well.
Everybody, it's a free-for-all.
3 o'clock is the second rapid game. Got it. Well, let's just jump to the ladies' rapids for a moment, because we do have, as you so well put it, Katja and Tata fighting for their lives. And we do have an English with this floor variation.
Floor Mechanas variation.
Yeah, the floor
very popular nowadays.
that was the one opening I studied inside and out as a teenager as white. And I played against Viktor Korchnoi, the #2 player in the world, and he fell right into my analysis. It was like the greatest preparation I've ever had in my life. And won. I won. I defeated him with the white side. Bishop
and
D3.
I think Tatev is doing some weird stuff right now. So, for example, she played this move, bishop to e7 early on.
Right.
It's not that precise. In general, you want to start with the move bishop to f5. Why is that the reason? Because you want to wait for your opponent to kick that knight away with the move d3. This is how the opening usually goes. d3, you take on c3, and now after the move c5, d4, we have this position, which has been studied in and out. I think one of the topical games is between, if I'm not mistaken, Muzichuk versus Ju Wenjun. I know Ju Wenjun was a part of that matchup. Very, very important game. It was against Goryachkina during the World Championship match a couple of years back. So this was the stem game. Bishop e7 and c5 doesn't seem to pose the same problems for white. And if I remember correctly from my analysis, white already enjoys a pretty significant advantage. Because once you take on c3, I take back with the b pawn. And I basically won a tempo, but even more importantly, I won the control of the b1 h7 diagonal. And now you will have to spend a lot of time to get your bishop to challenge my bishop on d3 with the idea of bishop to g4, bishop to h5, and then finally you get to g6 and challenge my bishop on d3, which is just simply insufficient in terms of timing. And that's going to give white the advantage.
Can I pose you the question, Cristian, for just a moment? What happens if I play bishop f5
If I'm not
now?
mistaken, you're already kind of in trouble if you do that.
I won't disagree. I don't like the move
might
bishop
be
e7.
queen to b3.
Queen to
Queen to
b3.
b3. I will have to check it. I don't remember the opening.
It looks good, doesn't it?
As well, but I do believe it's
Targeting
queen to
the
b3.
soft spots of d5 and b7.
It still feels like, you know, the jury, I mean...
The jury is definitely out.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm not...
Yes. So I take on b7, let's say.
Take on
Yeah.
b7. I'll take on d4, I guess.
take, and then I give you a check on b5.
Yes. Cristian is speaking my language.
Yeah, you like this?
Yeah, I like it.
You both are...
Maybe I take on d5.
Wow.
And then, oh, hang on a second.
I've
It's
got-
getting a
I'm a
bit
pawn up
spicy
now.
here.
I know. The problem I'm facing is the bishop on e7
That's right.
is hanging, and my desirable queen a5 check is just going to be met by king f1.
But you see what she's doing right now in the game. She took on c3, and then she played bishop to g4. That's just simply going to
that
give
just
white
leaves
the
white with a
advantage.
very nice
It's too
position.
slow. Bishop
Yeah.
g4, I understand. You want to play bishop h5 and go bishop to g6, but you're just too slow.
If it feels like you just ceded white great central control
Absolutely.
for simply
Yes.
nothing.
Absolutely.
Even the move rook b1 starts to look attractive right now because there is this weakness, and if I can provoke b6,
Oh, rook b1 is a great move.
yeah.
Yes.
All right.
In fact, the engine is giving already white a one-pawn advantage.
Wow. Okay, so definitely a slip up in her preparation. And we're just going to go quickly to the game between Anna Zatansky and Atusha. Very standard stuff in this classical Nimzo Indian with queen c2, knight b8, d7. And let's go see how the elimination games are going on between Levon and Sam Sevian. Levon is white, playing this d3.
Yes, this very
Whoa,
trendy
whoa,
idea.
whoa, 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 whoa. If I gave you this position, and you've already seen what Sam Sevian played, which was bishop d7, does that move pop into your mind at all? I mean, g5 pops into your mind. Castle's short pops into your bishop to e6.
Pops into my mind.
Right.
G5 is the rage these days. So
Right.
that's what I've noticed.
But would
D7?
bishop d7 isn't that like low man on the totem pole? What's
Completely.
bishop d7?
It's
Cristian, you're going to have to bail me out on this one here.
Oh, I'm looking
friend?
at a different game.
Oh,
but,
sorry.
let me try to figure
Bishop
it out.
D7. I mean, of all the moves, G5.
Bishop
yeah,
D7,
sure.
I've played this type of move before. In general, is aimed at defending in the future that pawn on B5. So ideas of A4 followed by knight to A3, and these are very typical. And you try to target that pawn on B5. Very often, with that bishop on D7, you will be able to defend it by, for example, just retreating the knight, or even going with the knight to A5 or to E7, opening up the diagonal, opening up the defense of the pawn on B5. This is my guess. Also, where else do you want to put the bishop is the question. If you put it on B7, that obviously has its drawbacks. Specifically, this idea of A4 and knight to A3 targeting the pawn on B5. If you put it on E6, obvious drawbacks as well. If you put it on G4, I can target that. I can go H3, and that's going to kick your bishop around. So bishop to D. I mean, look, this is the Rui Lopez, guys. You can play it in so many ways.
Right. Okay. Bishop D7, a very surprising move for me.
I'll return the favor.
Yes.
What is Queen C1 that you guys were showing?
Queen, what?
I think you were showing the Queen on C1 in your analysis.
Yeah, the
Yasser.
queen did find herself on. No.
In which game?
No, I think that
In this
that
one.
was a mouse slip.
Ah, that was a mouse slip. Okay. Yeah. 'Cause I was a bit confused about it. What is Queen C1? You explain it to me now.
It's the old mouse slip. What happens is I just couldn't get it there.
Got it,
Okay,
got
we'll
it.
keep an eye on that. Two heavyweight theoretician going at it here between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson. Let's see, because they've blitzed their way through this Berlin. And B3, okay. This is, wow, C5, okay. This is news for me, takes. King C7, Rook B1. And they're blitzing so fast, I have to assume we're still in the theoretical waters here?
I would say that Sam is just judging by the clock times. I mean,
Right.
take a look, it's like 24 minutes and ticking, whereas Ray, hovering around the 18-minute mark.
Okay.
So,
All theory.
all been
Okay.
played before, and we can actually see some games. I have to say, it can be quite demoralizing that when you're 18 moves in, it's like, been done before.
Been there, done that.
Exactly.
Everything. Yeah.
And the game is only going to begin on maybe move 20. I had some lines like that in my Caracan book, and I had to say, look, I know it's disappointing.
But this is
But this
reality.
is the way
Yeah.
it is. And, play starts from move 17.
Okay, just break down this position a little bit for me. I see Ray has just played the move A4, a move that I find very attractive because whenever you can develop your rook on a half open or open file by not moving it, that's a good thing. That's a good deal for you. So getting to play A4 takes B3 and then furthermore continuing with Rook A3, it gets my nod of approval. What is it that White's aspiring for, Jovi?
Well, the first thing that kind of springs to mind,
Springs to mind. I like that. I like that. Is
Jump.
you can spring forward. You can jump
Exactly.
forward. Yeah, with the move knight D6. Okay. And if I take, you would recapture with the pawn.
Yeah, with the pawn,
And grab G7.
Of course.
Okay. So if you start with knight if you start with knight D6, am I supposed to then?
Perhaps I can take on B3 first, right? Let's see how that is. Are you actually going to take on F7? Is that?
Yes. Having said A, I should say B,
Some of
right?
us have more bottle
Yeah, there we
than the
go.
others. Yeah. Oof.
Okay, one second. Just give me one second.
Sure.
I know this might be a far-fetched idea, but after I take on B3, you go knight F7.
Yes.
Can I take on A2?
Yes, it's legal.
Or perhaps even this
But
different idea of C4. No, that is not enough. It's not enough. I had the impression that the pawns are on H2 and on G3 for white, and after C4, this bishop to C5 check comes with more oomph.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
unfortunately, with the pawns on G2 and H3, it's not enough.
Exactly. But we didn't have the spring forward. We did have after A4,
That's also another option that came to my mind as well. Go Fischer-like.
Yeah, maybe
That makes the most sense to me.
Maybe you're
Yeah.
jumping. Well, one of the benefits maybe of f5 is you're definitely stopping bishop e6. So it's not that easy for black to target the pawn. Other than, may I ask the obvious question? Rook b3. I do agree that I'm not exactly including these guys at the moment. Bad
But
form.
they're not the MVPs in the position, you know, so...
They are not.
I'm trying to find some sacrifices here, but
What side of the bed did you fall out of?
I
Or
know,
sacrifices. You're a chess coach. You have principles. Protect your pawns and pieces. That's what you're teaching
okay,
your.
that's a good joke, Yasser. That's a good joke.
Do you not
Principles.
remember yesterday when you got criticized for not being aggressive?
Yes, that was great.
Exactly. I'm looking for aggressive ideas. So
King h8. You know.
let's go for e6,
e6.
followed
Okay.
by f6.
Wow.
Take and now f6.
Wow. Okay. That's
something, okay.
That's exciting stuff.
We have this expression. Do you have it the same in the US? The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
True.
Do you have that?
We don't use it as it's not as commonly used, but we do say, you know,
Yeah.
the pudding.
Munch.
The pudding.
Munch, please.
So okay, I get it. You're threatening me terrifyingly
That's right.
on a g7.
That's right.
And the moment you get to play rook f7, I'm going to be really hurting. So let me. Ooh.
No,
No,
this cannot work.
F7.
My intention. Of course,
G7
was
and
this,
knight
but-
f6, and I think you might be in
There's also,
some
there's
trouble.
also rook takes bishop.
At least
as
a
well.
piece down.
Yes.
At least a piece down.
Yes. So.
And if you take on f6, I take with the knight.
This is not that easy anymore, is it?
So I think this is Sam's idea. f5, e6. Again, you have to do something fast because if black manages to stabilize the position with
Exactly.
two bishops,
That was my-
open position, an open center like this,
My
pawns on
thinking.
both sides of the board, he's going to enjoy a nice advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have those two pawns, e5 and f5, ready
scary.
to create a very advanced
They are very
fast pawn,
scary,
right?
but I mean, what
He
was...
did sidestep this f6, e6 combination of moves with the move
Bishop
bishop
C6.
c6,
That's
which
what I
is
wanted.
actually the most solid if you look at it. But
we have
that's
to
inviting
respond with
this.
knight d6, right?
Yeah, that's inviting the spring forward line. Although, can I take it in this way, because maybe bishop takes.
But then you can cement the bishop, right, on G7. I know you
That's
don't really...
one way of looking at it. You know,
You could trap it. You can call it trapping.
you can self-immobilize. You can
Exactly.
self-immobilization. Yeah, self-immolate. There we go. There we go. But you're imprisoned.
By the way, how is this position? Rook a2?
Yeah.
Rook a2,
Rook-
maybe rook e1.
rook f2.
Perhaps I don't even have to defend that pawn on g2.
No, I'm defending that pawn.
Really? No, come on. Jovi, be aggressive.
Move your king.
Okay, king f1, yeah.
Okay, now we'll do
Let's
it.
try to checkmate ourselves, right?
Okay.
Wait, but now I can take on d7.
Yeah.
No, I can take d7
Take.
and bishop f8. I think it's over.
Because my rook is hanging.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
right.
Very good.
Okay, I wanted the rook check, but I agree wholeheartely is because my rook is hanging. Bishop takes d7, leaves the rook on pre.
And if you go king d8, bishop f8, and I think that's the key move.
And
I get in time. Finally, my bishop on g7 does something, right?
exactly, very impressive. Okay, so we'll, let me just refresh my board.
Yeah.
And by the way, there is a way that our audience can join the commentary.
Yeah, they can. So if you two want to get involved in the fun, the action, ask us your questions, then please remember to tweet us using the hashtag #TheAmericanCup, and we'll try and feature them on the show. Or Kostya,
Kowalski and Talia.
Talia will be on hand to answer all your questions.
Indeed. We look forward to being challenged. That's very fun for us. And a very relaxed Fabi. He's the one with the 90 minutes. He's watching the game where the player's only at 25. So,
Yeah.
so he's strolling around very happily. Am I right to think that the players, pardon me, that Sam Shankland and Ray Robson are still in theory? Is this, because everything they've done is very consequent.
No way.
No?
No, it's easy because we can look at the clock, right?
The clock.
Like, how are we doing on the clock? I
15
believe
minutes to-
Ray's already down to his last 15 minutes. The last
Okay.
time I checked, maybe we can see
And 20 minutes
15
for
minutes and
Sam.
20 minutes for Sam. So
Yeah.
we know if Sam knows, he's going to blitz out his moves.
Well, he's
That's
been
one thing he
blitzing
does.
pretty good.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
one thing he does. And
And
Now Rook A2. Oh, sorry. Against Bishop C6, there was no springing forward.
no,
It was Rook. Oh, excuse me. It was Rook F1 to E1, and then instead of going Rook A3, Rook A2. Basically, it's saying the knight is pinned. Any moves by the knight will potentially cost you your pawn on G2. So
do
with
we
the
go
move Rook
E6?
A2, pardon me.
do we go E6 now? Do we try
this is
to
what I was thinking. Release.
push the pawn?
Well, I'll
bishop.
take it. And now you do have Bishop E5 check as an intermezzo if you want.
I don't.
Ah,
I'm going to take it.
You're going to take on.
Okay.
Okay, and then I will gift
gift you the
the
pawn.
pawn.
But now you can actually take on
G7.
I
G7.
think I'm going
Right.
to take that pawn, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then go back and give the beautiful
Good
check.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm
And,
still.
then, and now you just have to handle the pressure there. That could be solved by the pawn coming forward.
yeah. You want to move your pawn
Yeah.
forward?
Let's
How
go
about
to G3, right?
Yeah, and
I wasn't sure G3. I was maybe thinking G4.
G4, I'm
But
worried
G4,
about
H5.
H5.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go G3.
you would like to go
keep
G3.
Keep it solid.
Okay, but two bishops, and I think I'm winning back the pawn on E6, and this guy, well, black
I'm not that
looks
convinced,
okay.
Yasser.
What?
I'm not that convinced.
All right, is there? Am I missing something obvious here?
Not obvious. No. Come on. You
Not
never miss
obvious.
obvious stuff. I have to trick you somehow.
Okay, okay.
Let's try knight C3 back.
Knight C3 never crossed my mind that you would allow me the opportunity to play Rook G2. Never crossed my mind. Wow. Okay, so Rook takes E6, walks into Bishop C7.
Well, it
types
walks
of-
into knight takes A2 first.
Yeah, well, I was thinking of
But later
rook
on,
check,
yes,
right?
yes. I
So I
still have
start
one
with a
move.
rook check, and then in case I gets too greedy, you've prepped Bishop C7.
That's right. Yeah. That was my plan. Evil plan.
Evil.
know,
Inspired.
White's king is one checkmate away from being. Sorry, one check
away from being mated.
checkmated. So
Exactly. Okay, that's inspiring.
I convinced you. Wow.
I'm not sure I'm convinced, but
That's the first time in years that I convinced you.
E6, Sam, more importantly, Sam wasn't convinced by E6. He played
G4, yeah.
G4, pardon me, he played G4. That's a bit of a unexpected move.
it is unexpected, but at the same time,
Yes.
we likes it because there's no way for black to activate those two pieces so easily, and moves like H5 can be simply met by G5, and suddenly this whole pawn flanks is coming
right?
at you.
The pawn storm,
Yeah.
right?
How bad is it if I just play simple chess? Bishop E7.
Bishop E7.
I know, it doesn't look very encouraging, I have to say, allowing this F6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of
doing that.
encouraging that.
So you play
On the other
F6.
hand, you kind of need some development. I'm sorry, I've been remiss. Let's jump to the champions bracket and see how Hikaru, our #1 seed, is doing against Leinier. Again, they are playing the classical games with 90 minutes for the whole game. And oh boy, I mean, people are really struggling against the Petrov because they are now going into weird spaces. Knight D3 and Queen E2. okay, white is struggling to get an edge against the Petrov, and it's really surprising that they're going for, that Hikaru is going for this line. It doesn't feel like it's offering the white player that much, C7,
That's
C6.
true. That's true. But I find that modern day chess is all about this type of advantage. And take a
Little
look.
space.
Yeah, a little bit of space, you know, and one bad piece. So say, for instance, that knight on e7.
Bad piece?
It's a bad piece. You know, where is he going to go? Could go to f5,
Or
but then
G6.
or to g6, as you
Right.
pointed out. But then, you know, on g6 it can be kicked away.
Yep.
On f5 is getting in the way of the light squared bishop.
Yep.
And white just has a lot of freedom with their pieces. It's not much,
Right.
and white has to be very precise to keep that pressure ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as it kind of forces your opponent to kind of burn the time on the clock, then
I think that that's an important consideration for Hikaru, because he knows that Leinier is a thinker, that Leinier really likes burning the clock, and so he just wants to create enough problems and extend the game to where hopefully the clock becomes a key factor. H7, H5, I played C7, C6 in order to release the knight. I think that Leinier was a little bit fearful that maybe H5 will end up keeping this knight imprisoned.
And I also
So
don't
H5.
think he wants to give his opponent any space. In
Yes,
the
that
position.
extra
He wants to
space.
match every single expansion
Right.
that Hikaru is doing. You play H4, I play H5. You play A4 on the other side, I'm probably going to play A5 on the other side as well. I'm not
It's-
going to give you any space because I know that that's what you want.
Right.
We know that this position is supposedly very, very close to equality. The only way you can create any sort of separation is if you increase your space advantage as white. You are moving first, you are getting there first, so you will dictate the tempo of the game. But if I manage to match that, I'm probably going to be out of the woods with precise moves. Now, let me tell you a funny story about this line though, because
Please.
take it back a couple of moves. Early on, after knight to d3, knight to f4, the idea is pretty obvious. You want to play the move knight to d5. And I've analyzed this position for the match in 2018 between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. And actually, this position did end up on the board. Fabiano's move was knight to c6. Fast forward to I think it was maybe in January this year, we were getting ready with my students for the Pan Americans, and we were looking at some of these lines and playing some blitz games. And I played this particular line. Somebody played this with the white pieces against me. I'm not going to give his name. And he played this move, knight to d5, which makes a lot of sense. This was the move played in the match as well, knight to d4. And now, of course, the main line is knight takes e7, knight takes e2. It leads to a very complex battle in the endgame. But he played this move, queen to c4, quite quickly. And I started thinking, wait a minute, what is this queen to c4? Now, my queen is under attack, my knight on d4 is under attack, and my pawn on c7 is under attack. I spent like a minute and a half trying to figure it out. I played queen e5, and after f4, I lost very, very quickly. But after knight d5, you have a one-move win, knight to c3.
How pretty
Check.
is that?
Knight takes e7, knight takes e2, that's a checkmate. So this is what we both... And this guy is like a 2600 Grandmaster GM, but he still played this funny move, queen to c4, himself not remembering what he was supposed to do after knight takes e7 and thinking, wait a minute, queen to c4 seems to be winning, right? But it's not because of this nice, cute trap. So yeah, if you ever face this knight to d3 and you have the option of setting a very nice trap for your opponent, try this knight c6, knight d4, and maybe they will play queen to c4.
Well, your opponent was right, Christian. Queen c4 is winning.
It's winning if you play against...
For the opponent. Let's jump to the game between Fabi and Wesley. Again, I mean, two heavyweight matchup. And I must say, once again, 4-4, 26 draws between them. I mean, there is nothing between these two gladiators.
No.
Queen's Gambit accepted.
I think their number also 7 and 8 in the world as well. So
Like 2 rating point difference
Yeah,
between them, right? You're right.
It's minuscule.
Minuscule. C7, C5. Knight C3. Now, isn't that amazing how fashion changes? When I was learning this defense as black, the Queen's Gambit accepted, Knight C3 was taboo. You didn't want to play knight c3. You wanted to play these variations where you go castles, a7, a6, queen e2, b5, bishop b7, and after moves like bishop b7, you wanted to play a4. If your knight was on c3, a4 always gets met by b4 and the knight is in the wrong place. And if you could provoke your opponent to play the move b4,
Knight comes to d2.
How sweet it is, right? You get this wonderful outpost. So the whole point, again, this was decades ago, was that you didn't want to play knight c3 because you were anticipating a6 and b5 by black. And we get there, and oh, e4. I believe this is Geller's gambit. I think this gets its name from Efim Geller, a great, great player from the Soviet Union past. But it's been so long that I've seen this position, I forgot all my analysis. Doubtlessly, Fabi, very, very aware that one of Wesley's main defenses is the Queen's Gambit accepted, has set himself up for this position. I'm going to turn it over to you, Cristian, and ask you, what's the latest and greatest in the theory of this line of the Queen's Gambit accepted?
So it does seem like this move bishop to d6 surprised Fabiano, and perhaps Wesley was just simply not remembering his opening preparation, because it does seem to be a novelty, this bishop to d6, a novelty that allows white to get some advantage. After bishop to d6, let's continue with the idea of pushing e5 and creating problems. That way, with the move queen to e2, this seems to be the best move in the position. And now you probably have to go something along the lines of bishop to e5. Your bishop is not going to be ideally placed on e5. I'm going to be able to simply drop the knight back to f3, put some pressure, and it doesn't seem like you're that close to finishing your development. At the same time, my queen on e2, actually it's an improvement, because I don't have to worry about any queen trades anymore, but also after knight f3, let's say bishop to c7, I have ideas of e5, and then the transfer of my queen either on to the king side, excuse me, via queen to e4, or even creating this battery on the b1 h7 diagonal for the future, because I know most likely you will end up castling short side and getting the king to g8, and this battery on the b1 h7 diagonal between the queen on e4 and the bishop on c2 is going to be very potent. It's going to create a lot of difficulties for you. This position, in fact, is losing for black. So Wesley does have to be very careful. Bishop to d6. Now Fabi was stopped in his tracks, and he's trying to figure out why is this move bishop to d6 not the right move in the position. If he does find the move queen to e2, he's going to put a lot of pressure on his opponent. Now knight b d7 is the main move. Bishop to b7 has also been played quite a few times. Bishop to b7 does allow the move e5, and it does seem that that leads to an advantage for white. Knight b d7, of course, is the main line. Bishop to e3, bishop to b7, and now ideas of bishop takes e6. Perhaps this is what Fabi had in store for this game. Just a line which most likely, by force, leads to some sort of an equal position, perhaps a perpetual. Nevertheless, if black doesn't remember the very precise moves, they will end up in trouble. And I do believe that this is what Wesley was predicting, because he tried to remember, okay, I know that knight b d7 is most likely the main line, but do I remember later on all the intricacies after this bishop sacrifice? He decided against it. He decided try to get out of his opponent's opening preparation as early as move, this is move 9 with the move bishop to d6. And this is what we have currently on the board.
Well, excuse me, but I just really have to say, I find this impossible to believe. Like, I really want to emphasize that I do find this impossible to believe.
Okay.
This is the Queen's Gambit accepted. Basically one of the oldest lines of play that you can imagine against queen pawn. We have 500-year history. You don't make novelties on move 9. You make novelties on move 15.
Yeah.
Bishop d6 is a novelty.
It's a novelty, yeah.
Never been played in the hundreds
At
and
least
hundreds
not
of
in my
years.
database. Yes.
Wow.
At least not in the database that I have right now.
I find that really remarkable. And again, I've played the Queen's Gambit accepted my whole career, And the idea of coming up with a novelty this early
It's
is
usually move 20, move
yes,
15, move 20.
like
Right.
ridiculous.
Forget about it.
But
Move
I,
9.
I kind of want to also piggyback on Christian's point,
Yeah.
because this position, I mean, there's no pawns in the center, so they're, in my opinion, open positions,
Right.
and you have to judge them on a move-by-move basis. I mean, and it's all to do with piece activity. It's all to do with maximizing the harmony of your pieces, and also, as Christian pointed out, sacrifices. And I think Queen E2 is very natural. It's an old idea.
Sure.
Because I play it myself. But not because I'm
thought
old.
of you as youthful.
No. But I was shown this idea quite a few years ago.
Okay.
A long time ago.
Right.
And, this whole idea of going Queen E2 and then you're getting your king to safety.
And a quick rook D1 and life is
exactly.
good.
And because, the thing is, though, if white doesn't do a single thing in this type of position, then black is going to have a very comfortable
Of course,
position. It's going to be
bishop
bishop
E7, knight
E7.
D7. Yeah.
The queen can come to C7, or I don't know, queen E7 maybe, and castles, good times.
Easy.
So, I think this is why
Fluid play.
Fabi has just decided to take a pause, and he's thinking, I have to do something. I have to put pressure on the black position.
Quick question for you, Jovi. I understand you want to play E4, E5 with the move Queen E2. So we've been looking at Bishop E5. Can I essay the move Knight D7? There are such sacrifices, but in this particular
this one
case,
doesn't quite work.
it feels like it misses. It misses the
does.
mark, right?
But okay, the moves that I would be thinking of in this type of position would be, okay, first of all, I do like pinning and winning,
Yes,
even though in this
please.
particular case it's probably not winning. There's Bishop G5 comes to mind, F4. I'm a pawn pusher.
Right,
What
you
can I
like that,
say?
yeah. But if you were going to play F4, it comes with a little bit of strategic risk, right? I understand you want to play E5, but at the same time, your king, after a move like Bishop C5, I kind of remind you just a little bit that it's not fun and games, all fun and games.
So this is why I was my first instinct
was
in this,
Bishop G5
in this type of position, because I feel like development is king.
Yes.
Get the bishop out, and maybe start signaling that rook D1 is coming your way,
Yes.
or even castle queenside, as we've been inspired by one
Previous
game.
games, yeah, with castles, queenside. I think that was a
Hikaru game, yeah.
with Sam Sevian. Yeah, Bishop G5. Well, okay, we're in new territory. We'll keep an eye on this. What
Very
do you
early on, but I do think we
have
should
for
move
us,
to the
Christian?
Ray Robson game,
Please.
because Ray only has 2 minutes on his clock left.
Ooh.
Let's not forget, they're playing rapid chess, so they will be finishing their initial games very, very quickly, way before the classical games.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam with 16 minutes right now and counting. Ray Robson only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, definitely hinting at the fact that he's not very comfortable in this position.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's one. But also in the game between Levon and Sam Sevian, Levon has just essayed a very promising-looking exchange sacrifice. Rook takes c7 with the idea that after queen takes c7, bishop takes h4. White is dominating a lot of the dark squares, most specifically f6. Is it worth an exchange? Very intriguing game going on here.
I think it is, and
Yeah.
check it out. For example, if you do try to castle,
Ooh,
I think
that's
bishop f6 followed by
You're
queen
walking
to
into the
e1,
Viper
queen to
pit there.
h4, and I think
Yeah.
the game might just be
Okay.
over. very
Exactly.
And we're seeing it in action.
well. No, he played
Yeah.
knight f3 check, I
soon.
believe.
Knight f3 check.
He says, okay, you're going to take the knight. I want your piece to be on pre after knight takes f3, queen takes.
But then the
So you
knight
don't
can
get the
come to-
bishop on f6.
You
for
don't-
now,
right.
I'm going to say, the knight will come to h4, spring into
action,
f5,
right.
and knight on f5, as we all know, will thrive.
Yes.
New rhyme there.
Oh, there we have it. Okay, but inspiring exchange
I like
sacrifice.
it. I love it. Down to
clock.
his last 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now he's down to his last 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay,
So we should
and-
definitely check
How's the
that one
position?
out, because there's a lot of pressure piling up on Ray Robson right now.
How is the position? We left it at G4. We saw the move rook D3. Finally E6. Takes.
Good move, King B6.
King
yeah. I mean,
B6,
look, he's playing
sidestepping
well,
those
but he's
bishop
playing very slow.
E5 check businesses. Rook to D3, bishop E7 on the board. And, okay, that is a pawn. Bishop takes G7. I'm assuming that after bishop takes G7, I can't afford to lose both pawns on the king side, can I? I'm assuming I have to play rook H7. Is that true or not?
Can I be a bit more
Crickets in
aggressive?
here. What's going on?
Can I be a bit more aggressive and try to go rook A8, rook A2?
Rook A8 and rook A2.
Not only that, but this indirectly defends the pawn on H6. If you take on H6, I take on E4 and I checkmate you because you don't control the A1 square anymore.
Yeah.
Nice.
But what happens if you...
You do indeed.
Oh,
Puzzle rush, you would have to take the bishop, the rook, and the rook.
Yeah.
Lawnmower technique.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think rook A8, rook A2 might just be quite problematic.
I mean,
I-
could you trade a set of rooks?
He played knight D2.
No,
Look,
yeah.
Sam is putting a lot of pressure right now. I like this move, knight to D2, trying to spring with the knight. Once again, springing. With
You
our
guys are
pieces to
springing
C4.
everywhere, but wait a minute. That's not the. I always like it when my opponent retreats. You know, yeah. If you want to go back to B1,
You
then
go
that's that,
forward.
please. Yeah,
I
but,
go forward.
But knight D2. Why is that any good?
Well, knight
Because you want to go
C4.
knight C4.
So
You know,
what? That's
yeah,
a,
but you're the black king. Look at it.
well,
king is
okay.
kind of in danger.
You frightened me with your last turn.
Okay.
A moment ago.
Knight C4 check.
Okay, that's one.
So now you defended the A3 square. That
I
was key.
did. That was very clever
Well
of me.
played.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But you know, you still have. I mean,
Yes.
is there any trouble if you get?
What if I go knight E3 now?
I want to take.
Knight E3.
Sure,
Okay,
why
I'm stunned by.
I defend the critical
Whoa,
G2
whoa,
square.
whoa,
Yeah,
whoa, whoa,
I
whoa.
like it. Keep
You
it all
defended-
overprotected, and then you can go for the G7 pawn.
That's right.
What?
Why not? Let's do it, Joey. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
12
Okay.
seconds for Ray. This boy.
And he
did play rook
so
A8.
we might be going into that variation.
Okay, you guys went check and knight E3, and my head is spinning here because I'm thinking about rook takes C3, and the idea that I had was that I wanted to put my bishop on my rook on A2 and my bishop on D4.
you know I'm going to give back my rook.
I know you are. You're not going to tolerate that bishop, are you? No. I mean, I think we're on the same page with that one. But okay, wow.
But it's a nice idea.
And a lot of time for Sam Shankland, right? Sam
14 minutes for Sam, 12 seconds
12
for Ray Robson.
seconds.
Yeah, but there is like there's a
that's a-
silver lining on the cloud for Ray because
Yes.
yes, the position is pretty complicated, but he does get added time on the clock. So yes, he has 12.
Much, right? 10 seconds?
10 seconds, but it's enough to kind of make a few pass moves and build up maybe up to a minute. And plus, you have to remember these guys are insanely good at fast time controls.
True.
All right, I have a
Don't
question.
be fooled.
Yeah.
What if I remain
Calm.
ridiculously greedy and I take on G7?
After rook A8, ridiculously greedy.
Yes.
And just take on G7.
I-
Take on
I like it, first of all.
He's done it
Sam likes
I mean,
it as well.
right out of the horse's mouth.
The training is working. First of all, I do like it, but yeah, well,
Isn't C?
bishop G5.
Oh,
I thought he was
okay.
going to play rook A2.
I
Well,
was
rook
gonna go
A2, that's
C4.
what I meant by greedy. I was taking on H6 as well.
And that is why we played bishop G5. That is why Ray played bishop G5, defending the pawn on H6, attacking the knight on D2, and wow. Okay, where do we go from here? Knight C4 check
I
or
feel we
bishop
should go
C3?
knight to C4.
Knight C4. I
Knight
like this.
C4, king
But
B5.
at the same time, and this might be a bit too much, can we go rook E2 and set up this discovery check with knight C2 knight C4 first?
Well, aren't you walking into a nasty pin here?
With bishop.
Or
King
bishop
b5,
b5 you
yeah.
wanted to play.
Yeah, but bishop b5, you know.
Bishop
still-
b5 is also a good move. Yeah, no, I don't like this.
Okay.
I might have some escapes there, but I don't like it.
Bishop takes g7. By the way, bishop g5, you said he had 12 seconds. Did he gain much?
He's now up to
gained 1 second.
13 seconds.
So he gained 1
He gained
second.
yeah.
That's not a lot.
It's not a lot, but you know. But I mean, the thing is, the big key to kind of playing this type of situation is that the player with all the time in the world needs to use that time and not get caught up in the heat of the moment, because it's often such a common thing. One person has like 10 seconds, is just blitzing out the move, and you get just kind of enthusiastic and you try to match that pace.
Right.
You try, and
That's
none
what
of
I
this
learned to do with Walter Brown. I played him numerable times, and I think in our first 5 games, he won every game with like a minute on his clock for the last 10 moves. And each time I blitzed him and failed.
Yeah.
I learned to use my time, play very, very slowly, and set up traps for him to fall for, and then the tide turned in my favor for a change. Double-edged game going on here between Rays. Sorry, I just have to check in on Levon. I will come back very, very shortly. This was the game where Levon sacrificed an exchange. We left it at this moment. Knight takes f3, queen takes c7, knight h4, knight c6. What is the knight doing on d8? Absolutely nothing. At least on e7, it will defend some key squares. Knight f5, bishop takes f5, rook takes f5, h4. Is it time for another sacrifice? Rook takes f7? What do we think about that? What is going on? If I go rook takes f7, you could go queen b6 and remind me that you have your own
Queen
counterplay.
b6, don't
Can
I
you
have
not go
queen takes g4?
queen takes
Am I not
g4?
mating very
yes,
quickly?
the desirable.
Queenie.
Whoops,
Queen d7.
Queen
Yeah.
d7, mate in 1. Yes, better.
Actually, so queen e6 and then queen d7.
You had the same glitch as me. That's great. Okay, h4 on the board. Wow, these elimination games are
Yeah.
exciting. What
So
is?
after rook takes f7, I probably have to give up the queen.
I think
right?
so.
Okay,
It's a lot of
takes f7.
material. Queen takes rook.
you like it?
Yeah.
Queen takes. Okay.
Needs must. Bishop takes.
Needs
king.
must. Okay.
What do we think about this position?
I like the queen because I've got ways of bringing the queen in. Usually, whenever I'm playing against the 2 rooks, I always think in terms of king vulnerability. If the rooks possess a safe king, I like the rooks.
Yeah.
And he's
Well,
played rook takes f7, and quickly queen takes f7 by Sam.
We're walking straight into this line.
And now the question, bishop e1.
It has to be bishop e1.
Unfortunately for us, the bishop, sadly, is not participating. On the other hand, if I can go queen g4, bishop h4, in a row, the bishop will be dominant.
Yeah.
So, and
No,
he's
it's-
played bishop e1. And how do you evaluate the position?
I also evaluate it according to king safety, but
Right.
I also try to add in another factor as well, which is piece coordination. I mean, if the
Mm-hmm.
2 rooks can work well together,
Bingo.
that's great.
Right.
And here, yeah, they're great, but they're coordinating on the back rank. I mean, not much to speak in their favor. So I do feel that white has a big advantage here, as you say. And
Well, what I would do if I were in black shoes is I would play g3 with the idea of, not that I just want to save my pawn. I do want to save my pawn, by the way. But what I really want to do is I want to keep the bishop under lock and key, so that if you ever play c4, a bad move, I will play b4.
Yeah.
So then the bishop is eternally kept out of the game. So I'm thinking whoa, he played h3, a move I would have never have played. h3.
Now the bishop goes back to g3, and d4 is going to come.
Whoa! Instantly,
Somehow this doesn't feel right for Sam.
And he's played knight e7 as well.
This was a move that I was considering, but actually more in the context of g3, because I think this is a great defensive strategy because a knight is a king's best friend. It really is.
It is. It is true. It is true. I agree.
Let's open up the center, right? d4.
D4.
Maximize that bishop.
Precisely. That's what I was thinking as well, is that you, as white, you want your bishop to be in the battle.
And one thing you don't want to do is actually take the pawn on g4, because that's going to help black
by
opening up the g file.
Yes, queen takes g4 will allow rook g8 and great counterplay against white's king. G4, hg2. Okay, by the way, yes, I understand rook h1 is a threat. Yeah, okay, he did play king takes g2. I was just wondering, could he play queen b3 check? I guess not.
Yeah, it's a fascinating tussle actually in all the elimination matches, because to me it looks like Sam is now, I'm going to say
Shankland.
winning. Sam Shankland. Yeah,
Yes.
it actually
Winning?
looks like it's winning.
Shall we?
And perhaps
shall
we should go to
switch?
that one, because once again, Ray's down to his last
and
12 seconds.
I like Levon's position very well as we switch, but I do see what you're saying about Ray being an exchange down. Where did that happen? Okay, when we left it, we saw the move bishop g5, knight check, e7, rook a2, bishop b2. What a move. Talk about closing off the two rooks. Wow.
And I think we're also going to see a result in the game between Zana Satonsky and Atuta Pokashian that looks like it's headed into a draw.
Okay. So we do think Sam Shankland is well on his way to converting.
Yeah,
right.
it's
They have to
over.
make a little repetition, are they? Is that what's going on?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a rook and 4 pawns on one side against another rook and 4 pawns. So
Sounds like they'll
it will
find
be
a
completely
three-move
draw.
repetition. Yeah. And yeah, this is easily winning for Sam Shankland against Ray Robson. Let's turn our attention back to the game of Levon for just a moment. I didn't get it. Yeah, here's the update. Whoops. Strangely enough, my board's not updating.
Perhaps we can stay with the bird's eye view.
Something happened to my board.
Just because
after king
the time
takes
control
bishop
is so
e1,
short right now, only 38 seconds for Sam
h3,
Sevian.
bishop here, and knight e7, d4, hg2. King takes g2 is when we left it. What happened after king takes g2? Do you have it on your board?
No, I have. So
We're just having a few technical glitches on our side, but we'll watch it live. King takes g2. I'm assuming knight g6 was played. Queen b3 check.
and then the
King
came to
F6.
f6, and now the queen has stepped forward to b4, attacking
Queen
the d6.
b4.
Levon is definitely essaying a dark square strategy in this one. He's trying to focus on that pressure on the e5 pawn as well as its defender on d6. And this is exactly what he's doing right now. And the king on g2 is so safe, right? What you don't want to do as black is play the move knight to h4 and allow the trade between the bishop and the knight. You want to keep that knight and try to create some sort of counter chances with the knight on g6, which is not going to be easy.
By the way, I love this move c5.
Oh,
like this is like
move.
a dream move by white because it just blows up the center against black's king, and it freezes the rook on b8. You were talking about coordination of the rook. The bishop on g3 does a great job at defending the white king.
This is looking
5
lost.
seconds.
4 seconds only.
Whoa.
And he took on d4, opening
With 2
up
seconds.
that bishop. Ooh.
With 2 seconds on his clock, he took on d4.
Levon is
now
happy
you've got
right now.
queen b3 check. That might be a nasty intermezzo.
But why?
Well, where do you go with the king?
Maybe to...
But isn't it tempting to have that check in reserve and instead just go
Well,
pawn takes?
no. Very specifically, where do you go with your king?
Oh,
It's a
okay.
very good question. Yeah.
Like, you know, if you go to d7, I'm going to go check on f7, and that costs all kinds of material.
Yeah.
So
right?
I probably have to give you the d6
Okay.
pawn, go to f6. Perhaps that's my
Let me
only
just refresh
square.
my board. And it did work. Sorry, what?
f6. I go to
f6.
f6.
and then I take on d6 with the pawn.
It's not looking good. Yeah.
It's not pretty, right?
You can do that. I feel like you can probably also take on d4, but I feel the move that you recommended, queen to b3, is just so forceful.
Right.
And so clear, right? There's
Yeah.
no counter chances. I am going to take that pawn on d6 and create a ridiculously strong pawn center as well as a pass pawn on the
By the
d5.
way, now that I realize that
That's not
I missed a point, that I was
D5.
fearful that I had to take on, but I can go d5 check.
d5, yep.
And that is incredibly powerful. So
A
it
lot of
looks
things
like-
seem to be winning right
Yes. Just checking in on Sam Shankland's game. Yeah, Sam is definitely converting this. He's got a passer, and he's material ahead. So Levon, and do we have a result in that elimination match? With
Well, I'm just assuming
Yes.
that the game between Anna Satonsky and Atusia is going to finish in a draw
I see.
anytime now, but everything is completely up for grabs in the game between Katya Nemtsova and Tatev.
Okay.
I mean, it looks wild, and both players on their final minute.
And by the way, we did see the move queen b3 check by Levon, forced the king to go to f6, and then he just simply recaptured on d4. This bishop is eyeballing the rook on b8, and that was why we saw the move rook e8. Is it time to just capture a pawn here? Maybe even e5. Oh boy. The problem is sometimes you get so attracted to what you can achieve in these positions that you kind of freeze a little bit.
You just have
"Okay,
too
I
many
wanna do-"
options, right?
Yeah, and they all look very promising indeed.
So how do we continue this one?
Well,
Take on
he took on
d6.
d6.
It's tempting.
Rook takes e4. There's
But now
simply no
d7,
choice.
right?
D7.
Can we go d7?
And I've got to check. I guess it's just a single check.
King go to. Can I go to F1?
Perhaps even
Even
f1
to
just to
f1, but I was
threaten
for the
that
moment
rook.
you still have an issue. How are you going to stop this guy? This guy is really streaking up the board.
The answer is I'm not.
That is the correct answer. There is no answer.
Maybe
to
king e7.
King.
This is why I wanted King
Oh.
F1.
Queen came back to c2. Let me refresh my board. Apologies. He didn't play d7. He played queen. Aha.
He's not allowing the rook e2 check.
Rook takes. You walk into an absolute pin after rook d5.
But I mean, is it so dangerous? Because I'm just thinking, there's a lot of.
Knight
Okay, you
F-
see
Knight
knight
f4 check.
Bishop takes f4.
Bishop takes f4. Rook takes f4.
The queen.
Whoa.
I feel like the queen can come down too.
Doesn't
not
it
so
feel
sure.
like Levon is erring a little bit?
I like the bishop on g3
G7
very,
on the
very,
board?
very much.
Look, you're still probably winning.
Am I?
I think
Rook
so.
takes
Right.
d4?
Rook takes d4, queen f2.
Thank you. That clears the cobwebs. Rook takes d4, queen f2 check.
And for that reason, he played rook h8.
Okay.
But now isn't
Queen
queen
C-
C8 just going to
queen-
bag it? Or queen C7?
Queen,
C8
well,
looks
queen
good.
c7.
No, queen C7 rotates
takes
pawn,
d4, but queen
C8.
c8. Bag it.
Yeah, put it in the back. Okay, queen C8 on the pawn.
Is that like you're at the grocer and you
Exactly.
go bag it up?
Bag
I'll
it
take
up,
it.
please. Put it in the bank.
Okay.
There's another one that I like.
This seems to
Nice.
be over.
It
guys.
is going to be over.
Queen c8. That is a winner. No question about it.
5
There you
seconds,
have it.
and we see the first resignation.
Well done, and we are expecting a draw in the game between Anna and
But-
Let's take a
Atusha.
look at the game between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland, because that one is about to finish
Okay.
as well.
And I also
Oops.
wanted to turn the attention to another elimination game
Yeah.
between Tatev and Katerina Nemtsova.
Okay, because that game is a crazy Donnybrook. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, it's,
A moment ago, there was a board full of pieces, and now there's been some very significant trades, and Tatev's doing well, isn't she? I see you have the game of Sam Shankland. Maybe we should follow
yeah.
that.
Let's follow that one first.
If we've because we'll go with the cameraman.
You remember Ray Robson has had 12 seconds for the past half an hour.
For the past 20 moves, he's had those 12 seconds. He's holding on to them, too. Well, here, you just, as white, you...
How easy is this to convert?
It should be quite easy, I would suppose, right?
King f7. My guess is that you're going to put the bishop on d4, defend that pawn on c5, and try to go for b5.
Okay, but at a certain moment...
3 seconds.
He's done it?
I don't know.
But at a certain moment, I'm just going to go g6, and I'm going to take the bishop, and I'm going to go g7.
That's okay, no problem.
That's okay.
But then I will try to say that your king is way too far. I'm going to sacrifice my rook. We're most likely going to go for those type of
He's going
situations.
directly
B5
into
for it.
this, and he's played b5, so he is inviting rook takes d4.
That's fine.
That's fine. Yes, because the king can come to, as Cristian
B4.
said, b4.
It doesn't look that clear to me, guys. It really doesn't. And let's not forget, Sam has been having a lot of trouble finishing his games, especially that game between himself and Wesley So yesterday. He was winning. He didn't manage to take Wesley down and then lost the match.
Good
Could
point.
we see a reiteration of that?
Good point.
I don't know, king b4 and that pawn on b3. I mean,
So he's played rook f5, I assume with the simple idea that when you do play king b4, he wants to defend.
King
Yeah.
is moving its way.
to me,
Yeah.
this one
18
doesn't look
seconds
clear at all
for Ray
right now.
Robson.
No,
Rook f3, maybe c4.
I have to reluctantly agree with you here. This is not the clean victory I expected Sam to cruise to.
So I understand what he's trying to do right now.
What's
He's
that?
trying to go rook to e4, and that's why he played rook to g4. Rook to e4, rook takes d4, and then go g7. And with a rook on the third rank, I'm going to be able to both stop your d pawn and defend the b3 pawn.
Sorry, that was my fault. Yeah, so the idea was that what you were saying was that the rook goes to e4, I take, and thanks to the fact that the rook keeps the black king at bay, I could then trade and play g7. So here, similar idea, something like rook d4, rook d6 to
D6.
But rook
threaten.
d6, when you take on d4, I'm going to take back with the rook, and then g7, I'm going to sacrifice the rook and create the passed pawn with c4.
Oh, but what?
Correct.
Almost.
Gotcha.
I was wanting
Bishop
to
C.
play some kind of rook.
That was played with 3 seconds.
Bishop c3 was played with 3 seconds.
King takes b3 is coming.
That's,
Look, I'm going to go ahead and predict it. This is an easy draw for Ray Robson.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
The
whoa,
rook
whoa, whoa,
comes
whoa,
down.
whoa. Why rook to d3?
Rook, bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
rook g3.
Rook to g3. Thank you.
That's okay. I'll give you a check.
Thank you very much for that, by the way. The rooks belong, as we know, behind the pass pawns. And bishop e5 was a good move to stop that very idea that you just mentioned, Jovi, rook to g3. Oh my gosh, but now this is looking like a draw. Rook d5, bishop c... Why didn't he play bishop c3? Repeating repeating the position. He didn't play it. He played rook to d5, bishop to d4. What?
But I mean, Sam hasn't been very successful. He can't quite play rook takes bishop because of the issue of rook takes
Right.
rook.
So our main achievement is that we can win the rook, but unfortunately, with the pawn already on c4, black will make a draw. This is what
That's
Sam is
what-
trying to avoid, essentially. So rook takes d4, rook takes d4, exclamation mark. That's the key.
Yeah, that is the key, and it's not very easy for Sam to kind of build a bridge
Right.
to stop this. I mean, it's how to do this.
Exactly. I liked your idea a moment ago of somehow bringing the rook behind the pawn,
the
but in this
problem
case,
there,
yeah,
let's go off the b3 pawn.
it certainly does. I don't like that move, rook d4. The very last moment, right here, I thought you have to make some move. I don't know, maybe like rook e3 or something. I really wanted to get in that move, rook to g3. But after bishop d4, I now think, whoa,
Okay,
rook
so
takes,
he's
rook
gone
takes.
for it.
That's
Rook
the
takes.
draw. That's the draw. Rook takes, rook takes.
And Ray playing that move very quickly.
With
And now-
alacrity, you bet. G7, rook d7 check. He's going to sacrifice his rook for the passer.
Okay, so here what he does the same idea, gets behind the pawn.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
I was going for the yes, and there we
Okay,
have
and
queen.
I think the players are now just
Now,
going to be
What a
banging out those
save.
moves.
What a save by Ray. Impressive.
Yeah, and you can see the dejection on
Yes.
Sam's face. And there you go, it's king against king. It is a draw.
What an amazing, and you just saw Ray exultant, like, whoa, how did I do that? How did I get out of here with a draw? And what about the ladies' elimination
And we
bracket?
do have a result between Anna Satonsky and Tusa Pokasyan that has finished in a draw as we expected. And whoa,
Whoa, there's a king on d3 with
it's a
one elimination game left, and Tatev has a perpetual check in her pocket anytime she wants it with queen g4, but she's clearly got her eyes set on promoting her pawn to a queen.
right. So the first move that kind of springs to mind
Please.
is just to move the king. Okay, it was Katja's move. Okay, nice move from Katja.
Queen e. Whoa, we're going to
But hang on
see
a second,
four queens.
4 queens are going to come on the board.
I'm going to go check.
You go check, and then no,
After
this
king
is lost.
h2, then you make a
hang on,
queen.
yeah. But then the queen ended up.
4 queens
No, but
on the
then
board.
it's
mate.
It is mate. Queen to g1.
She's done it. Queen e5 was a mistake. Queen g4, and she can promote her pawn to a queen, which she has just done. Properly, by the way, for all of those of you in our audience.
Yep.
Please note that you put the queen on the board, then press the clock, not the other way around. And Tatev wins the first elimination game with the black pieces, putting herself in really great position to continue in the tournament. Let's see, going into the regular classical, I have the game between Irina and Begim. It's one of those Queen's Gambit accepted pawn sacrifices with bishop h5. Good time for a break?
It is good time for a break.
What about Q Boutique?
Okay.
What's
yes.
our-
Are you ready to do some modeling?
Yeah, where's
Okay.
my? I mean, I'm the Vanna White of the
Are you ready?
chess scene. You
Okay, I'll give it to you. Okay, there you
give me
go.
my modeling.
Okay.
My modeling career is about to come up. Go ahead. Tell
Okay,
me what
right. Okay, because today
Yes.
we are offering this premium 20-inch
There it
vinyl roll-up board featuring the American Cup and St. Louis Chess Club logos with attractive red and blue gradient squares. This easy-to-pack board is perfect for the on-the-go and travel. Shop today and online at qboutiquesstl.com.
I've got one of them
You
in
got
my
those?
collection.
And okay, during the break, we're going to see a video where we ask the players about the future of American chess.
There's a lot of rising talent in the United States. How do you see the future of American chess?
Yeah, things are going great for American chess. I mean, I definitely think the St. Louis Chess Club has contributed a lot to that. Since it opened its doors in 2008, has provided so many opportunities, good tournaments for young players, lots of support.
United States is the best country in the world to be a chess professional right now. So we have very strong up-and-coming players.
I see it at the chess camps that I'm teaching, that it's becoming really crowded. And we can see how many talents are going to come out of that. So I think maybe in 10, 15 years, it's going to be even more crowded than it's now.
Every generation of American players has had so much more opportunity than the one that came before it. I know that I had so much more than all of the people who mentored me, and the ones coming after me have so much more than I did, and the ones coming after them will have so much more further. And the United States has produced some pretty strong players. We've got Ray Robson and myself and Hikaru, who's 3 guys over 2,700 that the U.S. has produced from day one. And yeah, I think that we have a bright future ahead with all of our up-and-coming youngsters.
I think it's really great to see what is happening with chess here in St. Louis, the opportunities for the junior players. I think right now, at least, as we look at this event, in the women's field specifically, there's Alice Lee, who's 14 years old, and certainly she has a very bright future ahead of her. Just in general, for the players who are younger, the players who haven't had these opportunities to compete against the best players, it's really something special for them, and I think it's really good in terms of furthering American chess.
I think American chess has been growing the last decade a lot. I keep hearing from players around my age complaining how at the open tournaments there are so many kids and they're also underrated and they all play so well. But of course, for the future, that's great.
The US has a strong team, and for the last couple of years, I think they're supporting especially the young generation with a lot of tournaments in St. Louis. And I think we are going to see a lot of juniors to shine in the world competition. So yeah, they have bright future, in my opinion.
Well, I think the young generation, they're insanely strong and they're working hard. They're playing a lot of tournaments.
This is really great that we have these tournaments where the very top players get to interact with up-and-coming players. We have, and for women chess, we also have some very young players like Alice Lee, who's playing here. I think she's still only 13. She's 2360.
For me personally, that I'm a newcomer to American chess, it's a great joy to see so many talented kids, and they're up and coming. You can see Mishra and also Alice Lee. They're extremely talented and they're very, very young. So I think the future is bright.
We could probably have 3 really strong Olympia teams if we were allowed to send 3 teams in the future. Yeah, I think it's great. Obviously, I think the chess club has definitely a part to do with that. Just incentivizes young players to really think that there's a path in pursuing professional chess.
Yeah, I think there's a long way for us to go. There's a lot of potential. It's going really well. There's a lot of young players. You mentioned Alice Lee. Today I played on a team with her in an online chess event for the St. Louis Archbishops, and she beat a 2700 rated player. So she's done that before. I mean, she beat another super grandmaster very recently. So I think we'll see a lot of 2600 plus players from that group, 2600, maybe some 2700 plus players as well, and maybe some future top players as well.
I think definitely my peers and the people slightly older are definitely really strong. I think that American chess has really bright. I know that chess itself has become super popular lately, and for me to see a lot of my classmates who wouldn't normally be playing chess start playing chess in class in free time, I feel that indicates that because of the popularity of American chess is growing, more people will start to play, and as a result we would definitely see a lot of new strong players in the next generation. Overall, US Chess, St. Louis Chess Club is doing a great job in advertising how chess can be really great, super fun to play, and overall, yeah, I think that American chess definitely has a really bright future.
And we are back, day 3 of the American Cup. And so far, we've started off by focusing on the elimination round.
They were really compelling. They were great. The Ray Robson, Sam Shankland game, what was going on there? Ray makes an amazing save. Great exchange sacrifice by Levon. He gets victory. And then, of course, in the ladies, Tatev with 4 queens on the board.
4 queens on the board, and
wow.
she's now...
Let's take a look at the results.
Let's have a look at the results indeed. And in the matchup between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian, Levon just played a fantastic game. You know, he just completely demolished Sam with the white pieces. But now Sam needs to win, and he will be playing with the white pieces. And in our second elimination match, we have Ray Robson, who was skirting on the edge of defeat. You know,
Definitely.
only had 12 seconds at points, and he will have the white pieces against a very well prepared Sam Shankland, who perhaps will be disappointed after their first game. And when it comes to the women's section, we saw a very calm draw between Atusa Pokashian and Anna Sotonsky. So everything to play for here.
Right.
But in the second game between Tatev Abrahamian
calm
and
about this
Katja
one.
Nemtseva, it wasn't calm in the first game.
No.
Tatev scoring a very critical win with the black pieces, and now she will have the white pieces against Katja, who is in a must-win situation.
As Sam Sevian is as well, which gives us a chance to catch our breath in the classical games. I'm bringing up on my board the game between Irina and Begim. And this is a well-known pawn sacrifice in the Queen's Gambit accepted. There's bishop g4, h3, bishop back. Normally, I'm used to seeing bishop takes f3 followed by knight d7, but maybe this is prep. And if so, we're going to have Cristian to explain to us the prep of today. This isn't prep. You're shaking your head. This was not prep.
There's no prep going on here, guys. I mean, she just messed it up completely. Begim, that is, she played the move knight b7, and as you were mentioning, Yasser, you do have to take the knight first. Knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, excuse me, and only after you can go knight to d7, queen takes b7, now c5 comes.
Right.
And it does give black a lot of compensation for the simple fact that right now, whenever I take on d4, you don't have the knight hopping and joining the fray after taking on d4. So this is a completely different situation. This would have given Begim, and I would assume this was in her files as well. But of course, she played knight d7 first, which allows just the simple pick of the pawn. Queen takes b7. This is what we have, c5. This is still not over. There's still some compensation because I do have this idea of taking on d4 lingering. This queen on b7 is going to get tapped by the rook on a8. Let's see, rook to b8, queen to a6, queen to c7. So she decided, by the way, not to take on a7 because after bishop to d6 later on, well, perhaps it would have been, she would have been able to actually take this pawn on a7. I'm looking at the engine right now, and it does give white quite a significant advantage. My guess is that she did not understand that the queen actually gets out via a6, b5, a4, and then finally finds her way back home to d1 or c2. So. Yeah, taking the pawn on a7 would have given white a tremendous advantage. 2 pawns advantage out of the opening. She did not do that. Queen to a6, queen to c7. Now we have bishop to b5 on the board. I have to say, look, white is still in pole position to win this one. Definitely, she still has a significant advantage. And Begim will have to fight very hard to find the compensation in this particular game. Very, very big mistake early in the opening by not taking on f3 first and playing knight bd7.
Thank you for that, Cristian. In our other game between Alice Lee and Naji, we had this situation. I really liked what Alice did right up to this moment after knight b8 to d7. This I've played numerous times as white, and I love white's position with a big, big exclamation mark after the move castles. Like if you play castles and I get to play g3 and I put my bishop back on g2, essentially I'll play a5, I'll put the queen side under lock and key, and then I'll play f4 and I get this free attack with the 2 bishops, and I love white's position. The move bishop e2 maybe gave Naji just the timing she needed for the move queen a5. This is a little bit, I want to say risky, because after bishop to d2, I think Alice got stuck around these parts, like queen b4, and she's seeing the pawn on e4, she's seeing the pawn on b2.
Does it work?
I have no
because
idea.
Because you go a5.
a5, and you invite me to take the pawn, which I'm going to do. I'm committed.
a4?
And I'll take your knight.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all right.
I did not see that.
Right.
Yeah. No.
It's, Good Morning, St. Louis.
It is Good Morning, St. Louis. It's jet lag.
Yeah, but it's strange because what happened is she kind of I think Alice messed herself up a little bit. After castles b5, bishop back to f3, it looks like a little too much toing and froing.
Naji's compromised her queenside pawns. I mean, not compromise is a strong word, but I want to say is that she's determined the structure, which does allow Alice to hop in with a knight to c4. Because I was warned by a coach a long, long time ago, I know you're trying to say something,
it's okay,
that you should be very reluctant about pushing b5, b4 so quickly.
We're going to get you a new coach. Because it's actually the reverse.
Okay.
The reverse is that you don't want a situation where white's the one who's played a5 and you never get any space on the queen side. You're going to have to play b5, and after an en passant, you're not going to be enjoying the position, pawn on a6. Conversely, what we have in the game is a dream. You're taking a pawn on b7 that's really kind of backward and awkward, I understand you've got a square, but after knight e5, bishop here, we're going to take this fellow. We're going to take this fellow, right? We're going to play castles. You're going to play knight d2. I'm going to play knight d7. You're going to play knight c4. I'm going to go queen back to c7. And this trade of the minor pieces, because I have this real space deficit, this trade of the minor pieces has actually worked out okay. I still like white, don't get me wrong. I have a preference for white position, but it's nowhere. You put the pawn back on b7, yeah?
Yeah.
And you put this pawn on a5.
A5, yeah,
and
that's
happy.
my recipe for success in these particular structures as well.
Okay.
Without fail, you'll see me putting a pawn on a5.
Right.
I also wanted to kind of highlight one idea
Please.
that black often has. When you do put your pawn on the white pawn on a5.
We'll get there, yeah. Like, let's say just here, right here, a5, yeah.
Yeah, okay, here. But, you know, if that pawn were on b7,
yes,
and, you know, black did try to break out,
yes,
what's a very nice idea is actually you just exchange pawns.
Yep.
And then you sit with your rook on a2.
Nice.
And then you double up on this weak a6 pawn.
Because
Because a lot of people are a bit like, why are you putting a rook on a2? And you're just like, it's fine.
It's fine.
I'm holding everything together.
Nice.
But even here, I mean, black has got the dream kind of Benoni structure. I kind of call it Benoni structure.
It is a Benoni. Maybe not the greatest dream or anything like that, but at least you're not as cramped. I've got some space.
Right, but I mean, even then, I would say white is better.
Sure. I'm not arguing that. I do like white. I'll put my rook. At a certain moment, you have one break only. You can prepare it, but eventually you're going to have to go e5.
Eventually, yeah.
And then we're going to trade everything on e5, and I'm going to hope that I'll be okay. So I feel like, although I do like Alice's position, it's not as good, I would say, as she had it a moment ago. Irina's doing fine, and let's see about the Open. First of all, let's go to the game.
Cristian is
okay, well, let's jump over to Cristian.
excitedly gesticulating.
Just because you guys jumped to that game, and that's actually the game that I was checking as well, and it does seem like Fabi had a very intriguing opportunity, and he's been playing and hinting at the idea of sacrificing a piece on e6, especially in this variation with the pawn on e4. Not necessarily forcing, but trying to coax the bishop to get early on to b7 and allow this bishop takes e6, which he did. Wesley So did play this move, bishop to b7, and right now, Fabiano could have taken on e6. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, and we would have went straight into this line, queen to e7. You have to defend the queen and the pawn on g7, but guess what? This pawn on g7 is not, in fact, defended because this queen is protected. Queen takes d6, rook to g8. This has been played before between Cheka and Andrew Hong. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I was doing commentary for that tournament, and I was quite impressed with the preparation that Cheka came into that particular matchup. That was a huge, huge grandmaster clash. And after g3, Cheka went on to win that one. It's 3 pawns for the piece. Nevertheless, I do have this beautiful center, and after e5 potential, e5, the knight is not going to find the right place where to land, and it does seem like the king on e8 is also quite exposed. You don't have a clear way to exchange the queens. You would love to do that as black, to play queen to e7 and force the trade of the queens. That's not going to happen. I'm going to shy away from that with a move such as queen to f4, maybe even queen to b6. And with the king on e8 so exposed, you will be in danger. He did not play that. He played the move after bishop to b7, rook to e1, which also makes a lot of sense. First of all, you're setting up this idea of e5. That's a huge threat in one move, defending the pawn on e4, but also you're setting up this move that just landed on the board, knight to d5. Now, of course, the idea is pretty clear. If you do take on d5, I'm going to recapture. I'm going to get that bishop back on e5. You're in trouble right now with the black pieces. You do not want to touch that knight on d5. But what can you do in the position?
D7?
Well, the idea is pretty clear. After knight to d7, and this is what Fabi is looking at, and Fabi has tried to assess which is Wesley So's homework right now as well, is that after knight to f3, bishop to b8 doesn't really make a lot of sense because you're losing simply too many tempes, and I'm going to simply be able to take on f6. If you do take with the knight, queen takes d8, king takes d8, and it just seems like I have the better placed pieces right now. You still need to lose a tempo to make the connection between the rooks and get the king to safety. That's actually 2 tempes in the position, so you're still far away from finishing, let's say, your development in the position. You don't want to see this on the board as black, but what can you do? I am attacking your bishop. Will you allow me to get 2 bishops? And this is what Wesley needs to understand. Yes, I can give you the dark square bishop, and in return I will get very dynamic play after castle. You will take on e5. You still need to lose a tempo because right now this knight on d5 is under attack. So you have to take on f6, queen takes f6, rook to d8 comes on the board, rook a c8 comes on the board, and this knight most likely will land on d3. Despite the fact that white has the pair of bishops, you're just simply too far behind in development, and black has enough dynamic compensation in this position. In fact, the engine is saying that black is better in this instance. So this is the opportunity that Wesley has in the position right now. Check out that head-to-head between these two incredible.
Exactly, not much.
But I mean, I don't know, somehow I didn't feel like the kind of resulting position was that bad for white. I felt like white could go into
It's not that
grind
bad,
mode.
but definitely black has equalized and probably is on the better side of equality.
But I mean, because sometimes you have to be careful with equality. Sometimes or like one side being slightly better because it involves like special kind of moves. But on a practical level, it might not be, because I was thinking, okay, here you can't really sound the retreat with white, because if you do, the knight springs forward to d3.
Right.
But after knight takes knight, queen takes, and I was thinking just one consolidating move. Like I was thinking queen e2.
Okay.
Sure.
You know,
rook d8.
Rook d8.
That's the thing. My moves are also quite easy, right?
Yeah, your pieces are quite active. Okay, and then queen g6 is happening, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
So
and
very
if
natural.
you go bishop e3, I think
very
I
natural, and then somehow other you need to magic. I mean, could you do things like no?
But
It
where
was
do you
like
put the
bishop
bishop?
d2 and then bishop a5.
Bishop d2, can I take on e4? Probably that's too much.
Asking a lot, but
asking
it
for
might be
trouble.
possible, you know.
Knight to d3.
And then bishop a5 was my wonderful tactical point.
Well, what you've done is got yourself a little bit worse, right? I mean, I'll take, I'll take,
And then
you'll
you'll
take,
take
you
the
don't
bit.
have the 2 bishops anymore. And okay, it's not like you're in danger of losing, no, nothing like that. But
No,
something kind of feels like black is maybe the one who's, I don't know, dictating a little bit, g5, h6.
Enjoying the better side of equality.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
simply what it
Something
is.
like that. Enjoying the sunny side of the torture a little bit. Not what Fabi had in mind when he was thrashing knight d5 on the board. Wesley's, calmed the storm. How about Hikaru? What is going on in the game between Hikaru and Leinier? And when we left it exactly at this moment, h7, h5, a good move, not giving up anything, essentially. Leinier saying, I'm going to match you on the king side and maybe play the move bishop to g4. In anticipation of the move bishop g4, g3 by Hikaru in order to give himself bishop back to g2, bishop f5, castles, c6, and it sure feels even. In fact, wait a minute, a4? Okay, yeah, I was about to say, who's getting the sunny side of this torture? It feels like it's just even. I don't know if you have this definition for yourself, but it's a definition I've used my whole career. When is the opening over?
When is the opening over?
Yeah, when is the opening over and you are now in the middle game?
When one side pauses.
When one side pauses. Well, that's the modern definition. No, the old definition, my definition, is when the rooks were connected. So in this case, we would say that Leinier is connected his rooks. There's nothing between the two rooks, and therefore the opening is over for black, whereas white still has to connect his rook. So I use this old definition, and I have always thought of it in those terms, that when I'm connected, my rooks are connected, yay, applause on the back. I've done what I'm supposed to do.
But I have to say, despite this position looking as level as they come, I still feel that white has a bit of a pull, even though they haven't connected the rooks, just primarily because this pawn on h5, it's undefended, and it's not defended by a pawn, is what I want to say. It's defended by the rook. And so, you can use that aspect in a very small way. Say, for instance, now you connect the rooks with bishop d2. You can, at the right time, go, I don't really want to play knight g2, but, that kind of thing where you say, well, give me control over the e line. Now, it's such a minuscule thing, but I think it's enough to kind of give someone a niggle. Okay, fair enough. One of the definitions that Viktor Korchnoi hit me with when I was training with him. He said, a weakness is only a weakness is if you can attack it. And this pawn on h5 is kind of hard to attack. I mean, I get the fact that your bishop on f3 is, but there's not many other pieces. And in the meanwhile, black, yes, he will play knight e7 or knight f8 himself and go for g6. So I'm really feeling a balanced game going on here. Let's go to Alice. That was not Alice. That was not Alice. Sorry, Irina, and here is Alice. Because I was more than curious, is if she was going to play. Yes, she did play knight d2.
She followed your line.
Right, they are, but there's one little difference that Nagy can do here. Is she goes queen c7. She could play queen c7.
And after knight c4, knight b6.
Exactly.
Knight b6, yeah.
Knight c4, knight b6. And I think that that's actually more precise.
If you manage to eliminate the knight, then you're happy.
Exactly.
Then you're very happy with black.
This bishop is unobstructed on this long diagonal. And that is why I think Alice is not getting that plus. She played that bishop e2 and bishop f3. She lost that key tempo. How's your pupil doing, Cristian?
Well, not that much happened. We left it off after this move bishop to b5, and she is still thinking, trying to figure out her way out of this difficult situation, because once again, the onus is on her. She needs to prove her compensation right now, and it's not easy to do that, because bishop to b5, I have to say, I really like this move. It sets up a clear plan, and that is to play the move knight to e5, followed by either knight to c6 or maybe even knight to d7, and start exchanging pieces, start getting ready to enter that endgame with an extra pawn, which would be the ideal scenario for white. So this is what we have right now. Rook to b6 seems to be the best move. Maybe c takes d4 in the position as well. I'm looking at this position, c takes d4, from a humanist perspective. It's not an easy move to make, because you're allowing the knight to get into play, knight takes d4, then you start seeing knight c6 ideas, maybe even knight takes e6 ideas on the board. It just simply doesn't feel right. So the first move that I was looking at was bishop to e7, but this is the problem. Knight to e5, now if you go castle, I have this idea with knight to c6. Everything comes with tempo, and just you're one move short from defending all of your pieces. So this is what I'm worried about for Gulruk Begim Tokhirjonova, and I'm definitely liking what Irina Krush is bringing to the table. Also, right now, 51 minutes for Irina, 35 minutes for Tokhirjonova, with a very, very difficult position and a very difficult compensation to prove in this particular matchup.
The difference between playing bishop takes f3 earlier, it's huge.
It's huge.
Versus the current position where Irina can recapture with the knight on f3, it's like night and day. There's compensation versus no compensation.
Exactly. Yeah. Because now c takes d4, knight takes d4. That's probably what you have to do, but you're going to play down a pawn at this point.
And this bishop on h5 is no longer it has no potency. Castles for white, and as you've been pointing out, that missing b7 pawn has made the c6 square extremely vulnerable.
I agree with this completely, but I mean, is there some compensation based
Only
on
because a little bit, the knight on d2, the bishop on c1.
clunky, right?
Right, but it's like castles, knight b3, and
You have to prove it in the next 3 moves.
Right.
Yeah. This is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Can you do something
immediately?
The problem is you also need to finish your development yourself as black.
Right.
So
That's just
it's a difficult
minor
position.
detail. Like for instance, bishop comes out to. I didn't.
Okay,
I
tell me.
didn't know where. That was the thing. I
The
was
bishop
like,
comes
it
out
comes
and then-
out, and I was thinking, could it come out to B4?
B4, okay.
B4,
Okay, I'll ask the key
Yeah,
question.
and then now the bishop can drop back to.
No, don't go a3.
Don't go a3.
No, castle. Why not, right?
I was trying to. Oh, you want to play rook b6, or you want to play
Yeah, I
bishop a5?
kind of did want to play bishop a5, rook b6. That was like
You-
cheapo central.
Well, wait a moment. I love chasing that bishop to.
Yeah, and then the queen comes. Hang on, wait. The queen can come down to. But I'm really playing. I'm playing with fire. Okay, rewind.
You know it was very strange in American circles during the 1972 period of Boris Spassky versus Bobby Fischer. The media in America always portrayed Boris as the communist Soviet super robotic agent, and Boris was actually completely opposite of a person you thought that would grow up in an autocratic nation like the Soviet Union, because he was very much his own man. And so one of the early games that I've ever played with Boris Spassky, we reached a position where he was winning, but he needed to put together a series of very good moves. This actually happened at the board. So there I was playing this superior Soviet youth model, Boris Spassky, and he goes, I was like, you can't do that. Okay. He rolls up the sleeves and he crushes me. But it was like, wow, that was not what the media portrayed Boris as, he was some good communist. No, he was never good. He was never a communist. He was never a good communist.
No.
Remarkable.
On that subject, did you not call over the arbiter and go, distraction?
No, I was just amused. This is great.
Oh, no, I don't think I would have liked to touch the pieces afterwards. You spat on his hands and...
Well, you kind of rubbed them together, but good point. Now that you think, wow, not even use the sanitation lotion either, right? Well, those were the days where they smoked at the board, so, what can I tell you? I'm having trouble for Begim as well.
She played rook to b6.
She did go rook to b6 because
she did make a move. She did play the move rook to b6,
and the queen will drop back, I suppose, more or less instantly.
Most likely, and now
a4.
You need to address that pin because it's
again
such an unpleasant
the knight
pin.
e5.
Knight to e5 is coming. You don't want to see that land on the board, so you have to go queen to b7.
Anything, queen to b7.
Oh,
that is
I think I want to take that.
Yeah, that is a tempo against the bishop.
Bishop.
I think she needs to go for this.
Okay.
If she doesn't, then she's just going to be in a much worse situation. But do we invite the endgame with queen takes d7 right
Well,
now?
you were the one telling me that you're a pawn up and you play an ending.
I think knight takes d7.
Knight takes d7. When you're a pawn up, you should...
You go to the ending.
You go to your ending.
Kill the game immediately.
So let's take on d4 now.
I suppose I should play... What do you think? Knight c4? Okay.
I like it.
You're allowing me to give you a nice little check.
Oh, check? No, I don't like it if you give me a check. Sorry. Apologies.
Knight to c5 or to e5? Isn't that knight coming to d3?
Yeah, this is a
well,
unpleasant.
have I spoiled it or not? Just let me know.
Castle, let's go knight d3.
Okay. Castles, knight to d3.
No,
and
now
it's
you can go knight c5.
yes,
Knight c4, sorry.
Yes.
Now I have to find a place for my rook. which is not easy. And queen a4, by the way, is on the board.
Queen
Queen
a4.
a4 on the board,
Is
yeah.
on the board right now. So let's say I go rook b7. It's just a guess right now.
Right.
Let's
Yeah.
go rook b7.
No, you can just develop your bishop. Because there is one threat on, no, there wasn't even one threat on the board. Ah, but...
I want to rob black of the two bishops.
Yes,
I
that's
mean,
probably a
okay,
very good plan.
your knight is still uncomfortably in my business.
But you can do things like bishop takes bishop,
Yep.
And then maybe e5.
and then e5, yeah. Christian understands me.
Channeling.
We had the same coach, man. Who knows?
Channeling his inner Jovi.
Castle.
I got it. I got it.
But we're in trouble after
We have to
the
castle.
castle.
Don't allow my tricks.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but besides, okay, I was
It's
trying
not
to
a pleasant
solve.
position, guys. It really isn't.
I was trying to solve Irina's problems, if I can say it like that, most directly. After queen b7, was there an alternative of maybe retreating the
Perhaps
bishop?
just go back, right?
But
The
in
drawback of getting the rook out on b6 is that it will always get hit with the move knight to c4.
But here the problem I thought was I've got a g2 issue, so I can't play knight takes d4.
Okay.
So that after takes, if I take with the pawn, I think that's compensation.
That's right. Yeah.
But if I take with the queen, I think I'm going to get...
a6 was played. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, boxed around pretty good.
a6 was the move. Wait a minute. Can I take that pawn?
Wow, the training...
I don't know about this a6 move. This doesn't inspire me any confidence.
Uh-huh. That's pawn number 2. It is true.
I think I can take that. I'm not 100% sure what her idea behind this is.
Yeah, queen a7 just will
Queen
be
A7,
met by
bishop B5.
bishop b5.
Yeah, this
Rook.
is not looking promising for a young Begim.
No.
No. I liked queen b7 because of the X-ray attack on g2.
Yeah.
I thought queen b7 followed by c5 takes d4 offered a measure of compensation. a7, a6 feels like the wrong move. Quickly just taking a look at Alice before I believe the elimination games will start.
Yeah, we're
very,
5
very
minutes
shortly.
away
minutes away
from the
from
start
Oh,
of
queen
that.
b3. Okay. Again, from Najee's point of view, I mean, this is like, it's great that she's, instead of the pawn being on b7, the pawn is now on b4. As black, I would be very anxious to play the move a7, pardon me, a6, a5 myself, just to stop this. And I'll meet knight c4 any day, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I think that she has equalized. I'm going to go quickly to Hikaru's game.
Hikaru found an interesting plan,
Bishop D2.
actually, because he retreated his bishop to g2.
Okay, after bishop d2.
No,
Oh.
bishop d2.
Sorry, I'm going to
He
refresh my
decided to
board.
prolong the opening stage.
Okay.
And instead set a trap, retreating the bishop on g2 and threatening rook d1. And obviously Leinier is not going to miss this one and move the knight to e7, giving
Right.
the bishop an escape square. And now, well, the ball is in Lenier's court. Where is he going to retreat the bishop? I mean,
I'd be a little reluctant to go to a6 myself. Not that I find the move bishop a6, the square a6 unattractive. The thing I find unattractive is that my opponent may find b4, b5, and that's probably why I'd end up going the other way.
Is this a draw invitation, though?
Why?
why?
After bishop e2?
I didn't think about that. Bishop
Bishop
e2.
e2.
Bishop
rook
e2, rook
moves.
e1, bishop d3.
And the rook can go to d2.
Yes. That is
But
the only
then-
alternative.
But
right?
then it looks like one of the most ugly.
And now I go bishop a6, right? And it doesn't seem like...
Yeah, but now you can kind
Well,
of
the
go
same thing, right? b4, b5.
b5 and the rook on d2, nicely placed.
Maybe this is his plan, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I was thinking the rook,
Please.
the bishop would go somewhere else.
Okay, g4. That's the
Yeah.
that's an
That's
alternative.
an alternative.
If you do end up capturing, you might this light squared bishop might ask What's my role?
But at
And
least,
also the
I mean,
bishop pawn.
it's all about the two bishops, right?
Well, I don't know. That light square bishop is looking mighty
A similar
forlorn.
situation is happening in the Fabiano game. He got the two bishops.
Did he?
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
He did go knight f3 as we.
Knight takes, and he played bishop to f4. But whoa. My spidey sense is tingling. Is that a pawn?
That is a pawn indeed. Question is there
I don't
enough
ask for much, Jovi. Just give me a pawn, and I'm perfectly content. You know.
Is there enough compensation? Is the question.
Well, first of all, which way should I be if I take, right?
I think you have to take with a pawn.
And if I take?
And then take on e4, yeah.
So, I mean, I agree, this bishop has never had such a joy, but that is...
Can I set up some sort
pawn.
of an attack on the c file? Perhaps rook to c1?
Legal.
As if you get rid of the queens.
Trade queens? Okay,
Yeah,
fair.
Rook e1.
Yeah, and
And
isn't
then
it
rook
time
C.
to challenge one of these open file rooks?
I mean, it does seem like white is going to have enough compensation for equality.
For equality, that's right.
Not
But
more than that.
No.
Just go h3, and perhaps with the two bishops,
Yeah.
it should be enough.
Let's remind everybody as we get ready for the second elimination game where things stand in the elimination brackets.
Definitely, because some players are already on their last legs. And taking the elimination bracket in the open section, we see that Levon Aronian does lead 1 point by 1 point.
All he
And-
needs is a draw to move on
Yeah.
to the next elimination.
And Sam Sevian
match.
will have to basically defeat Levon Aronian with the white pieces.
Yep.
When it came to the other elimination match between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson, that was a very nervy draw. But Ray Robson was resilient, so he does kind of claim some moral advantage, but still everything to play for there.
Exactly. I mean, he's feeling good that he's not down. And in the ladies section, the elimination bracket for the ladies,
Yep.
similar story.
It is exactly the same story. So we had a decisive encounter between Tatev Abrahamian and Kachka Nemkova. Abrahamian leads by 1 point, so Kachka must win, but this time with the black pieces.
That's tough.
It's very hard. And Anna Zatonsky and Tusa Pokashian, they ended in a draw. And you have to remember that those people who lost and are in a must-win situation, it is their last chance. If you lose the match, that is it. You are out. You are eliminated.
And I see from the
a
game of-
Scandinavian defense.
Yeah, I see from the game with Tatev that the game is underway. Let me see if I can find it on my... No, I think I'm missing it for the moment. I don't have my link set up properly. How about you? Do you have the
I
link?
have it, yes.
Oh, good.
So...
And we do have a Scandinavian.
I think
that's an
I think,
invitation for a
Christian,
fight.
we need you for the moment because I don't think we have your board set up synchronized with the cameras.
No, I don't think we do.
But here we go. We have a Scandinavian with Queen A5. These days, the Scandinavian's being played almost exclusively with Queen D6, which I just find so shocking.
Queen D6?
Yeah.
Or I believe it's called, is it the Patzer's variation with Queen to E5 or Queen to E6?
Have you know, I was playing this Queen D6 variation for a long time
time.
ago. I saw this.
So it should probably be called the...
No, I got given, it was in the days before computers. Oh my God, I'm so old. Before computers. And so I got given a pamphlet by one of my old mentors. No, it was just like some photocopied pamphlet from somewhere. And it was given to me by my old mentor, Bob Wade.
Yeah.
And it was all about this Queen D6, A6, B5 variation. And I was like, okay, this looks good.
Okay,
and I remember
that's good.
Tony Miles looking at it and going, what nonsense have you concocted at the board? And I was like, whoa.
Don't blame me, blame the pamphlet.
Exactly.
Okay, so this
here-
variation with Bishop
I mean, I have to say it has fallen out of fashion.
Okay.
Because white tends to react very aggressively, like Tatev is going to be indicating you can just jump in from here with a knight to e5, you can pawn storm. You know, black has to be very, very careful. And one of the things that you really must avoid when you're playing with the black piece is white exploding open the center with d5.
Okay, I see with this move e7. I used to play this variation. I remember a game from a U.S. Junior Championship against Michael Road, but I put my bishop on g4, and he hunted me down. He went h3, g4, knight e5, and I actually put my bishop back on g8, as David Braunstein once did. But bishop d2, I understand that what I want to do is I want to play c6. As you were saying, white's ready to explode with the d5, and I don't want my queen to get trapped by a knight d5 jump, so I play c6. She didn't play. She went bishop b4.
Bishop to b4.
Bishop b4. That's
Doesn't this allow just simple a3, and that's going to be the capture of two bishops?
I think.
So
You're meant to wait until the queen comes to e2 before you're doing that kind of stuff.
So the whole point is like I don't want to allow this knight to jump. Maybe. To d5. So bishop b4, a3. Sorry, Cristian. I was going to say.
No,
I love your a3 move.
Just take on c3. You take back with the bishop, and you're just going to enjoy this very stable advantage for the remainder of the game.
Yeah.
Well,
but
let's.
the queen goes back to. Can you not go back to b6?
I think b6. If you
B6.
don't play for queen you want to take on c2. My goodness.
You didn't let me get in. I mean, you guys get to make moves. I get to make moves. you guys.
I cannot.
Shocking.
This is too much greed. I mean, even for me. Let's see. Okay.
As
I'll give you the pleasure.
Would say, young lady, it's my style.
I'll give you the pleasure.
Yes.
All right. Queen e2. You take on c2.
Yes.
Take my pawn.
Okay.
Let's figure
this one. Now you got me scared when
knight
you
d2. I have to try to not allow your
queen.
queen.
David too. Oh my goodness. Okay.
How do we feel about this position?
I don't know. How do we feel?
Knight to e.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one is very complicated, but let's look at the other games.
Okay, first of all, Atusha versus Anna, they're still in some theory, but I like White's position, I must say. Knight on e5 as she's getting ready. White is getting ready to play f4, and in the words of Larry Christensen, storm the barricades of Black's king. How about Sam Sevian? Let me just quickly go to that one as well. Oops, I don't know if, I think I don't have it. Oh, no, that's not it. I apologize, I'm not sure I have it.
That game seems to be an
I do have
Indian.
it. There it is, right here. With the classical Queen C2, yes. And they're still in theory. Very much so, I must say. And Ray Robson versus Shankland. Another one of these. Well, yeah, it's a Joko piano with knight c3, bishop g4. What's the... am I playing g4 here? What do you think? Am I worried about the piece sacrifice?
I would be worried. I mean, I'm just having a look at the theory, and the theory says, yeah, absolutely, grab that pawn, but it feels kind of scary to me.
Jury's out for me. I'm not sure what's going on here, because I do have king h2 and rook g1 in my pocket as a method for breaking this pin. Wow, okay. Cristian, jump in if you don't mind. What's going on in this game? Should White play g4?
It does seem like we are still in the throes of theory right now. g4 is one of the moves. He did not play that.
He played bishop
the
e3.
move bishop to e3, which makes a lot of sense. Bishop to e3 is one of the main topical moves. What doesn't surprise me is that Sam Shankland is still within his theoretical knowledge, and Ray Robson is not, because he's spending and burning a lot of time. Ray down to his last 22 minutes, while Sam has added extra time to his clock. He has almost 26 minutes right now. Bishop to e3 was played. King h8 immediately. His response. The idea is pretty clear. you get off this diagonal, this A to G8 diagonal, and what you try to do is create your own counter chances with potentially knight to G8 followed by F5. That's an idea. Now we have this pin set up on the H5 D1 diagonal. Why not try to play for F5?
Yeah, that's borrowing a page of the Levon Aronian chess book. But before we get too deep into these elimination games, we kind of have to take a quick commercial break.
Catch our breaths, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
On the other side.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life. And it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
And we are back for all the action on day 3 of the American Cup. It's a bittersweet day because we're going to say goodbye to 4 players. And meanwhile, there's a lot of excitement happening in the championship bracket, but also the elimination bracket, where the players are playing the second game of their match.
The match that's got my immediate attention, I must say, is the game of Alice Lee. Naji just played the move c5, c4, a move that we hadn't really been looking at ourselves because we were kind of mesmerized by a5. And it seems to us that Naji has got a very promising looking position. We love this knight on c5. We love this bishop on g7. And, well, to my eyes, I'm looking at knight d3. I'm seeing a lot of threats. And I think that Alice Lee is actually in trouble. And that is something we haven't said very often in this tournament.
No. We haven't said that at all. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, black has the dream position. You know, the black king stands better than the white king. The black bishop, as you pointed out, a beautiful piece. Yeah.
We live for these kinds of things. And the knight on c5 is hitting a4, hitting d3, and hitting e4. All those little sensitive places in white's camp.
And of course, the bishop is just bearing down on the b2 pawn.
Bishop on f4 doesn't look like it's very well placed, do you? So some issues here for Alice in the game between Irina and Begim. I didn't capture on a6. For some reason, oftentimes when you get into these types of situations, you tend to be more trusting of your opponent. You see the move a6 and you go, okay, I don't really need that pawn. And maybe because of that, Begim has a little bit more compensation. She was forced to recapture with the pawn, isolated queen pawn. Having said that, as you said, Cristian, the onus is still on black to show compensation, and maybe she doesn't have any compensation.
No, and especially this move bishop to g6 just doesn't feel right. That bishop was doing fine on that diagonal. At least you cannot move the knight with the bishop on e2, right? There's a pin on that. Why would you waste another tempo and play the move bishop to g6? Why not just finish your development? It's all about the king's safety right now. If you want to create any sort of problems for your opponent, find that compensation. You need to finish your development. You cannot do all of those things with the king in the center, and this is what he's trying to do. It's not going to work out.
Asked and answered.
Bishop g6 followed by bishop to c. What if I just simply go, okay, actually, I don't understand. What if I go b3?
Exactly. That was my question, too, because the desirable rook b4, well, that now I'm...
Give me another pawn.
Right. Now I'm very happy.
But the queen is offside.
How can you take advantage of it, though?
Yeah, this is the problem. I need like 3 moves. I need the bishop to come out, my king to
castle. You need the other rook, right, from h8 to maybe create something, but there's nothing. I mean, it just seems like... Yeah.
2 pawns.
Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking.
This situation.
And in our other elimination group, in the in the open section, Levon is really feeling it today. I mean, he is channeling his inner Petrosian of exchange sacrifices because the players raced more or less to this position, and after bishop takes, knight takes, bishop e7, in his mind, Sam was thinking, I'm going to win in exchange. I provoke the rook to the e8 square so that when this knight retreats, which it did, bishop e5, haha. And Levon said, you know, in my judgment, that exchange sacrifice is really good for me. I love this imbalance. I've got a couple of pawns, or pardon me, I've got 1 pawn. These are double pawns still on the board. But I have light squares, and I'm the one doing very well after this move c5, c4. Is that true, Cristian? Oh, actually, you've got the other game behind you. I
do have a different game.
Levon's position.
Of course, sure. You sacrifice the exchange, but let's not forget what the match situation is.
Required,
right?
yeah.
Sam Sevian needs to win this one.
That is true.
To continue the match, right?
Right.
If he makes a draw, he's eliminated. Not from the bracket, but from the tournament
itself.
So his tournament is over if he doesn't win this particular matchup. you want to see some sort of imbalances in the position, and this is what he's getting right now. Sure, most likely Levon is doing just fine without the exchange. You have a lot of compensation for it. You have one pawn, but two of them are connected right now, right? B5, A5, potential B4. If I manage to get those pawns all the way to the 4th rank, then you're going to be in big, big trouble.
Right.
But at the same time, look, an exchange is an exchange. Material is material. And this one finished in a draw. I have to say, Fabiano pulled the brakes when he had to, because it was getting dangerous out there for white.
When we left it, he did go for that extra pawn, did Wesley, queen trade, rook c8, h2, h.
I think we were looking at this
Yeah, we were looking.
right?
But you can't offer a draw. What was the repetition?
Try to refresh your board, perhaps, yes.
Okay.
That might be our analysis.
I think you're right. I think you're right. That is our analysis. So let's see, because you can't offer a draw, right? Takes.
And it's coming now. The rook comes down.
Oh, finally.
And here you go.
There it is.
They're professional at finding these type of repetitions.
Very, very nice. Right. Okay, so an easy day at the office for Wesley. So a novelty. I still find this shocking. On move 9.
This move bishop to d6.
Was a novelty.
It was a forced novelty. It wasn't a prepared novelty. This was just Wesley trying to get out of Fabi's preparation.
Okay.
And finding some sort of a normal-looking move that's not going to lose on the spot. He found this move, bishop to d6. And, I mean, look, the gamble paid off because he equalized after that quite easily, and perhaps he was just even better at one moment in time. So definitely an interesting one. What's happening in the Leinier versus Hikaru?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Hikaru has been working his endgame magic.
Once again,
And once again, I mean, he found this ingenious, I think, retreat of the bishop and started asking questions of Black's bishop on d3.
I really like that bishop e2 and bishop g4 idea. I'm not a big fan of the bishop f5 move that Leinier essayed in the game, because it does allow this, well, I was about to say bishop h3, which came on the next turn, but yeah, I'm liking Hikaru here, because I see that I could play, for example, rook a2 in order to protect the square. King here, I do want to capture this knight, and I do want to put my king on f3. And in those situations, those doubled f-pawns are a weakness. I will tickle them with a king on f3. So I do feel that Hikaru is for choice, but again, we've got these elimination games going on, and I'm just very curious as to what's going on in the game of Ray Robson and Sam Shankland, because Sam looks to me like he's under a great deal of pressure. When we left it, we we had seen this move King H8, and this is like modern chess.
But
King H1.
Yeah, King H1.
Like what? Queen C8, Rook G1.
This is kind of an old type of idea. I've seen it done before.
Oh,
Really?
yes.
This King H8, Queen C8? My
Yeah,
goodness.
I mean, it seemed like Sam was trying to prevent this move G4 with the move Queen C8 and King H8 and all the rest of it. And
this makes no sense to my eyes.
I know. I'm sitting there saying, I like what Ray has done. If I'm in white shoes right here, right now, I'm dreaming. Please don't do anything. Don't make a move. Don't disturb the position. I want to play f4. I want to bring my rook to f1, or maybe even double on the g file or treble on the g file. And what are your pieces doing? They're all huddled on the king side. Bishop g5 on the board.
H4.
H4, played.
Bishop takes e3 immediately. One thing that Sam Shankland is doing correctly in this game is he's putting a lot of pressure on Ray's clock.
Right.
And we've seen Ray have a lot of difficulties managing that clock. So that's one of the, well, let's say, good news about the position. The position itself, not great for Black.
So what you want to say is that Sam's excellent control of the clock, not necessarily the position. Yeah. The bad news is your position's not that good. The good news is you're doing fine on the clock.
But the position is solid enough.
Right.
And that forces you as white to work because you need to find a way to break through, right? How are you going to do it? And I like this move f6. I really like this move f6. You're going to play f4.
Of course I am.
Most likely we're going to exchange. I'm not going to allow you to gain even more space with the move f5. I want to take that pawn as soon as it lands on f4. And now, finally, I have the e5 square for my queen. So let's transfer that queen to e5.
Okay.
Where's the killing blow?
I just
you
have
don't
to...
need a killing blow, though. I mean, all he has to do is just carry on building, just improve the rooks.
But you know what the problem is? He's spending 1 minute or 2
Per
minutes
move.
every single move.
But this is the type of position where once you've established what you want, you can just make some nonsense moves. Like by nonsense moves, I just mean you pass. You keep making...
Right.
I've seen these guys, these grandmasters. Don't be fooled. You know, they get it. They spend their time, and then suddenly they get themselves a position where they can just go king g2, king f3, king e2, and then before you know it, they've built up 5 minutes on the clock, and you're like, okay, well, I'm still worse.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like this is modern day chess.
I like white. Just to share a tweet, I think it was a real fun one. I think all fathers in our audience are going to appreciate this one. Randy Singfield, the son of Rex Singfield, has his son, Logan. And he said to Logan as a very young boy, look, if you ever beat me in a game of chess, I will give you $1,000.
All right.
$1,000. And Randy thought his money is safe as safe can be. Well, Randy is a proud father, a little bit lighter in the pocket as we've got a picture of Logan holding $1,000. So be careful of what you tell your children. They're going to get motivated if you say something like, I'll give you $1,000 if.
Yeah.
And our congratulations to Logan on his victory there.
Yeah, I was going to say, what Randy had to now do is change the goalpost like my father did. Because, as soon as I started beating him, he was like, okay, I don't like this very much. So we had new rules.
New rules?
New rules was that if I blundered or made a mistake, he would just stop the clock and announce it as a victory for himself.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it was super irritating because he would stop the clock and go, I'm sorry, you lost. And I was like, I know, but missed this. And sometimes I would be like, sometimes it was true, I had missed a blow. And other times I was like, it does not work. And then he would go, oh, my bad. Continue.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And we have a guest in studio with Cristian.
Wesley, a rather tame and comfortable day at the office, but when you saw the Catalan and you remembered what happened to Ray yesterday, were you a bit worried at any point?
Yeah, and I saw that Fabi's been hanging out also with Grigory Oparin. So I figured I'd play something else. I thought he might go for d4, considering that they're working together. And I think we got an interesting game. Fabi played this line very quickly. This bishop b13. He's following Kramnik's game, also Richard report against MVL from a few months ago last year.
Were you aware of this idea of bishop to b3? You were trying to remember your analysis? Or?
Yeah, I never expected this to show up over the board. Like here, white wants to play a quick e4. I mean, I could play knight c6, but I didn't really. Yeah, knight c6, castle b5, then queen e2.
Queen e2.
And it's a completely different line.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure. I mean, Fabi has some ideas, but I thought this line was pretty harmless if black knows what he's doing.
With c5 early on, b5, c5, and
takes.
e4, yeah?
Yeah, and here the critical line, I guess, is bishop b7 or knight bd7. But I wasn't very familiar with knight bd7, so I thought I'd play bishop d6.
Was this something that you prepared at home, or you heard that it works, or?
Yeah, I prepared after castle bishop b7.
So
I prepared with so white can castle.
Bishop b7 castle, and now bishop b6.
Now bishop d6. So this is the usual theory.
Yeah.
But against bishop b7, Fabi had prepared e5. So I thought I'd play bishop d6 first. Huh?
E5.
Yeah, BB7, E5. And it's very tricky. Like he told me after game, that after bishop B7, E5, knight FD7, bishop takes, not castle. Apparently,
E5, knight E7.
yeah, after bishop E6, black cannot take on E6. Apparently, knight E6 is just much better for white.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't that clear to me during the game. So that's why I played bishop D6 just to avoid all this.
And it did seem like this move surprised him. It made him pause.
Yeah, it's not the move suggested by an engine. So in modern chess these days, you kind of have to, as Levon would say, play sometimes some sidelines.
Yeah.
Because if you just keep following the main lines, your opponent knows it very well too. But apparently it's a solid move. I mean,
Were you worried about any moves at this point? I think the engine was saying queen to e2.
Yeah, Fabi was calculating queen e2 for a long time.
As the best move, bishop to e5, but still it was very complicated.
Knight
Knight to f3.
Takes, bishop e7. And then castle.
Castle or bishop to b7.
Bishop b7, castle. He's got some bishop
How
a3
did you
ideas.
assess this position? Did
Playable.
you get this position in your calculation?
Yeah, it looks playable for black. But I don't like, so instead of castle move 13, and I guess bishop a3 seems a bit dangerous.
Yes, definitely dangerous.
So it's very tricky.
Take the pawn, castle, you still have to hide your king somehow. Not easy.
But it's dangerous for both sides.
Yes.
At least I win a pawn.
Yes.
So, but I got an interesting game. I think there's one. So after castle, bishop b7, I'm back to my preparation.
One thing
E1.
that he could have done maybe was to take on e6. Did you spot this one?
Yeah, just remember it's harmless for black. But so after takes,
take,
queen
queen
e7,
e7,
take, queen d6. Yeah, I wasn't sure rook g8 or knight b6. Yeah, but I was gonna play rook g8, queen e6. And then you go for an endgame, huh?
Maybe queen f5 or queen. It's probably with deep engines it would end up in a draw at this point.
Yeah, white can certainly
Some sort of a forced draw.
Go for this. Yeah, it'll be interesting to. But I remember rook e1 was what I analyzed, bishop e5, and now bishop e3.
Bishop to e3.
Yeah, knight c6, takes. Probably black is fine here. Although it's slightly worse. But what he played in the game was interesting, knight d5. Like, I didn't expect this at all. Knight bd7. Yeah, it was probably nothing for white.
And you defended accurately. And in fact, it felt like at some point, you might even have been better after knight fd7. Did you spot this move? Did you try this move?
I was thinking about it for a long time. But then I got really low on the clock. Then I was thinking about this move for 15-20 minutes.
And you decided to simplify the position.
Yeah, decided not to. Because I wasn't sure after knight c3, queen f6. Yeah, my first intention, if white's ambitious, bishop g3, knight c5, queen d6, knight e d3. Black's just much better here.
Seems like it, yeah. But
so
obviously, if you don't have the engine open, it's not that easy to assess this one.
Yeah, so he has to play
bishops.
maybe a move 17, bishop e5. Knight takes. Black's also better. There's a knight there. Yeah, I should have played knight d7.
But definitely not easy to assess for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was better or worse, and decided to. I looked at my clock and decided to just take the pawn.
Wesley, you're doing it all tomorrow with the white pieces. Are you going to try to pressure, take any extra risks, or are you okay with a potential playoff?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, I just want to play some good chess, try to make use of my chances when they come, try to put pressure if I can. But at the same time, also still very tired from my trip in Berlin, so it's hard to say what the right decision is. But it's nice to play against the defending champion.
Absolutely, nice for you, but nice for us as well, and for the fans around the world. We're definitely enjoying this huge clash. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wesley, because you had such an easy day at the office, I'm going to have to put you to work for just a second before we let you go. Taking a look at the elimination bracket game between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian, give us your quick knee-jerk, tell me who you like and why in this game.
Well, I don't like Sam because he has to win. But it seems that he has a very good position, right? I mean, I could be wrong, but bishop g3 and h5 is coming. Maybe black has to play knight c5, I guess, and then knight a4.
Okay.
I don't know. It seems that white has some chances. Not much, but
definitely something to play
So-
for, especially in the must-win situation.
yeah, probably. Yeah, it's the best he can hope for. I mean, his time is okay. He's got dark square control, but knight c5 followed by rook d8 or knight a4 seems a bit annoying to me. So it seems.
Are you in time? So bishop to g3, knight
Well-
c5, h5. Ah, it's black to move.
No, black to
okay.
move, yeah,
Okay,
black to
then
move.
that's problematic. Yeah.
Yeah, knight a4, king c2.
Maybe even rook d8 to start off with.
Yeah, rook d. Oh, not knight a4, rook d8. No,
Keep the king on
Christian's right.
c3, rook d3 is coming.
Rook d8. Yeah, now that I see this, seems like black is not risking anything at all, because also the e-pawn is double, basically. It just limits white's bishop.
All right, thank you, Wesley, and good luck tomorrow. Nice to have you in the commentary booth with us.
Thank you, Yasser.
Absolutely. Ray Robson, Sam Shankland. Ray, nobody's surprised to discover he's got a whole 4 minutes?
He's
How
just
do you
under
read that
3.5
clock?
minutes.
3.5 minutes.
And Sam, at some point, I think, was like, he's on now 16.5 minutes.
Well,
And
you got to give Ray great credit. He's the one pushing his pawns. You said you like pushing your pawns.
I
Look what he's done.
love pushing my
E4,
pawns.
D4.
I mean, just look at it. It's a
Look,
thing of beauty.
four
I mean,
pawn attack.
You have but there comes a stage where you have to stop
And crash
and-
through somehow, right?
Yeah, but I think you can build for a long time, or you can do my favorite, which
What's
is
your
actually sit on your space.
Just enjoy
Yeah,
everything.
It's like you're in a chair, you spread
Right.
yourself out, and you make your opponent just enjoy.
And because they drew their first game, a victory by either player decides the match. And we have another guest in studio with Cristian.
Fabi, yesterday you had the dream Catalan in the last game against Ray Robson. You tried to emulate that in today's game as well. Explain to us this idea of bishop to b3. What were you aiming at?
I actually am wondering what you mean. How is this trying to emulate the Catalan? The bishop's on b3,
Sorry,
not,
yes.
not on g2. No, I had a small idea in this game. I was still a bit surprised that Wesley went for the QGA, but not super surprised. He does play it from time to time. And I had this very small idea, which was based on a game, Grishu-Kramnik, from candidates that both Wesley and I played in 2018. It was played near the end of the tournament, and so after knight d4, Kramnik played... after b5, e4, cd4, knight d4. Kramnik played bishop b7, e5, knight e4, and its take castle is extremely unpleasant position. So it can easily get very dangerous for black here.
Yeah.
And Wesley played a move which I wasn't familiar with. I mean, I thought knight bd7 is supposed to be the best move. But certainly bishop d6 is not a bad move. It's just I wasn't sure exactly what to do. I thought queen e2 here is very interesting, for example.
Try to go for e5.
Yeah, bishop e5, knight of. I mean, it turns into a mess. It's very concrete. It could be very dangerous for black. So maybe I should have done this. And then castle. I really thought he would castle, because I thought that bishop b7 would allow bishop takes e6.
Yes, which it does. Right.
Yeah, it does. But then when I started to calculate it, take, queen e7, take, queen d6, and like, well, knights. I mean, many moves. Queen e7 is a move going for the endgame immediately, for example. Or rook g8. Yeah, rook g8, I don't know if I have like queen e6.
I think this was some sort of a game played between Cheka and Andrew Hong 2021. Yeah, queen to e6,
queen e7, queen f5. Yeah, at the endgame I thought I'm not better. Queen f5, knight d7, bishop g5.
Yep.
Was this the game?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, they deviated at some point, but...
I think queen e6 was still the game. No, g3 was the most.
Yeah, g3, but g3, knight c6 looked very... I didn't want to play g3, because now f3 is a weakness, yeah, and of course, it's also super complex. I mean, probably I should have gone for this, but I really didn't think that I would be better, and I was kind of attracted to this knight d5 idea. And then I realized that it's an empty idea. Like, okay, if he gets very greedy and takes on d4, queen d4, e d5, king f8, then bishop f4, and I'll have a lot of fun here. Of course, I didn't expect he would do this, but I thought after knight d7, I kind of made a very strange
Knight f3.
hallucination. I thought like bishop f4 would be strong, and then I don't know why I thought like he should take something, but he just castles in there, and it's very stupid for white.
Because now finally the knight is under.
Yeah. To be honest, I was getting a bit confused with all the pieces hanging, and then I realized knight d7, I'm probably slightly worse. I went for this bishop f4, which was like an attempt just to try to end the game, but I was very worried about knight fd7, knight c3, queen f6.
And it does seem like the computer agrees with you. It's not easy to equalize with white.
Yeah, I was rather pleasantly surprised when he decided to simplify the position.
Yeah.
Because here I thought I'm not really, like, yeah, d4 works even. I didn't think I would ever be worse.
Yeah.
Of course, also impossible for white to be better here. But yeah, it really came down to probably finding something after bishop d6, or maybe going for this bishop takes e6 and accepting a complete mess. But what I did was definitely not good.
What do you expect from your opponent tomorrow, and what are you going to bring to the table? Without revealing too much, of course.
Well, I expect him to try to press with white. I mean, he's a rather solid player, so he can press in a way which doesn't take extreme risks. That's sort of Wesley's style. But I do have to be ready for both possibilities, that we go to a playoff or that we have a tough fight in the classical game.
Guys, any questions?
A quick one for you, Fabi, is for us as we started our show, and your head-to-head matches with Wesley in classical chess, are you aware what your score is?
I assume it's tied.
It is. It is.
It's not. I wasn't sure exactly, but it's not a big surprise.
4-4 with 26 draws. There's very little between you two.
Yeah, we have a very close score. Also, I think we've played a number of matches, and they've been very close matches as well. So we played like a bunch of rapid matches in 2020. The clutch chess, you probably remember them quite well. And also those matches were tied 1-1. So we do have a pretty tight record, that's true.
And yet, at the same time, when I think about you both, I think that you have very different styles from one another, but somehow you match up incredibly closely.
No, I agree that we definitely have rather serious stylistic differences. But, you know, we do also tend, like, we're both quite good at calculation, I think. That's a strength of Wesley's for sure, and probably also for myself. And usually if two players are calculating, rather than following intuition, then they tend to reach very similar conclusions in the game. So our stylistic differences might be in terms of, let's say, opening choice, or in terms of some sort of decision whether to, you know, play safely or go for risks. But in terms of our actual chess, it's probably pretty closely matched.
Well, very good luck for you tomorrow. There we go. Begim, just jumping into the game of Irina Krush, Begim ended up, the bishop made an incredible tour of the board. It went bishop to g4, to h5, to g6, to c2, and took a knight.
Yeah.
And she could have just gone bishop takes f3, you know, ages and ages ago. Yeah.
Yes.
And after bishop takes b3, a takes b3, white's a pawn up, got the two bishops. Feels like a very nice position for Irina. Okay, the isolated queen pawn, some little compensation, but I really like white's position a lot. I would, personally, I'd probably just take on a6, and after you take on b3, I'll play bishop to c3 and bring my bishop back to c4, and I'll enjoy the extra pawn. Alice Lee,
I think she's netted a pawn, hasn't she?
She certainly has.
Although she probably...
Naji did. She was the one with the pawn.
Yeah, sorry.
Nah, it's okay. But no, where should I guess I have to go to c3. Is the rook coming down to c7 in this case?
It would most certainly appear that way.
Yeah, right. I mean, you've got ideas of rook a7 and, well,
yeah, maybe it's time to...
Knight c3 is on the board.
Castle?
Yes.
Get out of dodge?
Get out of dodge, get the rook behind the B1 pawn.
Or
yeah.
Okay.
But Can I try to make a draw by just exchanging the rooks and going bishop b6 early on?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Just to go rook c8 and then bishop b6. But you do have a4 at the end of
rook
Yeah.
c8.
the whole situation.
King goes out to d7 and then trade off rooks.
Trade the rooks and
but,
go bishop b6.
but there is
Bishop
a4.
But there's a4, right?
Yeah.
There is a4, and if I go knight to c4, then my e4 pawn is hanging. So
Correct.
yeah, that's not good.
No. And we do have after knight c3, a similar idea, but why trade rook, says Alice. Knight c3, let's just tickle the pawn immediately.
That's perhaps a very good point.
It's a great point, actually. And in fact, doesn't this
How do you
somewhat
defend, right?
turn tables?
Well, I have to play a4, right?
I think so, yes.
Otherwise, I may be worse. I mean, I'm thinking about Wesley losing his pawn on b4 and c5
Right,
yesterday.
yeah.
But if I lose both my pawns, I'd be worse. So at least I should be willing to trade one. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a check. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
Check where?
No, I guess I'm okay.
But you can do this, you can throw in the check
Sorry.
before.
Like right here.
Yeah, right here.
Also, I'm not sure you're okay in that position.
Check. So Alice would have at least a draw in her pocket
Exactly.
here with the perpet.
So perhaps after bishop to b6, let's try to make some space for the king. Let's try to go f5.
All right, good move.
And in general, this is a
Bishop
very
takes
typical
pawn.
idea to soften up the d5 square.
So you can get something like this. But at least in this case, Alice has won back her pawn, and I wouldn't say, well, okay, maybe she is still a little bit worse as white in this position. I like the king on
Yeah.
d7.
And no, she's-
Castles immediately.
Oh,
Naji did not play f5. Okay, she castled immediately. What do you think she has in mind?
I think she probably
Shall we-
has this f5 idea that Cristian was
Just
talking
pointed
about.
out?
Yeah, you know, because
Okay, f5. If I take the pawn, I guess the same. You take on e4.
you take on e4,
Yes.
knight takes.
And you probably play rook b8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Christian, we can see you getting excited.
What's going on?
I'm definitely getting excited because this one is definitely turning into a huge combative battle, the game between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland. But I have to say, I do like, as you guys were mentioning as well, Ray's position. I don't like his time management, but I do like his position, and it seems like his position is in fact improving with each and every passing move. Rook to e1, c5, c3. Black is struggling to find some sort of compensation for the fact that he doesn't have any space in the position. This beautiful knight on f5 controls everything, and potentially after the opening of the g file, this pawn on g7 is going to become a very tender square for a black's position. And right now we have rook to c8, a5 and e5 came on the board. Well, that's a blasting move in the position you take. I probably take. How do you continue right now? You have to be very careful. If you do take, I have a feeling after rook takes c5, I'm just
Game over.
simply breaking through right now. You probably have to go queen to c4, queen to f6, rook to e8 is coming, rook to e7 is coming. And once again, the cooperation between the knight on f5, very powerful knight, and a rook on the 7th rank, that's going to be deadly because of the g7 square. So this one is not looking good right now. We have rook to c4 on the board. By the way, the engine is saying this is completely dominating for white. I just simply retreat, queen to g3. Still, you have to worry about your time. 1 minute and 45 seconds for Ray Robson right now. Almost 8 minutes for Sam Shankland. Nevertheless, his position is suffering. Sam Shankland with the black pieces is staring into the abyss right now, because if he loses this one, he's out of the tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah, and talking about tournament, we do have to do a quick checkup on the
Right,
situation
refresh
so
everybody's-
far.
yeah.
And in case you're just joining us, let's have a look at what the situation is. So far in the champions bracket, we see that there has been one result. Wesley and Fabiano Caruana, they drew, so that's tied. So everything will be
Decided
tomorrow. And
in the elimination bracket?
And in the elimination bracket, I mean, they're playing a much faster time control, so it will all be decided today. And in the first matchup between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian was the victor, which leaves Sam Sevian in a must-win situation.
Fighting for
and
his life.
when we see Sam Shankland and Ray Robson, you know, Ray Robson, he survived with seconds left on the clock. He managed to do a Herculean task, and they're still fighting it out in game 2. But Ray Robson, as Cristian has indicated, seems to have the upper hand, but once again, struggling with the clock.
And the ladies.
In the women's section, so yesterday we saw Irina Krush and Tokhirjonova progress to the champions bracket. They are still very much playing that one game. It seems like Irina Krush has the advantage there. And in the battle between Naji Paikidze and Alice Lee, again, everything to play for. They will be playing just one classical game today.
Right, and how are the ladies doing in their elimination?
In the elimination bracket, it's almost like the same situation as in the Open. We saw a very decisive game between Tatev Abrahamian and Katerina Nemtsova, and this leaves Nemtsova in a must-win situation with the black pieces if she wants to remain in the competition. And in the battle between Anna Sotonsky and Atousa Pokashian, well, that finished in a draw in game 1, so still very much everything to play for. So we could be seeing even more playoffs, or we could see everything decided in the next game.
All right, and that brings us up to the current position. And I've got to tell you, I just think that Sam Shankland is really in deep trouble. Just looking at the board, this visual of, look at this incredibly powerful knight versus this very passive knight on f8, the doubled rooks along the open file. I wouldn't be surprised at all if some kind of knight e7 check and g5 might do serious damage.
His only hope is the time right now.
Is the clock. And what is the time?
Well, Ray is down to his last 30 seconds.
And he did play knight e7 check, by the way.
I agree with you both. I feel like in a classical game, this would be like 1-0, probably maybe 8 times out of 10. But here, you know, with not so much time, the position has a wildness to it that if Ray doesn't play it very accurately, then of course White's king is open.
That is true.
And the position is already equal.
What?
Oh.
Yes.
You mean knight e7 was the wrong move?
Knight e7 was the wrong direction. Not only that, but e takes f6 was the wrong direction as well. Right now, after king to h7, black, in fact, doesn't have that many problems anymore.
So this was all ill-timed, this move.
That's the
E5
problem with
takes
leaving yourself with only 30 seconds on the clock. You don't have time in the critical positions to calculate everything precisely.
And one thing, actually, I don't know, maybe you guys can comment on this. When you don't have so much time on the clock, humans have a tendency to either simplify, because they can't, you know, maintain the tension, or just push pawns, because they want to just go forward.
Exactly.
Would you guys agree with that?
Oh yeah, I think the generalization of what you said is absolutely true. When you feel the tension of the clock, you want to simplify. You just want the tension to stop. And just as you said, so many times on the 40th move, you make that extra pawn move.
And I will tell you what was missed right now, guys. Rook to f3, by the way, is on the board. And if black, Sam Shankland, doesn't find the right move, he is completely busted. But he does have an incredible move.
Rook takes e7.
Queen to a6.
Say what?
Queen to a6.
That is not an easy move to find.
No, it's not. And if you take on f8, guess what? Rook to f4.
Get out.
Yes. Rook to this is not humanly possible.
Okay, well then we have
In my opinion, this is not humanly possible. If he manages to find this line of defense, I mean, shower him with golden coins.
Wow. Queen h6 and rook f4. I'm sorry. If you find those moves, good for you. That's not happening.
And if he doesn't, he's lost.
But
and if he doesn't,
take a
he's
look at
lost.
his what do you call it? The eye.
Demeanor?
No, the eye.
He found it.
He found it.
Yeah, no, but he's
Queen a6.
Wow. Wow. Rook takes f8 and raise. Like, what?
Okay,
and rook f4.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Rook c7.
Rook c7.
Good enough.
Is
Good
it
enough?
Good enough, yes.
Oh my gosh!
Rook C7 equalizes as well.
I thought you were giving his only moves.
No, Rook C7 equalizes as well.
I can't believe it.
You missed out a key part to the story.
I thought it was an only move. So if I go Queen F3, defending my rook.
Now I pick up the.
And then I take a check.
That's fine. G6.
G6.
Because I was hoping to trick you with Queen, and then
I might be able to do it since you haven't exchanged on E7.
That is a good point. I could have.
So you have to take on E7 and then do the same thing.
Right.
And now I'm forced to go G6.
And now because of Rook H8 check in case of Queen to G6.
Guys, Ray, 3 seconds left on his clock.
Oof.
What?
2 seconds. He played this move with 2 seconds.
Queen to E5. Similar idea. He's setting himself up for a Queen to F5 check.
You have to take on E7 right now.
Yeah, you have to.
Let's see if he takes on E7 or goes Queen to F5.
Well, I can't take the rook. I have to play Queen F5 check. He did play G6 immediately, and there is Rook E7 check.
This is it. Now this is going to be simplified. Rook takes E7, Rook F7. You're pretty much forced right now.
That was an extraordinary find by Sam Shankland. That Queen A6. That was a very hidden tactic.
Queen to A6.
Wow.
What a
You
move.
absolutely have to actually take the repetition.
Yes.
Because,
Rook F7 check.
And he found it in like 30 seconds, guys. I mean, how good are these guys?
Well, you know, but these guys, this is their bread and butter thing. You know, they train on calculation. They train on these exercises day in, day out. And maybe here, Ray can actually try to nurture an advantage
No
through.
way. No.
4 versus 2 versus 2. 2 versus 2. Queen in the things.
You can plonk your queen in the middle and then, you know, come up with your king.
Draw.
Okay, if you guys are confident it's going to be a draw.
He's not even trying. I don't think he's going to try.
Can I move us
Where would you like us to go?
to Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian?
Let's do it. And if that game is drawn, then they go to the faster rapids, or do they go immediately to the blitz?
The faster rapids.
They go to faster rapids.
Okay.
10
minutes plus 5 seconds.
Okay, and we're okay.
Let's just wait for the end of this game because we will see a move repetition.
Yeah, and
a shake of hands.
Okay, jumping to the game of Sam Sevian again. Sam is in that situation.
And Ray cannot believe it. Look at him.
Yeah,
How did he find that Queen A6 move?
Queen A6.
Look at him. Sam is already gone.
Right.
He's counting his blessings right now.
Sam is out of here.
I was dead there.
I don't know, but first impressions are that Levon has given his opponent, Sam Sevian, every opportunity here.
Is he?
Yeah, I love what Sevian has just done with the bishop coming to F4. It
But
covers.
what if I take the pawn on E6?
Oh my gosh.
Rook takes E6.
Bishops move backwards.
They do move backwards. difficult to see, though.
Difficult. Oh my gosh. You're right. Rook takes E6.
Which he did.
Eliminate. You know, I had it in mind that the bishop was going to come to G5. The pawn was going to go to E7. The ABCs of chess, and Bob's your uncle?
Yeah. Done and dusted. Bob's your uncle.
That's British, isn't it?
It is British. It's quite funny, though, because not many people know
My
that
mother's
it's
British. I have a license to speak. Rook to C5. So an exchange up. Again, Sam must win to prolong the match to the next 2 games. Levon just needs a draw. Is it time to push our H-pawn, push our C-pawn?
Well, wait 1 second. There is one big threat on the board. Bishop can come to C7, threaten checkmate.
Whoa. By the way, Anna Zatansky is still at work. Let me bring that game up.
Yeah, let's
some
have a
of
look,
Tusha's
because they
game
are
just kind of
blitzing out there.
went
They're on the
under-
last 30 seconds.
went under our radar. And what do we have? Anna is up a pawn, but maybe on the worse side.
Yeah,
Rook
definitely.
H3 as White is I was about to say White is about to play G. No. G6? No.
And here we see the game
Tatev.
between Tatev and Katya Nemtsova. These two are also under a minute, but remember, Tatev, she started with a win today.
So all she needs is a draw.
All she needs to do is a draw.
But this feels like a race, right?
Yeah,
it does look
but
like
this
a race,
is...
but the H-pawn is mighty quick.
Bishop takes G7.
You have to take that pawn.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
Or play H5 first. That's an option as well.
Well, I'm afraid if I play H5 first, then the knight will come back to F5. Oh, but then you can still take on
but
G7.
You know, the bishop can actually prolong this
and by the way, you
advance.
didn't even have to go Bishop F8. You could have played H5 first.
Yes. But we know when you're riding on seconds, it's sometimes better to be safe than sorry.
True. That is very true.
Okay, so Katya, she needs a win. Are we even thinking of it?
Is there
I mean, how is she going to stop the H-pawn from pushing past those pawns?
Exactly.
This is a very typical example of why the bishop is better when there's pawns on both sides of the pawn.
Right.
Okay.
Knight E2.
Well, she's going for that pawn.
So she wants to capture on F4. So H5 takes on F4, H6, Knight G6, H7. Whoa.
Okay, pushing for F5.
Similar
idea, you know.
Not sure.
This does make sense, but you're not creating that passed pawn anymore. Why is Tatev shaking her head?
I think she should have just played H5, right?
So take on F5.
And this allows her black to get her king into the game with King D7 and King E6.
Yes.
A moment ago there was a pawn on E6.
Can she still go H5?
No, take on F5 now.
Okay, she's taking on F5.
Take on F5. No, this makes a lot of sense. If you do go King D7, I think I have E6 check.
And 16 seconds.
Well,
for
King
Katya.
D7, E6 check, King E8, right?
That's an option.
Yeah.
She's going to go Knight to D4, but what about
But
E6
isn't
now?
E6 really strong?
I think E6 is... I'm not
Wow,
sure about
what a
killing,
pawn
but
breakthrough that is.
That's looking good.
E6 is a beautiful visual as Tatev is looking at her clock. Whoa.
And she might actually take Katerina down in this game as well.
Whoa.
This E6 was missed by
5
Katerina.
seconds for Katya.
She needs to make a move.
2,
1. Okay, and she takes. She made that with
H6,
1 second.
knight to F5 to H6.
H5. There's no knight on H6.
I would also go G7 and just
Knight
no,
H6.
knight H6.
But
H5
H5 kind of plays itself,
that
doesn't
finishes the game.
Yes, it does.
You're not in time. You're not in
H6.
the box.
And Tatev will remain in the elimination bracket, whereas we will say goodbye to Katya Nemtsova if she loses. Okay, knight takes pawn, but okay, there's no way those pawns are actually going to defeat the bishop.
Not. Bishop check and bishop F6, and I think the bishop's going to defeat the king. That's
exactly what she
the
does.
killer move.
And
the pawns are completely arrested, and king will come up. Congratulations to Tatev. Let's just jump quickly to Atusha and Anna. And
we see a handshake there. Tatev remains in the competition.
Yes, she does. Moves on in the elimination bracket. Rook to A8. And
we do have, I believe, this is the first eliminated player in the American Cup.
Yeah.
Katerina Nemtsova. We thought it would be Sam Shankland, but he escaped through that Queen A6, man.
Queen A6 was a remarkable find, truly. I'm not sure what's going on in Anna Satansky's game. I've just seen this move, Rook to G6, back to G4. What's your quick take on this one, Jovi? Would you like to play white with...
Yeah. Any day.
But the pawn on H7's kind of stuck, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's the bishop. The bishop is like looking at the A4 pawn. Also, those, yes, you can grab a pawn, but you know, white's rooks are so active.
I'm thinking I've got a little bit my own play,
So you took the pawn on H7, but the problem is if you do leave the H file with the rook, you're going to get almost checkmated.
Well, for starters, you can go rook G8. I mean, rook G8
and take this pawn.
Take
That's
the
a
pawn
very
on
bad
A.
endgame, right?
It's a very good ending for white.
Very
yes?
good for white.
Yes, I agree with you there. Let me just refresh my board for just a quick moment. Apologies.
Rook G7.
We
Maybe
do
we can see the
have-
bird's eye view because they're down to their last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
After Rook 96, Rook H5, she missed Rook G8. I think that Rook G8 move, well, actually, what am I saying? Let me correct myself. White is still for choice here, no question about it. Anna Zatonski in trouble.
Big trouble right now
Huge
and down to
trouble.
her last 20 seconds.
And now it's down to 10. And moving the knight.
To G5.
She's trying to get the knight to E4. That's the right direction. That's a good move.
But am I not allowing Rook on F6 to H6?
That's probably a very good response, yes.
I'm very worried about the Rook sneaking in and skewering.
She might want to defend the
She's
H5
done it.
with knight H7, but that's so passive. That is
dreadful.
simply
It's
so passive.
very passive as well because, you know, the black's position is just creaking, I have to say. You know, the rook is going to come up to H5, rook
5 seconds,
C6.
King F7.
King F7.
She's done King F7.
Good move.
Sidestepping that nasty little tactic, but here comes
Rook C6.
Rook C6.
And 16 seconds for Tusia, and she gives a check.
And by the way, Levon is also just about to finish his match against Sam Sevian.
Yeah. Rook F2. She goes back. King F7. I like that move, Rook C6.
King F7.
King F7.
Are we headed for a repetition? I don't
I
think
wouldn't
Atusa
think
should
so. There we
for a
go. Rook
repetition.
C6. Playing for the win.
94. Okay, at least I'm hitting
94.
that bishop.
That's a good point. You are hitting the bishop.
And it is a good knight on E4, despite the fact that it doesn't have a strong outpost.
Right.
Still, you need a few moves to target it. And in the meantime,
7
Rook to G1
seconds.
is a big threat.
I can feel my heart.
Listen, I was the U.S. women's team captain. Every time Anna Zatonski sat down to play, I was nervous, because I thought there was going to be a time trouble.
Yeah, and as we see the players, we can see that the game is finished.
A draw.
And it was a draw, which means that Levon Aronian remains in the competition, and Sam Sevian, playing with the white pieces, sadly leaves the competition.
Absolutely. We did have, Anna is setting up some kind of a cheapo with Knight C3.
Yeah, but can you take on A5?
She
You
did
can.
it, and
No, but
Knight
Knight
C3.
Rook F2 check.
Yeah, but Rook F2 check.
Rook
This is lost.
F2
After Rook
check.
F2 check, Bishop takes C3, and that's it.
That's it.
2 pawns up. That's going to be an easy win for Atusa.
And she's done it. Rook F2 check. Anna was hoping to escape with a perpetual check based upon Rook B1.
She missed it.
She
missed it, and
missed
you can see.
Rook F2, and that's it.
Yeah,
Anna
she
will
missed
be
this
eliminated.
Intermezzo. What a heartbreak for Anna Zatonski in this one.
Boy,
And,
I must say,
second pawn
Atusha
falls.
took that night with joy in her heart. Oh my, that was definitely quickly captured.
Yeah.
Whew.
It's a nerve-wracking event.
This was a tense one.
And
This
Rook
was a
moves
truly tense
D2.
one.
So some ideas of playing Rook to D7.
Or
The
do
king
we-
is just going to hide itself back behind its 2 extra pawns.
2 extra pawns, yes.
That's exactly what she's doing.
And
Yes.
I'll just give a check.
Or push
on
the pawn.
D7.
Let's go.
I think it's
No.
time for A5, personally.
I like the idea of
Checks, yeah.
maximize the position.
Good point. And you go Rook A7 or Rook
Somewhere.
H7.
Anywhere
You're
on
threatening
the
mate
visual
in
of
one.
Rook C7. Forcing you to defend that C5 pawn and then just running down the board with,
I like
with
it.
the A pawn.
Rook on D7 to C7, Rook to G5, A5, and as you say, just run the pawn.
Anything
A5,
goes.
A6. Now there's a checkmate sighting in the air.
Yeah.
Rook to
Yeah.
C8. You have to defend against that.
Gosh, what's terrible to be down 2 pawns and facing checkmate?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Well,
not fun.
I can add an extra element of
What's that?
despair.
Oh,
You're going
by
to get
the way.
eliminated from the tournament as well.
King
No.
to D8, just Rook to A6.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a close to checkmate.
I mean,
Yes. Yes.
There's just no way. And you can see the despair on Anna's face.
Oof, this
she
is
knows she is out. There's no way back. There's no saving this position.
King to D8, rook to
rook
A6
A6
is going to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
That forces resignation.
For sure.
And she plays it.
And there we have it. Our congratulations to Atusha for eliminating many-time U.S. champion Anna Zatansky in the elimination bracket. We have we have 3 players eliminated and 1 playoff going on.
Yeah, one playoff that will be between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland. So they
Right.
will now play another rapid format of 10 minutes plus 5 seconds.
Two games.
We still have a classical game.
Let's
Yeah,
get
after
to
all that
the.
excitement.
I've been holding my breath for a while here.
And a couple in the ladies section.
Yeah, I'm just
as well.
turning our attention to Alice Lee versus Naji. This looks like a very balanced game. I will. I mean, it's okay. It's early to call it a draw, but I would suspect after.
But
Rook
this is
B8.
not the position.
Okay, that's not the position.
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
I
I've got the
believe that was
wrong
the
position.
analysis we
Oh,
had.
you're right.
And
Oh,
now
whoa.
it looks like
Why
Alice
isn't white better?
No, white is
better.
definitely better. I don't know what
Oh my
happened.
gosh. The B pawn, instead of being a weakness, became a strength. My goodness.
Yes, it did.
When we left it, oh, a lot of strange things occurred here. Takes, and this move at the end, rook E1, and this bishop ending is definitely better for white. Good move by Alice, G4.
Yeah, and in the meantime, let's have a look at the elimination bracket because we can see there have been some decisive results. We saw Tatev convincingly beat Kachka Nemtsova 2-0, and she goes through to the next round. Whereas we also say goodbye to Anna Zatonsky because after a first game draw, it was a critical victory, a clutch win in Atusa Pokashian. And in the men's, we do have one decided games because Levon Aronian, again, quite convincing when he needs to be.
Right.
He defeated Sam Sevian to remain in the competition, but still one game, one match left to be decided. That's between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson. They are moving on to the playoffs.
Yes.
And in the meantime, we do have a guest in the studio with Cristian.
Tatev, first of all, congratulations. A difficult match against Irina, but you bounced back immediately with a crucial victory against Nemtsova. How did you approach today's match?
I feel like this match was very similar to last year. I also played Katerina last year, and I was under a lot of pressure in the first game. It's very hard to predict what she will do. She plays kind of systems. She doesn't really play a lot of theoretical stuff. So I reviewed a lot of things, not the one that she played. In the first game, my position was quite tough, but then when things got messy, I think I got the upper hand. And second game, I was again getting outplayed, which is exactly what happened last year. That I won the first game, second game I was getting outplayed. But
were you getting any flashbacks from?
Yeah. When I was playing it, it was like all coming back to me because it was also like bishop versus knight, and then I had a pawn breakthrough, and then one of my pawns queen. So it was like exactly the same thing, but they both worked out. So it was good.
At what point did you feel like you can breathe a sigh of relief in the final game?
Yeah, I mean here, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like here I'm just getting outplayed somehow.
It's still the very powerful knight,
Yeah.
more of a closed, semi-closed center. It's not easy.
We got to a position and then, at this point, and then I realized I just don't know what to do because I wanted to go G3, King G2, and then I realized she has knight E3 or knight F4 even. So I'm just walking into the tactics. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Then I wanted to go
for
H4.
example, if you do something like this, you have knight E3 ideas.
Or knight F4, either
that
one.
just wins the exchange or the queen.
And I wanted to go H4, but then H4 takes away this some Queen D8, Queen H4 perpetual idea. So that's the thing, when you have this idea that you want to play with for a draw, it just kind of influences how you play. But maybe H4 is more of a normal move. At some point I can go H5. Like if she goes King F8, then I have H5, Queen H7, maybe something.
Yeah.
get some counterplay, because otherwise I just don't know what to move, because my queen side is just under so much pressure.
At the same time, playing the move h4 weakens your position a little bit, and it's difficult to make with so little time on the clock. You played h3 and you entered this endgame.
Yeah, I think bishop.
Were you
G3
feeling
was a
safe
mistake.
at this point?
No.
Still not safe?
Yeah, because she has a knight and we have no time, and it's so tricky with knights.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Once I went
seconds.
c5, I thought I was okay, and then I realized, oh, she just like does what she did. But then I was like, oh, the g7 pawn and some, this Caruana positions where you get the structure, and I was like, okay. I didn't even calculate. I was like, it just has to work out for me somehow.
This h pawn is going to run down the board. Tatev, congratulations. Tomorrow, you know who you're going to face, or?
I thought I'm not playing tomorrow.
Not playing. You're getting a rest day tomorrow.
I think so.
A well-deserved rest day for you guys. Any questions for our Victor?
Our congratulations, Tatev. Good luck in your next elimination match.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we've kind of lost track of the game for a bit, but the Hikaru Nakamura versus Leinier game, somehow Hikaru had won a pawn. He had doubled up the f pawns. Leinier played f4, but then undoubled Hikaru's pawns, and basically Leinier is saying, "Look, I'm a pawn down in this rook ending, but I've got a fortress." Is he right?
Well, he is a pawn down, but take a look at White's extra pawn.
It's on g3.
It's on g3, and to be honest, as long as you keep a small eye on it, and I'm saying small in the very loose sense, like you don't go wandering around with the king all the way over to the queen side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Black
nothing.
just holds
you just
the
sit
position.
There. Yeah, all Leinier has to do is just shuffle
So,
his
for
king.
example, after rook e2, you're trading the
Yeah,
rook?
trading.
And you're
then,
just waiting?
Yeah, then I'm just going to wait.
Because g4 is not going to be a threat, and c4, you're waiting for the pawn to get to c4.
Yeah, exactly. That's my claim.
Okay.
And
Fair.
that is my claim. And in the meanwhile, we do have a guest in the studio alongside Cristian.
Levon, yesterday's match didn't go your way, but still it feels like you're always enjoying yourself whenever you play this rapid, faster time controls, especially this particular moment I want to drag your attention to when you decide to sacrifice the exchange quite easily, quickly.
Yeah, I'm honestly enjoying playing chess a lot lately, so it's it's type of thing that you really want to do when you're getting such a bishop on h4. It's difficult to explain for non-chess players, but it's one of those feelings that you feel the harmony and everything is just going your way, and that kind of worked for me.
Would you say this was the critical moment in this particular match?
Not so sure. I think there are many critical moments.
Let's keep going in that
later.
case.
I think I misplayed it, of course. I saw rook f6. I should have played rook f6.
Rook f6 instead of knight to f5?
Yes. I actually blundered this idea with h4, which was very, very good, very strong.
What was played in the game, yeah.
Yeah, great idea. And then I thought, okay, let's just play safe. And here, after g3, I thought black has enough counterplay. I was thinking that I'm still better after d4. It's just in this time format, it's so much easier to play with white. Because
the weak king.
Yeah. In the worst case scenario, I always have this c4, bishop to c3, and
perpetuals.
Yeah, lots of perpetuals.
Yeah, you're never going to be in danger to actually lose this position, which is...
But after h3, which was, I thought, a positional mistake, things are very easy. Yeah.
Bishop to g3. Now, finally, your bishop found a very safe and defensive placement as well as offensive, because you play d4, you put a lot of pressure in the center like this. You're feeling pretty comfortable at this point.
Yeah, I think this was the critical moment, actually, this h3 move.
h3 was the big mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after that, you executed quite nicely. But I have to say, the second match, the second game was not easy at all, right?
Yeah, I think I mixed up some moves. I think on the 8th move, I'm supposed to play h6 before d5.
Before d5, h6. And what is the difference?
Well, it's kind of a tempo, yeah? I think, yes. Here, he hit CD, bishop d5, knight f3, knight d7. Yeah, knight e5, I think this is all much better version than what I've got. Also, there is this g5 here, I think, which is also totally fine for black.
Yes.
And only after he played knight e5, I realized, oh, maybe I forgot to play h6.
Without h. And now if you play h6, the problem is knight to d7 is coming in. That's just a very bad situation after take and take.
So I kind of had to go to this endgame, which, of course, it's not very enjoyable to play.
At least there's a B plan, right? At least there's a B plan. Bishop to e7, you are defending against the two bishops, but you found this exchange sacrifice. Which
I have to do it.
You have to do it. Yeah. And did you feel like he was piling on the pressure? Did you feel him being comfortable at this point?
But you know, it's also a type of a position that is not so easy to play with white because you're, especially when it's a must-win situation.
Yeah.
You have to really pay attention not to allow black to get a fortress.
And it didn't seem like at any point he got like any sort of decisive
but
advantage.
Here he was doing very well, I thought.
Yes, h5.
Yeah. Rook h1 was not the move. Yeah, I thought bishop h4. I also thought about this, and then kind of rook g7 and undermining because
the f7 pawn.
I think Sam forgot that I have this counterplay with rook d8.
After rook to g7, rook to d8, and now knight goes back to c5 and rook to d3.
Once the rook enters, then
that makes a lot of sense. And he had to defend with rook to d1, but that allows you to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened later, but it seemed that I was always in control somehow.
Yes.
Except at this point, where I actually forgot that he can just retreat with the bishop.
Ooh, it does seem like he did have this move.
Yeah, here I was a bit worried.
And the idea being that he just wants to push the pawn, e6, bishop to d6 perhaps.
Yeah, I think after, where did I make the mistake? On move number 41 or?
King to a4 was the mistake. You had to play knight to b4.
Yeah, I thought about this. Yeah, knight b4. I was actually afraid of some rook e8. Knight e2 and, kind of take, and then e6. Yeah,
and this is winning.
But after rook e8, I don't have to. I can just create a counterplay with rook f7.
Rook f7 and rook f3. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, this I somehow didn't believe so much in because I was already.
It's going to become a race. Are you getting to his king or is he promoting his pawn? Right.
Yeah, I was a bit scared that he will give this check, rook c8. So rook f7 check, king a4, rook c8.
Yeah.
No check, more king d4.
Yeah. And the only move is, it's not easy. I mean, with
king b5,
only a few seconds on the clock, that's pretty much impossible. King b5 with knight c6 ideas. Definitely.
No, I mean, it's easy to see, but it's not easy to assess.
Yeah. But still, not easy for him to finish the game either and find the best precise move to get the advantage, which he didn't. You managed to equalize. Levon, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tomorrow you have a rest day. What are you going to do? Are you going to enjoy it, spend it with your family? What are you going to do?
Well, it's a well-deserved rest day after my yesterday's display. I mean, in the rapid section, of course. I think I'll just go to the park, probably. Apparently the weather is going to get better because it was super freezing the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So this is what I can do, go and have a little exercise.
Get some sunshine, get some vitamin D. Guys, any questions?
Quick question for you, Levon. Who is your future opponent?
Well, I think it's probably whoever loses between Hikaru and Dominguez.
The system is so complicated, I don't even know who I'm playing.
Because I was just curious if you would play Leinier a rematch, potentially.
It does seem to be the case, yes.
That you could potentially play
if Leinier loses, but which is...
No, Leinier right now is most likely going to be a draw. So there
yes. But I'm just saying that there was that possibility that that was what I thought.
So I don't get to play more rapid? What's going on?
Oh yes,
You're
going to play a lot more rapid.
You're only playing rapid until the finals if you end up in the finals.
Oh, like a year ago.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is so beautiful.
You're only going to play rapid from now on.
So happy.
Very nice. Okay, good luck and enjoy the cold weather. Brisk weather. Yes.
And let's check out where Levon actually stands in the whole brackets. I mean, I think he won.
He won. He
He
moves
won,
on.
so he
He's
moves
waiting
on, but he's still
for
in the elimination.
Hikaru.
He's waiting for an opponent to drop from the heavens and into the elimination bracket.
And for Sam Shankland and Ray Robson, they still have a playoff round to go. That will be starting at 5:30, by the way, for those of you looking forward to that match, as we certainly are. And we do feel that the game between Leinier and Hikaru is going to be a dead draw, as King just
Kings
basically...
are going to dance, and I think the players, or you can just see Hikaru is getting ready to count the 3-move repetition.
Indeed, he
and
is.
We're going to see
King
King
C7.
goes back
Oh, pardon me.
D7, and here we
King
go.
B4.
King.
No.
No. But okay, the main point in this whole position is that Black has to be ready to meet King B4 with King C6.
So you don't want to play King C6 and allow King B4. So you can go King D6, King C7, and just wait. And draw is inevitable.
Yep. And whilst these players are going to finish any time now, we do have a guest with Cristian in the studio.
We are indeed with Atusa Percussion. Atusa, first of all, welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club. This is the first time that you are playing here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Tell us, how do you enjoy the atmosphere?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's my first time here. I've never been to St. Louis, even though I'm in the States for a long time. So it was kind of strange. And yeah, it's really nice here. I heard a lot of good things about the club. So when I came here, it was really beautiful, the venue, and also the giant king. I really love that. So yeah, everything is great here.
And one thing about this tournament, a lot of these players have played against each other, but they haven't played against you. Did you feel like that will give you an advantage going into this event?
I think it's okay because I mean I've been playing chess since I was 8 years old, and my games are in databases, and I used to play in Olympiads, many Olympiads. So we might have, played in international tournaments. And actually it was kind of difficult for me the first day here because I didn't know the environment, and it just kind of happened so quickly, especially with the time control. But I think now I'm more or less adjusting to the environment.
Definitely felt like you adjusted well, and a big game and a big match between yourself and Anna Zatansky. Tell us about this last game. Assess it for us, explain it to us.
Yeah, I mean, Anna was playing very well, and I couldn't get anything out of the opening, so I thought, okay, I'm gonna go to this kind of end game, which is a little bit better for me, although the bishop was not that great because of the pawn structures. So I just came up with this idea G4, because if I don't play G4, then it's kind of hard to break through. So I thought that I need to get my pawns on light squares.
So you just want to take more space?
Yes, because the point is I want to play, because she's going to put the knight on e6, and I need to kind of play f4, f5 to attack the knight if I want to penetrate to the 7th rank and so on. So, yeah.
And that seemed like a very, very good plan. Rook to d7, she managed to defend the 7th rank, but now you're getting ready to double up and reinforce the threat of getting on the 7th rank. h4, take as much space as possible. Where did you feel like you're taking control of this game?
I mean, at this point, I knew that I'm better, but it's kind of tricky, especially in this time control. If you miss just one move, it can just go the other way. So I was just be careful that I needed to be careful to not miss a move or something like that. I mean, the knight on e8 was passive. And this idea b3, a4 I really liked because...
cement the weakness on a5, very nice. Yeah. very good strategical point, and G5, and now you're going to focus on the H7 weakness. And at this point, it just felt like her king was so weak, right? You had this rook swarming around her king. This rook was tight defense of the pawn on A5. You were enjoying your position at this point.
I mean, yes, I was better, but I was just playing, you know, under, I think, 10 seconds each time.
23 seconds and 52 seconds for
Yes, it was kind of stressful. I knew that I'm better, but I needed to find a way to get through.
And you did indeed find that way. You took that pawn, and this is what she missed. This intermezzo check on F2. After that, you took on C3, 2 pawns up, and you delivered the full, and you took the full point after that. Atusa, congratulations. A big matchup for you tomorrow. You have a rest day. How are you going to enjoy your rest day?
I think I'm gonna go outside and see the city a little bit. Yes. And it's nice to have a rest day in chess tournament, so yeah.
Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations, Atusha. Big St. Louis welcome for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. We've got, well, first of all, to refresh our brackets.
Yeah, and we can see the standings in the elimination bracket. We've said goodbye to Anna Sotonsky after Atusa's nice second game.
As well as Katya, also.
Yeah, and
we've
had to say goodbye, St. Louis, to these two players. I mean, but both Tatev and Atusa are waiting for their opponents, which will be the losers of this next of the bracket, the championships brackets. And interesting.
I have this game going on, very intriguing endgame, Queen and Knight versus Queen and Bishop. Extra pawn for Irina still. But I must say, Begim has really fought well her way back into this game. It was one of those games where it felt like she had no compensation whatsoever some time ago, and she's back in it.
She
is, but is she, is the question. She did play this move B3, which I think was a key move, not to lose the pawn on B4 and E4. But what if I just... what's your plan with the black pieces? What if I continue pushing the B pawn?
I guess I have to wait, like something like G. Let's say I go.
Perhaps you have check on A1 and on E5, and that's why she played E4, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's something.
That is something. But I mean.
So the point is B5. Let's put it on the board. Check, king here, and against check. You're very reluctant to play G3.
Yes, but okay. But I mean, how dangerous is it if you just go whatever? I'm allowing it.
You're allowing it.
Yeah, because the whole reasoning is that after knight F3 check or whatever, king goes to G2.
I can't go queen A1 and allow queen takes.
Right.
E4.
So, what do we play as white right now? Do we go queen to E1 to try to defend the first rank? What's the follow-up?
I mean, I would be reluctant to go down that line, by the way, even though I was quite brash. One move that kind of did spring to mind was queen to E3.
Queen to E3, yes.
Oh,
that
I
makes
like
a lot
that
of
move very
sense.
much.
Yeah, you know, golden rule.
She played it.
Trade queens.
Trade queens.
And the point also is that after check, my bishop is defending F1, so I don't have a knight F1 getting me from behind. But I also have queen E5, queen G3 as a way of...
What? Just like dislodging the queen and the knight?
Queen E5, queen G3, really?
So, yeah, queen E5, queen G3, right? I mean, after all, that bishop on C4 is hitting F7, so that I do have ideas of check and, dare I say it, winning a pawn. We have a guest in studio. We have a guest with Cristian.
Leinier, a difficult match against Hikaru Nakamura and a difficult game today. Did you expect him to transition early on into this type of endgame and try to pile on the pressure in this type of situations?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it's possible that he plays this line. I mean, he played it before, but I thought it's such a solid line that I shouldn't have too many problems. In fact, I think I got a good position. I I played this line against Yasser in Romania last year.
In the Grand Chess Tour.
But yeah, overall it's a very solid position. I think I was doing quite okay until the moment when I play. Yeah, all this looks fine. I mean, rook d8. But here I missed that. I thought I was just a few moves back when I took on e3, knight e3. Of course, my plan was to take on e3, take on e3. I thought knight bishop e4, of course. But then I saw
bishop e4. Got it.
Yeah, and because if takes or bishop d1, then I'm fine. But knight c4 suddenly.
Ooh.
It creates some unbalance in the position because I have to play bishop c7 or bishop takes e4, pawn takes, and I didn't want to allow this. Like I wanted to keep the structure, the symmetry. I thought it's more safe, but then I was hesitating between few different moves, and finally I just got worse. Rook d1, bishop f5. I think it's a bad decision. Maybe
bishop to e2 supposedly was the better
bishop
move.
e2, rook d2. I was thinking about
bishop
this.
g4.
Bishop g4, takes, and rook c2. I wasn't sure. I mean,
Still
of course
two
I
bishops,
have two bishops, and maybe white can play b3, c4 immediately, c4 at some point. But it's a similar situation to the one we got in the game because takes, and b4. I wasn't. Maybe b4 is interesting. I was expecting something along the lines of b3 and c4, or maybe a5 first and then b3, c4. And I thought it's quite unpleasant for black here. So I didn't like my position at all. B4.
He ended up actually giving his bishop pair with bishop takes
because
f5.
I want to play knight d6 now. So if b5, I think not knight d6, but takes on b5, a b knight d6, and maybe I'm kind of holding now with knight d4, pawn on b5 is weak, and c3, and so on. So I mean, but overall I was happy to see bishop takes f5, and because then
and you found this nice move f4.
So like in the game with Levon, I'm playing against these double f pawns. This time 2, not 3, but I think this is pretty dead here. Because
once you close the position,
it's
like
very
this.
difficult for white to open on the queen side.
Yeah, a difficult game, a difficult match tomorrow. You will be having the white pieces. What is the general strategy?
Yeah, well, it's a better situation than the one today. So at least I have one game with white. I'll of course try to press and see what happens.
Guys, any questions for Leinier?
Good luck tomorrow, Leinier.
Yeah.
There's like that pause afterwards. Somehow we were expecting.
I was thinking about
thank you very much.
Yeah, I was thinking about what Leinier said.
Right.
I was,
and here is
now
the
you know how
Champions
it feels
bracket.
to be rejected.
Rejected, the crickets.
And the Champions bracket, and we can see the scores that it is very much even Stevens between Hikaru Nakamura and Leinier Dominguez, as well as in a match between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. That means that everything will be decided tomorrow. If the match is tied, then it will go on to playoffs tomorrow. And whilst we catch our breaths, we're going to perhaps take a break.
Exactly. For those of you, 5:30, the playoff game between Ray Robson and Sam is coming up, but we'll see you on the other side of this break.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy. Look at that kid. You guys gonna see this? That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
We are back with day 3 of all the action in the American Cup. And as we can see, there are 2 championship games in operation, and we just going to see the closing moments, I think, of one of those games.
Indeed, it looked like Irina Krush was completely winning as we came back on air. She's about to queen her pawn.
She certainly was. And I think we're going to see those last decisive moments. And she is facing off against Tokhirjonova. And she was playing a very impressive game, I have to say.
Yeah, it was like
powerful.
The march of the b-pawn, actually, as Irina's b-pawn just kind of went all the way up the board. Alice Lee, on the other hand, she is in a bishop's ending. For some time, she's been better, but I don't think she really has chances of winning, as it's kind of like one of these standoff game. Black has her pass pawn on the d file, but she doesn't want to push it prematurely. A move like, for example, d4 would allow Alice to play king e4, so you don't want to give up the square. She's played the move bishop f2, and my question, I guess, I want to ask is, am I taking too great a risk if I play the move king g5?
Well, king g5, I can just throw you away with bishop e3.
Oh, just so, you know, I was thinking you were going to match me this way, or you were going to play for d4, but bishop e3 check does stop me from playing king h6, doesn't it? Yes, it does.
It does, but okay, you can hold this idea for a tiny moment. You know, maybe go bishop f1.
By the way,
bishop.
Alice only has 25 seconds on her clock.
Oh,
she does.
So definitely some tension right now.
She's exhibiting some
nervousness
as well.
Ticking down to 15 seconds, And
She's
you can see she's
hovering.
hovering.
Down to her
the
last 10
hand check,
seconds, king
and,
f3.
Okay, she drops the king back to attack the bishop.
King f3.
We do have to say, though, that they are getting an increment of 30 seconds per move.
And a nice nudge to the king.
I was about to say, I like the
Naji.
little flick. As a professional player, it's sort of like you're intimating. Excuse me. You could put the piece
pieces
on the
right
floor. Centralize. Ooh, and
King
Alice
F4
quickly plays King
Okay,
F4,
and
and
we
Naji
see
is
Naji,
saying,
let's repeat the position.
Right.
That is
3 times. And I suspect,
an offer.
if
That is
Alice is
definitely
going to
an
make
offer.
something, she's going to make
Right
make
here
her
and now.
attempt now, because if she
Well-
lets the clock tick down, I think instinctively she'll just go, okay, fine, whatever. It's probably a draw.
But I don't think there's any reason to force matters. Because
okay, can she say b5?
Sure. But how are you going to continue after that?
Somehow I want to play b5 and bishop to d4 as white.
32
That's,
seconds.
That's a good dream you have, Yasser.
Well, okay, so, king b5, king f3, king e2, king d3? Or is it way too slow?
Okay. She
And
moves
bishop
the
to g.
bishop to
I
G.
think we've seen this actually during our break. I saw that there was a king on f7
Yeah.
a time ago.
You kind of mentioned there that we saw this position, or
Mhm.
perhaps have seen something similar. But since the games are all broadcast online,
Yeah.
I mean, can't the arbiters step in when you've repeated the position 3 times?
I believe that
Without you
with the
having to make it?
rapids, they step in on the 5th repetition.
That is correct, yeah.
Otherwise, you can definitely say to the arbiter, hey, I'm claiming a 3-time repetition, and if your claim is upheld, you got the draw. If it's not, your opponent gets a few extra minutes, and you don't feel like it was...
But
By
you
the
have
way,
to ask for it.
H6.
You have to ask for it.
Yes. H6, putting the pawn on a dark square means you can never crawl to the H6 square anymore, and I think that has made Naji's life a lot easier.
She has a plan. She's trying
bishop
to get the bishop to
C5.
c5.
That's clever.
But okay, I mean, you can play bishop e1, threaten bishop d2, and the black king will take care of the pawn.
It's close enough, yeah?
The b9.
By the way, isn't just bishop to e1 and bishop takes b4, if I manage to sacrifice the bishop for a pawn, isn't that just a draw?
Yes.
And
If
then
you can get
the
your
to
king...
g8?
Yeah, you can get your king to h8. No.
Or to g8. No,
G8.
no, to g8. I just stay
G8.
on g8, and I think that's a draw.
Yeah, it's a fortress.
King g8, king f7, and that's it.
Isn't this the same fortress that Sam
No,
Shankland
it wasn't.
No,
There was a pawn on
the G,
b7.
it was
Yeah, it was
the
a pawn on
B.
b7, yeah.
It's a similar position as the one, I believe, Sam Shankland resigned against.
Yes.
Perhaps Anish
Anish
Giri.
Giri.
Anish Giri,
Anish Giri,
I
yeah.
would say.
Yeah.
And it was a draw. Bishop c5, most likely we're going to see on the board.
Right.
It's the only way to try for something.
Well, if you go bishop c5 and I take it, then you go king d7, what do you do? King e5.
Also, you can take and play d4. I think that just finishes the game.
I was keeping an eye
d4,
on
king
d4
d4,
and d3.
Yes.
That's the simplest.
That's
bishop,
the easy way out.
Bishop c5. Yeah. Let me just, sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board quickly. And what we're talking about is bishop takes, pawn takes, d4, king e4, d3
Yeah.
takes king, and
then the black king
Easy.
will chase the white king and prevent it from getting to the golden
g7.
squares.
Right.
Yeah.
Bishop takes c5 and
Bishop
d4.
takes c5 and Naji taking a pause. Good.
Just
thing
making
to do.
sure.
Yeah.
Very professional.
Double checking.
And I was just checking the time because we are soon going to be heading to the
Playoffs.
elimination playoffs. Okay, we
Exactly.
see pawn takes
Sam
pawn
Shankland
on
and
the
Ray
board.
Robson, everything to play for as they will be playing 2 accelerated rapid games. both players have the black and white pieces, as one of them will be eliminated.
Yeah. And just to kind of remind ourselves, if the match is drawn, even after these accelerated rapid games, it then goes to blitz playoff.
Exactly.
3 minutes. And then finally, if there's nothing separating them, then we can see our beloved Armageddon. And you guys really are calling it. Naji
did
everything right.
D3.
King takes pawn. And Alice, who actually won 2 games previously, drops her first half points.
Exactly. Irina, by the way, 3-0.
Yeah, clean slate.
Wow. Very, very impressive.
And so tomorrow, Naji will have the white pieces. We saw her play a very beautiful, impressive game against Anna Zatonsky.
The decider in a match with Anna in the first round,
Who do you think will be feeling more comfortable?
Well, I would say definitely Naji, because when Alice laid down a 2-0 mark, you know, that's rather frightening. And what you said, her rating performance was at 28.50 for that second game. That's like, wow. So you can get, you can really frighten yourself. You build up your opponent as some terrible.
We're going to see a handshake.
Yeah.
Players have agreed a draw.
And indeed, they'll come tomorrow with everything to play for. Begim will have to win.
And we can remind ourselves of the women's championship bracket. So we see Irina Krush taking an early lead against Begim Tokhirjonova, and also Naji Paikidze neutralizing Alice Lee. And I think a very well-fought game.
Absolutely. And we have a guest, Irina, with Cristian.
Irina, almost flashbacks from last year, this matchup between yourself and Begim. You start off with the white pieces. You get an early advantage out of the opening. What surprised you at the beginning?
Yeah, well, I mean, everything surprised me. I certainly didn't know what was the evaluation of the position. You know, her choice of bishop g4, queen's gambit accepted was not something that came to my mind. And, you know, it's funny because I tried this line myself maybe a few times in my life, and most recently against Humpy Koneru a few years ago. And so I know that if white doesn't play very aggressively, like black can count on equality in this line. So I just came up with this move, queen b3, you know, not because I knew anything here, like how this would go, but just, I mean, I knew it should be like a testing move. But I thought she had a lot of compensation for the pawn.
And it does seem like bishop takes f3 first, and perhaps this is what she messed up about her position. Bishop takes f3, and then knight to d7 is the main line. Yes.
Yeah, well, you know, if you don't have any computer analysis, it's very hard to wade like through this position. Like I had no idea what was going on for probably like 15 moves.
Do you feel she still knew what she's doing at this point? Or?
I felt like maybe queen b3 surprised her a bit. You know, I think she knew this knight d7 idea, but like, you know, her real thinking was after queen b7. Like I was actually thinking like, if she goes rook b8 instead, can I just take the second pawn? I was going to take it. You know, I was like, well, I don't know why it's losing, so, you know, I was probably going to take it. And there were so many times in this game where I could have taken a pawn, and it was like some difficult decisions in that way.
And I think that was one of the moments after c5, knight d2, and now rook to b8, you could have still taken the pawn on.
Queen c8 was what I didn't like here, because queen c8 and, okay, interesting, so I can escape, with queen a6. That seemed, yeah, you know what, I think that move, I didn't really.
And if she goes to d8, then you have queen c6 later on, and if she goes to c7, then she doesn't have a way to attack your queen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was trying to figure out her idea in giving up that pawn. And so I came up with this queen c8, and I kind of believed, and I was like, oh, she has ideas of like, you know, cd, and then like rook b6, rook b4, win the bishop. I mean, like, so yeah.
You trusted her.
In a way, I mean, I calculated it, but you know,
just
not
to
well
interrupt
enough.
you for a second, I do believe our playoff match between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland has begun. Let's get back to it, Irina.
Yeah, well, they have a few more minutes, I think, to get into
They
something
just started.
interesting here.
10 minutes, we're going to have some fun with your game now.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
So, I mean, basically, I just felt like she had a lot of compensation for a long time. Even here, like, I was wondering, should I take the pawn? Why didn't I take it here? It was...
this probably would have been the worst place to take it. So
Yeah.
you made the right decision.
Intuitively, you know, I went bishop e2, and it's funny, I went to e2 because I was still thinking of taking with a knight on d4, and I didn't want my bishop to be hit with knight c5.
Yeah.
But when she took on d4, then I was like, you know, I thought she still had a lot of compensation after knight d4, and so I went for this ed position. Yeah, so this plan with bishop g6 and bishop c2 was definitely wrong. Like, I could feel that because I actually realized, because my bishop's on e2, she might have this idea, but I was like, but it's actually not that good. Like, I get to castle, she spends a couple of moves with this bishop.
And she doesn't castle herself.
Yeah, she's not castled, and basically she's not winning my queen.
Yeah.
So at this point, I knew I was doing really well. And the only thing is that technically speaking, this was still pretty tricky.
This was a task, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, winning with those doubled pawns, and I'll just tell you, like, knight d3 with, I'll show you something kind of interesting. Wait. Oh, can I show you a trap? Go back a couple of moves.
At
yeah.
what point?
Instead of queen b7. For example, if she goes queen d6 here, because the threat was, you know, rook takes b4. Yeah, I have knight takes f7. I really did want to do this idea.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it would have been quite nice because I
That's
pick
a
up
nice
everything,
one.
you know,
Yeah.
on this whole 6th rank and the
And
b4
the problem
knight.
is the b4 knight is hanging
yeah.
as well, so you don't get a rook and 2 pieces, but
Yeah.
a rook and 1 piece, and this is completely losing.
Yeah, but she played queen b7. She must have seen that. But this gave me this chance to play knight d3. I mean, to transition with this trade of knights to finally win the a6 pawn.
And perhaps this was her last moment to try to save the game with a move rook to b8. She has to focus on the b pawn, not the
yeah.
d pawn.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely. I mean, okay, we keep going. I'll show you the other move that I thought was interesting.
Yep.
So here, yeah, big decision. So basically, the idea of rook d1, you know, was to provoke this e5 move, right? Like, I figured, like, actually the whole point was to give my bishop on a6 like a better life, you know, and so I had to get her to play
get it to
e5,
c4,
yes, and you know, that bishop won me the game.
Yes,
and it's
yes, it
incredible,
did.
like, you know, how you tell your students, like, focus on your pieces, you know, take care of your pieces so they can help you. And I took care of that bishop, and he won the game for me.
The bishop did indeed win the game. The bishop and the double pawns, in fact,
Yeah.
the double b pawns, right?
Yeah.
And after that, you clinically defended everything.
Oh,
no
yeah.
checks on
It
f1.
didn't
no
feel
nothing.
clinical to me. I mean,
Okay.
it was scary with those seconds on the clock, and you know, when I had to allow her knight to f3. I mean, you know, intuitively, you really don't want to do that.
But you
know?
have to.
Yeah.
But you have to continue pushing your pawn, and that's exactly what you did in the right configuration. She never was able to get in time to your king, right? It
Yeah.
was this race between you promoting the pawn and her getting to your king. She never got there, and you won after 2 queens on the board. That's a nice, nice
double
finish.
check or a discovered check. Yeah.
Irina tomorrow with the black pieces. Obviously, she will be coming to the game with aggressive intentions.
Yeah, it's a good thing I'm aggressive too.
There we go. It's going to be definitely a fiery matchup. Guys, any questions for Irina?
Congratulations, Irina. Very, very impressive 3-0. Good luck tomorrow for your match.
Thank you, Yasser.
Absolutely. Jumping to our playoff game, because this is what it's all about. They're in the elimination bracket. They have equalized to this point.
Yep, they've played 2 games, and so far it's been a draw apiece. So, I mean, there's nothing separating them, so we've had to spice things up a bit.
By taking away their clock, by taking away their time.
Shorten the time. And here they are, Ray Robson.
Having
and
played
Sam
4 draws together.
Shankland.
Yes.
And they're playing with a time control of 10 minutes plus 5 seconds per move. And Ray Robson begins with the white pieces, and to my eyes, looking at the position and looking at the board, it looks like a good start.
For
white.
Okay. just checking.
Looking at it, you know, I know black has double pawns, but I'm not really going to focus on that. I'm just looking at white's pieces. White has a lovely knight in the center and has the ability to open up the position at the right time. Everything's always at the right time with the move f2, f4, which, I'm obsessed with this thing.
Okay. From my perspective, if I was on the black side, I would sit there and say to myself, just as you did, you've got one break. I'm not really afraid of c3, b4. I mean, what are you doing over there? I'm not afraid of c3
Speaking
and d4.
of that nice knight, it's
there's
gone.
only one. It's all about you're getting in f4.
Right.
And so if I was in black shoes, I would try to put my knight on the e6 square. So something like knight to d4, knight to e6, in order to restrain you from ever making that break. Or you could give up your bishop. And I'm kind of thinking that if, let me just put that, okay, let me make a bad move. Pardon me. Apologies, 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 apologies. I got my knight here. If you ever gave up your bishop, then your knight on d2 is kind of, I've got you hemmed in, if you will. So I'm thinking in Sam's situation, all he's got to do is get his knight to e6 to restrain the break f4, and then he'll be equal.
I agree.
Equalish.
I think
Queen
there's
f3
quite a
on the board?
dynamic position, actually. Both sides
Not
good
rook
pieces.
a2.
Not a rook a2. We did.
No.
Funnily enough, we didn't see that one.
No.
Instead, the queen comes to f3, presumably with the idea of sliding away to the g3 square and initiating this f4 break. That is, if black doesn't stand down with the queen.
I would probably, again, I don't want to trade and allow the knight to take on f3, but I do want to play, once again, knight to d4.
Yeah, and that's annoying. So you have
Annoying.
to go queen e3 and say, how about on the e3 square?
Okay, and no, I keep declining this opportunity to trade queens.
The queens have been traded, though.
The queens
Oh.
were traded. Okay, that's a bit of a
Did take on
surprise.
f3 and defended the pawn on e5, so that
We're
he
just-
gets ready to get the knight to d4 with rook
Okay.
to e8.
Rook to e8, knight d4 on black's agenda.
It makes a lot of sense if you think about it, right?
I thought it was a little bit mistimed, but I don't see exactly how I can take advantage
But
of
also, why would white be right now better? Why would there be an opening advantage?
I know. This was
just-
what
I don't see
my
it.
brain was saying. Why, Yovi, did you say white was doing well? Because why did you not stop
disappeared.
and think? Yeah, because
It's-
take a look at it. I mean, f4 is not really happening. I mean, f4 is the only break in the
it. Only
position.
break. I'm not
Only
afraid
break.
of c3 and d4. I'm not
And
afraid
once you
of
play
c3.
c3, which was played on the board, the
Yeah.
d3 pawn is going to be forever weak.
Right?
So now I can focus on that. You're definitely not playing d4 anytime soon.
No.
Maybe I can start with knight a5 or a5 myself to just...
I find myself drawn to the move knight a5 because, after all, I don't mind eliminating this bishop. I would be happy to take it, put my pawn on f6, put my bishop on e6.
So I would probably go bishop d5, right? And knight a5, I think, is on the board.
It's on the board.
Knight a5 is on the board?
It is on the board.
Okay,
I
and
was-
can I play? May I boldly ask?
The obvious.
The obvious, yes.
Can I try a rook to e1?
Which one?
Wait a minute.
Wait a
Can
minute.
I go b4?
Yeah, that's what I was also considering. B4.
B4.
But there is bishop takes bishop.
Okay,
But it's
let's
also pawn
undouble
takes
the
pawn.
pawns first. And if you take,
You do get the knight back to b7. Maybe even b3.
I can even go
Yeah.
knight to b3 to d4. I don't see. Careful.
Bishop d5 is on the board.
Bishop
so
d5 is on the board.
we might
and
see bishop to e6.
by the way, I can also toss in c6 here. Does that make any sense? To toss in the move c6?
You can
Probably
try it, yeah.
not. I
Bishop
don't
to
know.
a2.
And
But will
bishop
that
to-
help you or
I'm not
hinder
sure.
you?
I'm not sure. Because you mentioned very specifically the pawn on b3 is a target, and it's absolutely true. You know, you would love to double up against the d3 pawn.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the position and I feel like black has absolutely no problems.
He did play bishop e6 immediately, by the way, Sam Shankland.
Equalized, if not even more, yeah, because of this weakness on d3.
I feel like it's time to
Pull the brakes.
Pull the brakes.
Pull the brakes, but how? I mean,
That's a good question.
I mean, are you looking at bishop takes bishop and going, yeah, or are you? I think
I
probably
suppose so.
you have to, right? Bishop takes
Yeah.
bishop.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it.
But then
And
move the rook to d1 and then go say, you know what, this pawn on d3, it's my one weakness, and I will hold on to it.
you know what
with
we
all my
say in
pieces.
Seattle?
What?
Seizing the defensive.
Exactly. I have an expression as well.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not pass.
Thou shalt not pass. I will put the king
Yeah.
on e2 and thou shalt not pass.
Borrowed from Gandalf's playbook.
Absolutely. Nice. Bishop e6 on the board. So something went awry
took
for
e6.
Ray Robson here.
Yeah, no, I mean, right now he's down 3 minutes on the clock. He needs
Sorry,
to
I'm
break
just
to try
going
to
to
find the equality.
refresh my board. No, I'm not. I don't like the way that looked, or maybe I did. Excuse me, I'm just doing this. It will just be a quick
So
second.
he did in fact go for the
Trade?
and then actually did make a breakthrough with c3, b4. Again, very committal because you do give up control
Takes.
over the d4 square.
Takes, b4, and
we have b5
Yeah.
on the board.
I guess this is the way Ray pulls the brakes, by calculating some very, very, straightforward forcing line.
And now you take on b5.
And just
follow
to
it up with
remind everybody that they alternate colors, right?
They do alternate colors, and they will play a second game.
By the
And
way, do you
this is
take
the
on b5 or do
shortest
you go knight
rapid
b4
time
first?
control. Because if the match is still tied after these 4 games, then we were going to see them play a set of blitz games.
Of 3 plus
3
2.
plus 2. And
Speeding it up each time
Yeah, of
until we
course.
get to the Armageddon. Got it.
And,
Knight b5, I love this move, Knight b4, by the way, by Sam. That just kind of like clarifies that, hey, look, I've got my own tickles in the position. Rook c1. Whoa, 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 whoa. Things are suddenly getting interesting, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced. What do you want
What
to
are you,
play?
what are you going to do? Your pawn on c7 is hunted.
Yes, but this pawn on d3 is a very promising target as well. So let's say I play the move rook e7.
Let's go rook c3.
Rook to c3. And I'm kind of tempted to play a5 or rook to d8 right away.
Okay, and if you just hunt.
Rook b7. Whoa.
Okay,
Oh.
that
That's an
move was not on my
unexpected
agenda.
That was a super unexpected move.
I was about to say, that move was not even number 2 on my list. Rook to b7. Whoa.
It is rook b7.
Okay, he is forcibly reminding White, that is to say Sam Shankland is forcibly reminding White that there is a pawn hanging. That's a strange move.
But I mean, does it
Perhaps
work? Because can you go d4?
d4.
d4.
d4 I take.
And then my whole idea was to put the knight on c6. And just after knight take. Wow.
But you're going to be a pawn down at
Yeah,
the end
pawn
of
down.
the whole situation.
C7, C5, maybe on Sam's agenda. I like the move C5, by the way, because if you don't en passant, then the knight is, boss on the b4 square.
En passant is forced, yes.
But we learned yesterday that,
What's that?
when it comes to en passant,
You always.
9 times out of 10, you follow the streamers.
Right.
And you always take.
9 out of 10 dentists recommend capturing the pawn on en passant. Rook a3 on the board, and if you like d4, I like the idea of rook c4 and d4 in Ray's position. So
And c5 definitely connects very well with his last move, rook to b7, right? Because at least the rook on b7 is not going to be dead. f6 first.
f6 looks passive. Why not rook c4? Give me the knight.
a5.
a5, d4.
Yeah. Now you get my idea.
Now I got, now I feel my mojo is working a little bit. And
no,
takes.
you take with
now
a rook.
c6 or c5.
And again, you have to play.
Let's say c6.
Yeah,
Just
makes
before
sense. Well, wait a minute. I do have check and knight d4. Maybe I have something.
So perhaps that's why I have to go c5.
Right. Okay. But there is a danger. The danger is that if I get a knight to c4, I'll keep your majority under control, and I'll have a very powerful knight on c4. Just a potential concern here.
That's true.
Maybe.
Don't know. We have king f1 on the board. Sorry.
King f1 is the move, yes.
Against f7, f6, king f1.
Yeah, and it's tempting just to break out with c5, c6.
Absolutely. No, I think
Simplify
c5
the
is...
situation.
Well, this rook on b7 makes such a strange impression. Why did we fianchetto our rook? But no, definitely c5. C5.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to be played, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Another move could be rook d6. Keep
Rook d6,
king
so,
e2. But then I guess eventually I am going to be going
to c6.
c6 or c5.
Right. Again, I'm thinking that the one thing I really want to avoid is...
c6, I think, is on the board.
Oh, he's played
Okay.
a5.
Just a second.
a5, never mind.
Yeah, a5.
Just a second,
And I guess
apologize.
white is simply going to continue with the plan of just improving the king. Move it to the center, king e2.
He played a5.
Yeah, he played a5.
King e2?
Yeah, king e2 makes a lot of sense.
Okay, excuse me.
E2
I'm
on
just
the
trying
board.
having just a
And
little...
just to kind of remind ourselves of the clock times, Ray Robson has just under 3 minutes, whilst Sam Shankland has over 4 minutes.
I just have
And
to
now
do this to refresh
we
my
have
board
the breakout.
sometimes.
Sam breaking through with c6. But perhaps it's too little too late, because you're not actually obliged to capture this pawn.
But if you don't, then that a pawn in the future is going to be very dangerous.
He took it. Yeah, he doesn't like that. And very quickly, Sam said, no, I'm not interested in rook trades and
I like
rook
this
will
move.
come. I like this move
I love
a
it
lot.
because rook c3 falls for knight a2. Be careful.
Uh-oh.
Be careful.
That's a fork.
That's a fork.
That hurt. But don't I have something like what I've been kind of thumping the table for, knight d2 to knight to c4?
He's going towards that.
Yes. I think that the knight on c4 will do a terrific job at holding up the majority on the queen side.
But how
King
do we assess the
f8.
position? I mean, is white still playing for an advantage? I don't think so. What do you guys think?
I would say slightly, yes. I
Even
wouldn't
with that
say
knight
it's a
on
great.
b4.
It's not like I'm doing cartwheels over here, but I do think the king's a little bit better. White has more potential with f4 and d4, and black's queen side a little bit rigid.
And
I would
f4
say.
on the board. I was going to
G3,
say I
king
quite
e7.
like white's position. I mean, it's not winning. But then again, you don't need every position to be winning. You just need it to be slightly better.
But and the clocks, by the way, what is the clock
So the clock
time?
situation is Ray is playing with just over 2 minutes.
Okay,
And Sam is just under 3.5 minutes.
got it.
So
Okay, so if I'm white, it's not, again, I'm not doing cartwheels. Rook to c4, rook to c3. I'm visualizing a lot of trades, but I'm thinking that the pawns on b6 and a5.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Sam
whoa, whoa.
trading pawns.
Sam is
E5,
changing the nature of this
F4.
position
Whoa,
drastically.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, no, he must have seen something very forcing here, because there's so much potential.
Yeah, exactly.
Yasser is
I was about to
highlighting.
play f5 and rook g1, so he got in g5 just in time before white could put the clamp.
And,
But this is such a
talking about
risky
clamp,
decision.
F5.
It certainly feels it, doesn't it?
F5, then I'm going to put the knight on c4 as you wanted to for a very long
prescribed.
time.
Yeah.
And at some point, I'm going to transfer that rook to to the other side of the board, the rook on a3.
Yeah.
Rook a1, rook h1, and I'm going to open up the position with the move h4. And if you don't have a clear way of combating that,
Yep.
you're going to be in a worse position.
Well, let's start with the obvious. I capture.
Which he did.
Yep. We capture.
We trade a pair of rooks.
Okay, I'm
I'll
going to
get
take
the knight to c4.
which he has done, but I can go knight to c. Ah, that's a nice move. h5. That
trying to
means
put a pawn on h4,
anytime you
yes.
play h4, I play g4. Yes, that's a very, very nice move.
Rook to a1. He's going for this switch.
Well, he's just going to
of the
move
rook.
his rook, right?
Yep.
And also, it just allows the king to go to e3. Well, not right now,
Mhm.
e3 at the right time.
It's just that the knight on c4 is so much better than the knight on b4.
That's exactly why I thought that white had to pull. Again, it's nothing, like magnificent, but king to d2 to c3, this knight, these guys are inflexible. I'm thinking that the knight on b4 is going to have to go swing around.
He played rook c5. That gives a pawn.
What? Rook c5?
I don't know if you want to take it, but it's an option.
Check and rook h2, right?
Yes. I believe that might be
No,
his,
no
his
need.
plan.
King d2, king c3. I love your plan.
Yeah.
Then follow that. You can also follow that through with moving the
Maybe
rook.
even once you got your king on d3, pardon me, once I've got the king on c3, d3, d4
It's an idea.
starts to,
it looks a bit
you know,
juicy, and
right?
then the king
King
goes
d8
back to
on
d8.
But now
King
we
to
start
d8.
getting these rook g1, e5 ideas.
Yes, we do. King c3, rook g1, d4, e5 ideas. You betcha. Again, I feel that these pawns on b6 and a5 are stuck in molasses. And,
Did I just see a shake of heads by
I think Sam
by
is
Sam?
kind of...
He's not happy with his position right now.
Rook to b1. That's intriguing. Why did he need
Do you
rook
think
b1?
he wants to go rook b2, and then
Okay, rook b2,
just to
king
cover
c3.
king c3, small improvements?
King c7. Okay.
King
I guess he
c3?
wants rook b2. Yeah.
Which he did.
Rook b2. He's prepping king c3.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to see a knight a2 check. So rook b2. And he's just saying, well, you can't play b5. I'll take a pawn. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that true? You can play
definitely
b5.
play on
You
b5,
can.
but I will take on b5 first, and then after you take on b5,
Yes.
I take on a5.
That's, pardon me, it is a pawn. Whoa, 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 whoa.
You still have rook a2 at the end.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm thinking I would probably want to play b5 as
King c6 is on.
black, and to just clear the queen side. King c6.
Now, get the king to c3.
I would be
That's
tempted
why.
to go. Well, but if you go king c3, you do allow
No.
b5.
At
b5,
last.
We exchange that. And then
Well,
king to d4, right?
Then
Okay, he's gone
rook
rook
b3.
b3. I like what Ray is doing. He's not making anything.
Forcing.
Forcing. No
He does
committal
not
moves.
want to allow b5. That's one
Right.
thing it seems like he's trying to avoid as much as possible.
Any king, whoa,
H4, okay.
H4. Okay, that's basically a siren song that says, you're not going to go into any knight endings. But are you giving the g4 square, knight e3 to
Certainly
g4?
are.
Yeah.
Certainly are.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Rook b2. By the way, Ray's play so far has been very Karpovian. It's sort of like he's doing nothing, but it's nettlesome. Each move kind of induces something. The move h5, h4 did give up the g4 square.
Knight
King,
e3.
Rook b1.
Oh.
King c7, rook b.
I was thinking knight e3. He's set it up so perfectly, but
He
he's like,
has.
no, he's going to wait.
Knight e3, I thought, prepping d4. Yeah, no, I'm thinking this is getting serious, even though Ray has been very, very slow playing. I have to refresh my board. I'm sorry.
And talking about the clock times, Sam has just under 1 minute, whereas Ray is also down to 50 seconds. And the clock is ticking down. I really do expect Ray just to kind of play rook b2 and then put the knight on e3. I mean,
I can't get my board to refresh for some reason.
He's on rook b3, keeps
it's
waiting.
Okay, I think we can stay on this one for the moment, bird's eye view, because we're entering the final minute for both players. So rook to b3, defending that pawn on d3, also potentially opening up a rook lift via the third rank after the move d4. Don't play d4 yet because the knight on c4 is hanging. Wait a minute, can you take on b6? No.
Oh, he's gone for rook c3.
He says no.
No.
Not touching
Again,
that pawn.
saying to Sam, consider the fact that I might want to swap off rooks.
Exactly. Well, here again, I'm really loving this move, knight e3. I want to transpose into a knight ending.
There we go.
Where white has the break d4 and e5, and black doesn't have the break b5.
Yeah.
30 seconds, 32 seconds for Ray, 37 for
And
Sam.
Sam's in trouble.
He doesn't like his position
He's in
anymore.
huge
That knight coming to
trouble.
g4 followed by d4, e5, that's looking threatening.
Yes.
And so he's actually said no to the exchange of rooks, and suddenly white's rook is looking very powerful. Knight g4, eyeing up the f6 pawn.
Yes, indeed.
Knight comes down to a6. You know,
Trying to
Sam
get
is
knight
in
to
full
c5.
grovel mode.
I think that's the proper way of putting it. Grovel indeed. King
But
e3 and
I think he's going to give up the pawn. Go d4, give up the pawn on a4.
no.
Why not? Rook
How
c7.
dare you give up
You
knight,
have to, though.
knight a4, rook a3, followed by d4. There's no reason to go
20
into any
seconds.
race.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no reason to give your opponent
I mean,
hope.
Ray has been waiting it out. He's been so patient, almost
He
like
has.
that boa constrictor. Of course, why go into the race? You called it, Yasser.
Well, that would make the
D7.
game, unfortunately for Ray's perspective, double-edged. This is nothing double-edged about it. This is a two-result game.
Oh, and
Okay,
here
that-
comes the e-pawn.
That's
This
an
is problem.
incredibly powerful move, e5. And Sam is really, really feeling it. He
E6.
knows what's happening.
I cannot resist.
I know.
Yasser, give me a protected passport. No, but okay.
Wow.
Ray, the master of patience.
There's no more rook to b4 because of knight to d5 check. Where do you put the rook? You have to go to c1, right?
Wow.
Whoa.
Rook to b. You can't go knight to d5 immediately. e6.
Where's the knight going to go? Back
Knight
to b8.
to b8.
Okay.
Rook to c3. Oh,
Giving
this is
up the pawn on
beautiful
A4,
play.
but-
Ray is. This is like masterful stuff that we're seeing by Ray Robson here.
He completely outplayed him. In this
It's
game.
extraordinary.
Incredible game. Incredible display by Ray.
Wow. Rook takes a4.
13 seconds. Sam?
h8. He's trying to go to h7 and pick up the pawn on f6.
Oh, this is
Check
falling
and
apart.
This
it
is brilliant.
truly- yeah.
This is brilliant stuff,
Great
guys.
stuff. b5.
No way. You're way too slow.
Check. King d6.
Rook d7, d5 check, followed by
Yeah.
e7. You're not catching that pawn.
You're absolutely right.
You are not catching that pawn. You know what? Take on a6.
I agree.
Take
I
a6, go.
agree.
He's going for it. And then
Wow.
we see a
Okay.
handshake. Superb display by Ray
Really?
Robson.
Sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say,
What a
well
game.
done. Wow. And we're going to do it all again in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, and this time
That was
Sam will
so
have the white
good.
pieces.
And Sam
that was
is angry with
incredible.
himself. Right?
Wow.
And his calm and poise.
The patience.
elegance as well.
The patience with which he played that endgame was to be admired. Ray Robson takes the lead. First victory, and they've had 4 draws up to this moment. And now Sam Shankland will have to win with the white pieces to prolong the match into a Armageddon.
Yeah, and this is the current standings in the elimination bracket. So Levon Aronian has gotten through, and Sam Shankland and Ray Robson after 2 draws. Well, now we have seen a breakthrough. Ray Robson snatches a point and leaves Sam Shankland in a must-win situation.
Exactly.
Sam, if he does not win, will be leaving the competition. Dramatic stuff.
Yeah, and again, I just, Christian, break down that ending if you don't mind me asking. We're talking about Alice Lee in 2850. What was Ray's performance like? That was incredibly accurate display, I felt.
No, absolutely. I mean,
for a blitz
I think
game?
I counted maybe 10 rook b1, rook b2, rook b1, rook b2, and his position was getting better and better. And I was like, what's happening right now? Sam Shankland understood very well that he needs to take on f4, not to allow any sort of like a similar expansion on the king side. The problem is he did not follow it up well. He played the move g5, which allows f5, after which the position is extremely, extremely difficult. What he was supposed to do right now, after the move f4, was f5. Very difficult move to make, but the point being that if you do try to create this pass pawn with the move e5, finally, now I'm going to attack it with g5, and you're simply not in time to get your setup. d4, you can surely play that, but I'm going to take that pawn and I'm going to be able to create the blockade on the light squares. Take on c6, king to e6, get the knight to d5, and these pawns, despite the fact that they're connected pass pawns, they're not going anywhere. And in fact, your king on e2 right now is starting to become a bit feeble in the position. So I have to say, first of all, I'm looking at the times right now. 3 minutes for Sam Shankland, 2 minutes and 22 seconds for Ray Robson. Very, very difficult moment, critical moment in this position. He chose the wrong pawn to advance, g5, f5, and after this trade, this is already, the engine is enjoying White's position, and this is exactly what Ray did as well. Just slowly, slowly improve the position. Wait for you to create your weaknesses, specifically this move h4, giving up the g4 square. And Yasser, I think you're the one that really didn't like this advance with the move h4. It was like an eyesore for you. You immediately screamed, hey, get the knight to g4.
Right.
And that's exactly what he did later on with patience. Kick the rook off the c-file by blackmailing Sam Shankland with the rook exchange. You cannot exchange the rooks because then the knight goes to g4, and also this king is going to invade. King to c4, king to b5. You're going to have weaknesses on the queen side as well. Just a clinical, beautiful display. I have to say, probably in this tournament, this is my favorite endgame that Ray just displayed. Just an incredible game.
True that. I mean, there's been some great chess, and Ray got eliminated in the champions bracket with great play, and he just played one of the best endings I've seen in quite some time as they get ready and they're off.
And I do believe this was the exact same situation they were in last year, and then Sam Shankland won on demand with white pieces to take it to an Armageddon.
Wow.
And Ray using his trusted
once
Berlin
again,
defense.
the Berlin defense. And, you know, one of the things that I've always admired about, you know, the greatest players in the world, they are stubborn. They have their opening ideas, and nuclear atomics cannot separate them from their favorites. They will play it till the cows come home. And here we have a Berlin, and Sam is convinced that he's going to get something. Has he thus far proven anything in the matches with the white side of the Berlin?
He did get some advantages, right? I mean, he had the exchange up in their last Berlin encounter.
True.
Which Ray saved with 12 seconds for.
That was yeah. That was Ray was very exultant about saving that draw. And is that the game where he played knight d4? There was a.
I believe it was
something like a knight d4. So knight d5 on the board. Okay, and I can see that this position has been played before, and remarkably enough, a5 is theoretical.
And knight to d5 is the wrinkle.
And even
knight
g5.
to d5 is the wrinkle. In
Pardon?
their previous game,
yeah.
Sam played the move bishop to b2. Bishop to b2, knight to d4, and that was the game.
Okay.
Now,
bishop
he came
b2,
with a new idea.
knight to d4
it's
was their
incredible.
previous.
How many ideas do this player have per tournament? And do they speak with their seconds in between the games? Like, hey, if you play this variation of the Berlin again, you're going to change it up first, and you're going to play this move knight to d5. Like, what's their setup?
You know, it's not
Well, we want to ask you. I mean, you were the one with the World Championship match in 2018 with Fabi and Magnus when they played. They played the Rapids and they had that little break. Did
Well, the Rapids didn't go.
No, I
that
know.
low, so
yeah,
we were on on the back foot
the World
from the
Championship
get-go, pretty much.
It's like some, super elite level. It is the top of the thing. So you're going to have your red line to your seconds. But in a tournament like this, I was told that and this, I completely shattered my illusions. I honestly thought that they would be like, hello,
right.
and go, yes, I need to do that. Okay, gotcha.
Right.
But in fact, I was told no, that they just go back, check the lines on the computer.
So they bring their laptops with them and they have their own room. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, but they've had some time to just think about what they're going to be doing.
Well, if they leave the playing hall and they go, as you've described it, to a separate room, then they get wanded coming back into the playing hall, because the playing hall is electronics free, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just pull in your mobile phone and say, well, let me check my file.
Well, doesn't matter because Ray is under pressure right now.
Knight f4.
With this idea of knight to d5, knight to d4, take, rook to d1, c6, knight to f4. How are you going to defend that pawn on d4?
I have no choice. I have to play c5. Bishop d4 is just a fail, right? Bishop to b2, and I'm going to lose the pawn on d4. So c5 is box, as in 4.
But I mean, do you save it? It feels like some things
something, with e6 and something could go wrong.
But you have to play it, right? So
okay, so
let's start with c5.
C5, c3. This is what Jovi wants to suggest, is that, look, check this out. And there goes
the bishop.
Freddie.
That might actually be it. Yeah, that might be it.
So this is the moment
but then
where
maybe you should kick that knight away then, because it was a key piece
with
in
G5.
the whole G5. Go g5 first.
Makes sense.
And then the knight goes
to h5. Continue.
It's like Hydra, right? I've gotten rid of one head, another one grows.
Because the knight is I'm going to play c3, and the knight will drop in.
Maybe I just have to hang on, but I mean, should I panic too much if I drop the d pawn? Because after all,
I've got the two bishops.
It's usually a doubled c pawn.
Right.
Not worth that
so
much.
you're about to suggest that
after I still like g5 because at least if your knight is on the edge of the board. Yeah.
Okay.
We play.
But you do like g5, because I was thinking that it was too inviting. Too inviting that square f6 is like. Wow, guess what? He played g5.
Maybe this is not good news for Ray.
And knight h5, that knight on that f6 square. I'm forcibly reminded of the World Championship match between Vichy and Magnus, where it was this Berlin, and he got his knight to f6, and white won. With his very, very powerful knight on the f6 square. So g5, but I hear what you were saying, like if you played, for example, g6, rook takes, d4, king c7, how bad is it? Or
exactly, how bad is it? I mean, even if the knight does get to f6, if you've got the king on c7, the bishop on e6, and you just say, look at this, I have two bishops, I've restrained your pawn advantage, and we're just going to pretend that I'm...
Sorry, I think we're just talking a little bit at cross purposes. I wanted to say that provided you don't put my knight on f6, you're doing fine. Like, for example, suppose you had just played king here, rook takes, and you just kind of like said, oh, poor me, I blundered a pawn. Yeah. How bad is it, right? Like if you go like, I don't want you to put the knight on f6. But,
it's really bad.
But when you played the move g5, knight h5, which is on the board, I'm thinking this is really bad.
It's really bad.
Super bad. Please, sorry, Jovi. I'm going to play knight f6 and rook d4. I want to win a piece.
Yes.
Oops.
No, and I just want to show you how crafty these two games were from Sam Shankland. He started off with this idea of bishop to b2 instead of knight to d5, for which the reaction has to be knight d4. Ray Robson knew the reaction. Knight to d4 is the best move, is the main line in this position. In fact, the only move that has been played 5 top elite level games in this position with knight to d4. Now he came the second game in the same position and played the move knight to d5. Now, if you react with the same knight to d4, you end up in exactly that position that we currently have on the board, which is horrible. Knight to d4 was Ray Robson's reaction. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, rook to d1, c6, knight to f4, yeah, g5, knight to h5, and now you just simply have to give up the pawn and try to survive with the pawn down, and so much pressure piling up in your position. This knight coming to f6. I really like what Sam is doing, and he has tremendous chances to potentially equalize the score.
Match, yeah. I like knight f6 at once. He played rook takes d4.
Take the pawn, why not?
Well, there is a problem, isn't there? A bishop c5 and bishop f5.
Bishop c5, let's say...
tickle the rook.
Rook moves away.
Well, we're down.
Yeah, down there.
And this is what I was saying, that...
perhaps rook to e4 and rook to e2.
Rook to e4 and rook to e2.
Yeah.
Well, whoa. I'm kind of getting some compensation, aren't I?
Oh, you definitely have some compensation, yes.
Yeah, this
Well,
is,
a moment
this is
ago, I
big.
was thinking I had nothing.
But do you have enough compensation is the question.
Uh-huh.
Because now with the bishop on f5, you don't have rook to e8 anymore.
Well, he has played it, by the way. He has played...
Yeah, bishop to c5 is the natural progression.
Natural progression.
Yeah.
You're talking about my growth rate?
Okay, rook he's getting ready to put a rook, we think, on the e4 square.
Well, you have a lot of options. Rook to d2 also seems
Rook
inviting.
d2 feels clunky though.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, you're thinking, I'm thinking, you know, go
Well,
bishop b4.
Rook d2 feels, exactly, you're getting
then-
this nice tempo, and
Exactly,
you're
with
like,
the bishop on
hey, wait a
c3.
minute, you know, I'm getting a little bit happy about my pawn sacrifice,
Yeah.
you know, like, it's only a blunder when it doesn't work.
And we asked grandmasters about this. Do they have a blunder? Wesley said yes, and we were like, no, you don't.
You don't have a blunder.
You never
And
blunder.
Jovi, have these players met in Berlin?
Hmm?
Have these players met in Berlin?
I don't think they did.
Because they were both there.
They were both there, and they were putting me on the spot because I remember Sam lost to Wesley in the
finals.
beginning, and Ray Robson lost to because he got knocked out by Leinier Dominguez, so no, they didn't play.
Big moment right now. Rook to e4 seems to be...
And just remind everybody the tempo on the clocks. They have 10 minutes.
They have 10 minutes and a 5-second increment.
Gotcha.
And this
Both players underneath 5 minutes?
They are underneath 5 minutes.
Or, no, pardon me, 7 minutes for...
Yeah, sorry, 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And Ray, of course, under 5 minutes.
Of course.
I'm saying, of course, a bit flippantly because we've realized, you know, that Ray actually uses his time, as we saw very wisely in the previous game. But just to reinforce the point, Sam needs to win this game in order to take this match to the next set of tie breaks.
Exactly.
If he loses, if he draws, that's it. He leaves the competition.
Right. Bishop e7. And that was one of the reasons why I really wanted the knight on f6, because now if I play the knight to f6, you capture bishops of opposite color, the drawing chances for Ray go, you know, exponentially higher. Rook c4, what did he do after?
He went bishop
Bishop
b2.
e7.
Bishop b2.
Yeah, bishop.
Now bishop to b2.
And we're expecting bishop e6 or rook d8.
No, he went rook d8.
Presumably the rook on h8 to d8.
Yeah,
yes,
sorry.
It's okay. I can guess. I'm keen to guess.
Rook
Like
e4.
Rook e4.
the Monty Python cheese skit. Are you familiar with the Monty Python? He walks into a cheese shop and says, "I'd like some cheese." Well, you come to the right
You
place.
come to the right place, yeah.
And there's no cheese whatsoever. Like some Himalayan goat cheese. Oh, we're fresh out. Rook e4. Okay, how are we doing, Cristian? What does the engine say about this position?
Oh, the engine is loving the advantage that white has.
The extra pawn.
Good
Yeah.
extra pawn, and that's exactly what it says, +1, around there, plus 0.8, +1, somewhere around that level. But nevertheless, I mean, Sam got what he wanted. He has plenty of pressure in the position. He has
Right.
a lot of extra time on the clock, and Ray's under tremendous pressure to try to win this match.
He just has to survive.
That's
Grit his
3
teeth.
minutes differential. He doubles him on the clock right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I think he just has to. I get the feeling Ray just needs to speed up and start making some random moves. Like I would just be playing A5.
Ray only
Why?
loves it when he's
Because
down
why
to his
not?
last 12 seconds.
Well, that's exactly it. There is a threat, I want to say.
Oh, okay.
And the threat is maybe e6. So the idea is this rook on e2 is x-raying this guy. So if you take with the pawn, I've got g4. Yep. And if you take with the bishop, well, I've got this crazy move that hits you from all kinds of angles. Knight to g7. So maybe e5, pardon me, e5, e6 is a threat. We do have rook d5 on the board, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we play c4 now, or
c4?
Or do we try to expand on the king's side?
I'd be a little reluctant to give up the d3 square.
Yeah. So how do we make any progress?
Well,
as
again,
white?
is e6 a threat?
Okay, we've been told G4.
g4.
Yeah, that
It's
was the
very
expansion I
promising.
was envisioning. G4 and then try to get a knight to f5. G4, you move the bishop to g6, let's say knight g3, knight f5.
Okay.
Or maybe knight g7, knight f5. Though I don't think I should go to g7.
I'm still having a hard time understanding why I shouldn't play e6.
e6 I take. I take with a bishop.
And then knight g7?
Maybe you can just hold like
Hold?
go king d7, you know, and just say
Thou shall not
thou
pass.
shall not pass. You know, you
So
gave
what if
back
I
the
go
pawn.
bishop-
I'm going to hold it on.
Bishop c5 after that.
Okay, yeah, and you kind of give back, you got
And
a
then I
rook
go on
d2.
d2.
Yeah.
As a,
If you do take on e6, I go on d2.
okay, okay. I needed to understand, but g4, kind of like that move.
I like that
g4,
move too.
knight g7, knight f5.
And where's the black bishop going? You know, once you attack it, bishop
Probably.
e6.
Well, I was thinking g6, but bishop e6, maybe f4. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking g4. If you go this away, I go that away.
G4
Okay,
is on
G4 on the
G4
board.
on the board.
Just-
And this is kind of where maybe the rook is a little bit funky here because f5 is a big threat, right?
Yeah. But if you go the
He
other
has
way,
played g4, and if you go the other way, this is where Cristian said, not Christian's son, I'm going to go knight g3, knight f5.
Maybe even knight g7, e6.
but what about if you just
Knight
double
g7, e7.
double the rooks on the D line and then just say, well, you know, no, D line.
Oof, that was a mouse click, but pardon me.
Oh, because E6 is still in the air.
So let's go
True.
knight f5.
True. Let's
Oh,
have
you want to
some
go
fun.
e6?
Yeah. Oh, you wanted knight f5? And yeah.
Yeah.
It looks
No,
like
but e6
white
makes
is
a lot of sense as well.
White is having more fun. Let's put it that way. Let me just do something. I apologize. This is only going to take a quick second. I'd like to refresh the board so that the score sheet, if you will, is accurate.
And Ray ticking down to 2 minutes on the clock. He's a pawn down, and he's having to withstand a lot of pressure from Sam Shankland.
Absolutely. Sam needs to win the game, and he's put himself in great shape to do precisely that. Bishop e6, bishop g6 on the board.
Yeah, I'm
You
wondering
like
whether...
E6? Yes. You like E6? You like Rook E1? You like King G2? You like F4? You like Knight G3?
To be honest, they all look pretty good.
I'll take all of the above.
Exactly.
2 of each.
Yeah, no, I quite like
Knight G3.
Knight G3.
Okay.
It makes sense, the knight is not really working. Move it
Well,
towards the center.
Absolutely.
And here, you know, maybe...
Was there something to be said for Knight G7? If you put your knight on G7, then the move E5, E6...
comes with extra power.
Doesn't it?
It does, yes.
So
But
after this move, I would probably want to play Rook E1 and Knight F5.
Well, this is what... Yeah,
Knight F5
F5
immediately. He has done that.
And I was wondering here...
Yes, say
Bishop
it.
F4. Yeah, okay, now I think you have to move the rook, but I'm really fighting the instinct to go E6.
Right.
You know, just to determine
Every
the position
fiber
right
of my
now.
being wants to play E6.
In fact, I was wondering whether I wanted to, okay, so he's doubled the rooks because I think this is good strategy, but
You know, it's funny, in the Berlin, the pawn on E5 is always in the way. And you always want to play E6. And somehow the Berlin players never let you get this pawn to E6. And like, this is one of the few times in the Berlin where I've seen white doubling on the E file, and you're going to play E6 come heaven or high water. Okay, A5.
Now.
King
Now.
G2.
It's
E6.
irresistible. I cannot
King
wait.
G2.
E6. Okay, he's with King G2.
A moment ago, Ray Robson was playing this unbelievably patient, fantastic ending, and then we just saw King G2. Like Sam Shankland's borrowing a page from the Ray Robson playbook.
Oh,
Saying,
yes, he is. Yes,
Yeah,
he
but
is.
I mean...
King to G3, F4.
Black is trying to create some sort of
King G3, H4.
compensation on the queen side.
But I was...
Yes.
Sometimes you have to strike when the iron's hot.
And you think now is the time.
And I'm thinking, no,
You
now I think you have to go pawn takes pawn because you just do not want to allow that A pawn to step one square further. It's found itself on A4, can make its way to A3. I don't like that.
It's a straggler. He did not take it. He played
The
Bishop
problem
C3.
with taking it is Rook A8 followed by Rook A5. You're getting too much compensation on the A file.
Down the A file, yeah. Yeah, I must admit, while I like grabbing the pawns in that particular case, the double A pawns. But you made a point, Jovi. Are we afraid of A3?
Well,
you know, if
some
I
is
play
saying that,
A3,
no.
it just kind of reminds you that you don't want to see a Rook D1 and Rook
The
A1.
rook doesn't have too many squares. I was thinking about knight E3.
Okay.
Oh, okay, knight E3 would have been a winner.
What?
But,
Seriously? Wow.
Yeah, the rook doesn't have too many squares.
On D5.
Yeah.
If any. I mean, Rook to B5 probably would have been the only move at that point.
But I kind of like what. Look, I mean, I'm liking what Sam is doing. Rook F3, E6.
But once you go Rook F3, I go Rook D1.
Aha. Okay, so let me play Rook E2 first.
He's going for it.
Which he did.
He really is taking
The patient.
notes from Ray Robson's last game.
Right.
And
B4.
And Bishop E1. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Right
I
away.
don't like the look of that Bishop on E1.
Well, it's a temporary look because C3 and C4 will release the bishop.
I think it's too slow. A3 is coming. I don't like this. The rook is going to come
Well,
down
I
to
think it's
D1.
I think
I'm
it's C3.
panicking.
But C3,
Don't
C5,
panic.
right? C3
Don't
goes
panic.
C5.
C3. Everybody's happy. The pawn on A2 is still protected.
But the problem is that Ray will be feeling a lot more optimistic about his position because when you compare this to what he had before, you know, he's got a pawn on A3. That's going to annoy Sam no end.
It would annoy me for sure. Whoa, knight to D6. Look at this. He's saying, you overplayed your hand, buddy boy. I'm going to play bishop takes
C5.
B4.
It's forced. You
Yeah,
cannot
there's
take
no
that
way
knight.
I'm taking that knight. C5. You have to play C5. Defend the pawn on B4.
Knight E8 check and knight F6. Say hello to my little friend.
Ooh, Yes.
Look at those tricky knights.
That is
just
his
a flesh
plan
wound,
right
yeah.
now.
Just a flesh wound. Come back and fight.
Oh, that was a nice move.
Oh, and Ray saw the knight fork that was hovering, and he
By the way,
played
he played that move with 7 seconds on the clock.
7 seconds,
7
and
seconds.
looks
Right
like
now he's at 12.
It looks like C3 can inflict some serious damage.
C3 makes the most sense.
C3 makes
Yeah,
the most sense.
he's done it.
And where do you put the rook after that?
I guess you've got to go to F4.
But if you go to F4, then I can even have ideas of knight back to C4 and
And
then
Ray,
E6.
10 seconds.
10 and
Rook
rook
to
D1.
D1.
Okay, at least the rook somehow is no longer trapped. I'll put it like this.
Is
By the way,
bishop
I
D3
hate
or
that
bishop
pawn
to
on
D1?
A3. I would like to play bishop check followed by bishop b4 or bishop b4 immediately.
Which he did.
He chose.
He does that.
I want to get rid of that a pawn, and this is winning. This
Yeah.
is definitely winning now for
Ooh, knight to
Sam.
E8. That's a piece.
That's it.
That's a
It's a
piece.
Yeah.
And the bishop
Thank
falls
you very
off.
much. And Sam will take it all the way into the blitz games.
Wow.
3, 2.
1.
C5.
Yeah, this is
It was only a flesh wound.
It was
C5. Let's
Come
go.
back and fight.
I'm not finished with you yet. C5.
No, there's
What is
no-
Ray playing for here? I mean,
there's-
come on.
I think
Bishop
he's
takes
just getting-
A3. This is, it's inertia.
Yes.
Right?
This is game.
He's in time trouble, and therefore
Well, he either makes the move or
He
resigns.
resigns, right?
resigns sometimes.
Bishop to B2
Pretty
followed
good
by
move.
B4.
B4
Yeah.
and
Bishop D3. Okay.
okay, that's
And
another
You're going to give a spike check. but
another
that's about it.
pawn. How many pawns did White pick up?
Is Ray getting some chances here?
No.
No.
None whatsoever. Bishop B4.
Yeah, you can just.
Take my rook, please. Take my rook. Rook takes A3, knight F5. Everybody's absolutely protected.
He went for it.
Yeah.
The safest option.
And now we're gonna do as
He's got
Yasser says.
3 pawns and 2 pieces for a rook.
That's a lot.
Let me just remind you how
A3.
how we count the material. I've got a table base right here.
Yeah, I mean, Ray is trying, but it's really insufficient. There's nothing to be done. Knight's going to jump down to F5.
And we will
that
have a
means-
couple of blitz games coming up. E6, let's go. The Dutch have a wonderful word, hoopless.
Ah,
It's hoopless.
sounds hopeless.
Yes, that hoopless is how they
Oh
pronounce
yeah.
it. The situation is hoopless.
And I think Ray knows it.
Yeah.
Certainly he
I
does.
think he's about to resign. It's
Certainly
just so
does.
miserable. Rook to D1, you're going to give a spike check, but that's about
Give me another pawn. Rook takes H6.
it. He goes for the promotion.
Okay.
Yeah.
C6.
There.
Yeah, we've all been in this kind of situation. To resign would be to admit defeat for certainty. And yeah, you don't want to do that. You just,
And those
there
that
you go.
never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated. Deep thoughts. You never know what you're going to learn on a chess show.
No, exactly. Some philosophical ideas. King dashes out. I mean, there's just nothing to be done.
So what's the pawn count again? I never get this far in my games. Like 1 is sufficient, but 2
Okay,
is overkill.
well, another one is going to be falling
5.
off.
1, 2, 3,
Bishop
4,
takes pawn.
5. 5 pawns.
Okay, come on, Ray. You've got to get yourself mentally ready for the next set of tie breaks where the play gets
Sometimes
speeded.
in boxing, they have a trainer who throws in the towel because the guy is just taking too many shots.
Too much
damage. I think I'd be throwing in the towel right about now. Ray's taking too many shots. He's not going to be in a good frame of
3,
mind for the
2,
blitz games that are coming up.
and okay, that's it. That's the final nail in the coffin. Rook takes, knight comes in, and you cannot fight with all those pawns and those extra pieces.
I guess you can. Wow.
He's still playing.
Ray, what the heck are you
Come on, Ray.
Ray.
Come on, this is 2,700 level.
Oh my goodness. Okay, set the table for us. What are wins on demand?
Yeah, so we just saw that they've won a game apiece, which means that after 4 games, score is 2-2, and it means time gets slashed. We're going to see these 2 players fight it out over 2 games with a quicker time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And whilst they're taking a break, we'll also take a break as well, but please just join us in a few minutes because the action is going to get intense.
See you on the roads.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitlow.com.
And we are back. And as we see on the screen, we see that the match between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland, the 3 minutes plus 2 second increment blitz portion, has begun. And Sam has come in a fighting mood. He said enough of these E4, E5s. Instead, it's going to be a night off.
And that's what we have on the board. This I've always thought of it as a Boleslavsky variation, the Najdorf with bishop e2 and e5, but I see on the database they're calling it something else, the Opachensky variation, whatever. How is the position, Cristian? Is this the latest and greatest in this line of theory?
Well, I haven't even gotten my link yet.
Okay. we were pulled back faster than we expected.
Yeah, they're still in the throes of theory right now, it seems like.
Bishop to d8. Can you explain that one to me?
Which was a move played by Ju and Jun versus Kostyuk all the way in 2012.
Wow.
Definitely targeting the pawn on a5, potentially preparing the move b6, and to take back on b6 with the bishop potentially changing the diagonals.
Well, let me ask the obvious question. What happens after knight d5?
Do you take it?
Knight to d5.
Bishop takes, pawn takes.
Let's take with the knight, right?
Take with the knight?
Yeah.
Okay.
And go bishop to f5.
I see. Take
Okay.
with the knight.
But
It's
Ray,
not going to happen because he played bishop to e3.
just develops. I like this idea. Just
Okay.
develop the pieces. Happy days. Wait for black to do something, and black
B5.
has done something. It played b5. You have to get rid of that pawn.
En
Streamer
passant,
rules.
right. Instant capture, and an instant capture on b3. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise.
Really? But this.
That meant
Guess
that
no,
there
like-
was no knight a5. Pardon me, Sam did not want to see, and he just played bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes b6.
Yeah. And I guess it's all about that d5 square.
Bishop
And
to g4.
the bishop to g4. Threatening
Usually,
to go bishop
yeah.
takes knight.
Right.
And then stick the knight into
The
d5, where it's an octopus.
Right.
Once again, Sam is
Octopus.
building up a very nice time advantage. 2 minutes and 30 seconds against 1 minute and 10 seconds for Ray.
But we have seen one of Ray's specialties is actually to get himself low on the clock.
Didn't work
And
last
then-
game.
Yeah.
No, it didn't work in the
It
last
didn't.
game, but I mean, we did see it worked to a treat in the game before
He's
that.
addicted to it. He really is addicted to it.
Yeah.
He loves it.
How does the engine, pardon me, evaluate the current position? Do they see it as balanced or
Slight advantage for white.
slight advantage for white?
After this move, bishop to g4, I think this definitely is asking some very pertinent questions.
Bishop takes
for black.
e3, rook takes e3, rook d8, dropping out of the pin, prepping the move knight c5. No.
of course not.
Ray said, I am not letting the knight drop, go to c5. I'll get rid of my bad bishop.
And that's one thing that I like about Sam. Whenever he thinks for a prolonged period of time, he usually plays a series of moves very fast after that, putting a lot of pressure.
And
No,
we're seeing rook
no.
F3.
Whoa. Is
No
he trying to
rook
sacrifice?
he's-
That's exactly what he's threatening. Rook takes
Defense.
f3 and
Immediately
queen
queen to
g4
d8
check was on white's agenda. Defense, queen to d8, b4. Okay.
I mean, look, that's a pawn up, right? That's my extra pawn.
No, there's no extra pawn.
Oh, there's no extra pawn. What am I talking about?
Coach,
feels like
coach.
that.
Hang on a second, isn't there some
We,
d5
we, we lost you there. Coach, coach. There's no
And
extra.
yeah, Sam has calculated that d5 is possible.
Wait a minute. Can I take on f6?
Yes, it's legal.
Decided against it. Take on d5, knight takes d5.
And this is not a problem for Sam. That's, if I'm in black's shoes, I kind of like black's position. I'd rather play black here.
I also would play black here just because, you know, I judge
very
these
close to
positions
equal,
and piece activity and king safety. And, you know, black's king is safe, white's king is safe, but pawn structure wise,
Yeah.
no problem.
But I think the best
whatsoever
thing
for
you can
black.
get is 4 versus 3 in a rook's endgame.
Yeah.
at this
Something
point.
like queen to d6.
I
It
would-
covers the a pawn.
I would take some time out and secure the black king.
H6?
H6.
Well, there is rook takes A6. Let's be fair for Ray.
I'll take it. I'll take that pawn.
Definitely.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't seen that. I was so G6.
Okay, G6. Your idea. He's inviting rook takes A6.
Okay, rook takes A6.
And Ray says,
Play. Absolutely, I agree.
You don't
I'll
have to ask me
that one.
twice. And he wants E4. Okay.
He wants to find the perpetual.
There is a check on B8 and D1, and then the B4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going for.
Rook F4. Okay.
Can
The
I get
rook
queen
looks
B8 right
well,
now?
well, wait a minute. That rook on F4 looks a little bit weird. If I played F5, I know it looks ugly, but this rook sure looks...
Yeah, it makes huge sense.
So let's go queen to E6 and G4.
Queen E6.
I know,
Okay,
I know.
somebody's lifting their kimono.
It looks dangerous. What options do I have?
Well, indeed. He didn't play F5. He did play rook check.
But I think he's going to go for it. F5.
Okay, he included the check first.
And
F5.
Ray,
Queen
down
E6
to 15
check.
seconds.
And King G7.
G4.
And G4.
What about Queen C7 though?
Queen C7.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's going to make an appearance.
Guess what? Sam said...
How do you
what
defend
about-
that?
King G.
Really? You're
King
going, oh my
G2
goodness, you're going for the
instantly.
perpetual with Queen E7, Queen H4.
Nice. Oh.
This is a little bit bad news for Ray because
Oh,
the
yes.
next game
And there's
he
the
will be
perpet.
playing with black pieces. Sam, we've seen, has come to the table incredibly well prepared. The game has finished. It is a draw.
Wow.
And we are awaiting game 2. Advantage, Sam.
I'm not sure what just happened was all completely copacetic because Rook F4 really has the feel of danger for White. Was this correct, Christian? Did Rook F4 give opportunity for Sam Shankland, or was it okay?
I think it was okay. It was still okay, yes. Everything was well calculated. Maybe that's an overstatement. Maybe that's an overstatement. But he did not have any moment in time where he was better.
Okay. Wow. Let's just review the end of that game because that was a bit of a scramble. The players were down to how much time?
11 seconds
11
each.
seconds to 12 seconds, and then the perpetual magic of television.
We can see the players
And that G4 was very good.
resign themselves to the fate.
Yeah, that G4 move came just in the nick of time to rescue the rook.
And King G2. I mean, you have to see King G2
Yeah.
to save the game.
Because you see Queen C7 and your heart stops. You say,
Well-
Queen C7, I'm losing the rook. And then you go, oh, King G2. And
That's where those 8 hours of puzzle rush
Right, really.
come in quite handy.
Yeah.
So after 5 games, the scores are tied, 2.5 points each, which means we are now going to be facing another blitz playoff of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. This time, Sam Shankland will have the white pieces. And let's run through the whole bracket standings because we can see that Hikaru Nakamura and Dominguez, they are tied after 1 game, as are Wesley and Fabiano Caruana. They will be playing their second game tomorrow and everything will be decided then. And
reversed. Yeah.
moving down to the elimination bracket, well, they don't get that luxury of having
They
a
have a free
second
day.
day. They have a free day if you survive. If
That's
you
right.
don't survive, that is out. That is it. You are out. And we can see Levon Aronian did emerge triumphant over Sam Sevian. And Sam Shankland and Ray Robson, we don't know yet because at the minute it is completely even after 5 games.
And in the ladies, what do we do for... Oh,
they
never
are
mind.
playing.
They are back.
They are back and they are blitzing out the moves. It is blitz and we are seeing an exchange variation.
No more Berlin. Ray learned his lesson. He was like, okay, you got me. I'm changing first this time.
I remember when I first learned this line, Bishop G4, H3, H5, and I just thought it was really, really funny. Oh, today, I thought they were all playing bishop e3 instead of knight d2. But knight d2 came very quickly. And
knight to d2, rook to e1. This
rook
is
to e1.
Engine-approved variation.
We're still in the depths
The whole
of
point
theory.
is you cannot capture that bishop on g4. The open h file just gets you checkmated.
Knight to g6, d4, opening up the center, if you allow me to.
Remarkably enough, this is all theory, and there's a whole series of
Hundreds
possibilities.
of games as
it's
well.
it's crazy. What black can play: bishop to d6, knight to f4, bishop takes f3, rook to d8. There's really quite a large number, and even including bishop d7. So many games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight f4 has the smell of knowing what you're doing. Bishop d6, maybe you're freestyling it a little bit,
Yeah.
reinforcing the e5
I kind of like bishop d6, unless I am blundering the bishop, because one moment you will be threatening to capture my bishop, right, at a certain moment. And Ray just stopping, knight f4.
Pawn takes.
He's
Now, this
going
is
for
the
it,
most
but
popular move by far.
He also spent like a minute on it.
Okay,
That's not a
queen
good sign.
g6 is standard stuff.
Sam immediately responding with knight h4. We're going to see bishop takes
d1,
queen.
knight takes g6, knight takes g6, rook takes d1.
This has all been seen
And knight
before,
takes e5.
remarkably. How about knight takes g6?
That's been played.
Rook takes and castles. I don't want to recapture the pawn on e5 right away. I want to pin your knight.
That is probably a very good point.
That is,
And he's done it.
top choice.
And e6 immediately. Sam says, yeah, you know your stuff, but so do I.
This is still theory. There's
Yes.
been like more than 30 games.
F6 as well as f takes e6 have been played before, and rook e1, rook f1, king f1, remarkably have all been.
Yeah, and the main line here is actually to stop white from playing e4, e5, and just put the knight on e5. yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And it looks so
29
strange
games.
to invite f4, but okay, if I'm white, I want to play knight f3 and then continue my development. But your knight e5 kind of crosses my plan, doesn't it? You're a party pooper, I can see.
Well, I'm just reading the opening stats.
I say shoot the messenger.
Oh, he doesn't play it.
No,
Okay.
bishop to b4.
Bishop
That's a novelty.
to d4,
This is a
novelty.
Okay, now we're in new territory.
Yay.
And expecting c3. And then your idea comes into play, Yasser.
Yeah,
Knight
but
will come into f3.
But the good news from Black's point of view is the move bishop b4 provoking c3 has nicely weakened the d3 square. So maybe I can exploit that in the near future.
I don't know. This one is starting to look
Whoa.
better and better for Sam.
Wait a minute.
E5.
There was a logic glitch there. I don't see how e5 and bishop b4 are connected with one another.
You're just playing
King
down a pawn.
d7.
He's trying to put the king on e6.
Makes sense.
With bishop on e7, you're not going to have any like super dangerous knight g5 checks, but at the same time, you are more or less a pawn down.
Once you're born a Berlin player, you cannot escape your fate. You can't tell me this wasn't a Berlin.
No, but I mean, Christian's point is really, really worrying.
And if you're a
actually.
member of the production team, you can't tell me.
No.
But it was a clear strategy for Sam, right? Take him to this type of intriguing endgames where you know better what to do and let him spend his time. And
Right.
that's exactly what he's doing right now. Ray's on his last 25 seconds.
And by the way,
2 minutes
rook
for
to
Sam.
rook to d7. I'm always expecting in these Berlins that I'm supposed to see a little expansion going on. Didn't work out last
hang on
time
a
for
second.
Ray.
Sam can just do the old recipe, which is when you get the Ruy Lopez exchange variation,
Yes.
trade all the pieces and say, hey, look at that cluster of pawns you have there on the queen side.
Not doing
Not
anything.
great. And take a look at my advantage there on the king side. I have one extra pawn. I will push it and I will win.
Wow, so simple. Bishop G5. I hear you loud and clear. That's what the...
That's what Sam is playing for, you know,
exactly.
just trying to trade as much as
Whoa,
possible.
Bishop, that is a strange move to my taste. Bishop F8.
King to E2.
Both
Where is the
players
king
are-
going?
King E2.
Is he trying to go rook to D1?
Yeah, he's going to go for that rook to D1.
He's trying to exchange both sets of rooks.
Well, that was why I thought that if you're going to go Bishop G5, I would put my bishop on D6. I think that the rook on D7 is perfectly fine, and there he's done it. So.
Yeah.
So he wants to keep the rooks on the board so
So you can go
that
bishop
rook F7
E3 now.
comes potentially.
He's done it.
And then get ready to...
Okay, let's say we go C4. You get your knight on G5 with a check.
He played it.
Very, very clever,
good.
but
Yeah.
what's the knight doing on G5? It's not hitting a pawn on H7. H4. Now, I must say I'm not impressed by the knight on G6 either. It's not like this knight is any great shakes.
But it is restraining White's F pawn advance.
That is true.
So Ray right now is trying to transfer the rook on the queen side. Rook to B8, B4, try to open up the B file and penetrate via the second rank.
Makes
That's the
sense.
only active plan that Black has at his disposal.
I guess in these types of positions, you shouldn't
Whoa,
be
where's that knight
overly
going? Oh.
active.
Where is that knight going?
Well, he just wants to
I'd say
support
F4.
F4. And, okay, but now rook goes to F1.
Really
Sam
pressing
is
for that
insistent.
F4 move.
Okay, A5. Ooh.
B4.
I was thinking that you want to go
Take it,
A5
take
and
it.
B4.
Oh, Ray has really committed his pawn structure. I would just take that pawn.
Yeah, take
and
it.
And then go
Go
rook
rook
C1.
C1.
There's a
That's
pawn up for
looking
grabs
good.
on C4.
No way I would have played B4 there. I would have definitely prepped it with the move A5. I think Ray's clock is his worst enemy at
He
the moment.
does have a point though, because he's not going to take on B4. He played the rook to B8, and now if
Okay.
you go A3, I go A5.
Fair.
I tried
And
to
I go rook
invade with the
C1.
rook. You do have a weakness on B2, which he defended.
Is well defended suddenly.
Wait a minute.
Look at C3. E4 is
Nice
hanging.
move.
E4 is hanging.
Is that rook getting trapped at some
But
point?
now you can take rook takes E4. I mean, is the rook really getting trapped? I mean,
the structure, superior structure. Ooh, Ray is blundering a pawn. F3.
6 seconds. A4.
And rook takes C3.
Yep.
And
That's
that
a
is
pawn.
bad news for Ray Robson's fans.
4 seconds for Ray, 18 seconds for Sam. Will he be able to convert?
He should, but you're right. The clock, you know, I
5.
think Ray is more of a blitz player than Sam. But having said that,
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
King D7 with 1 second.
living
One
on the
sec-
increments. But I have to say, Sam actually did tell us that he's been working very hard on
to
his
improve
blitz.
his blitz,
and
yes.
F5,
rapid.
keep pushing.
and White is really enjoying
G5.
himself here.
Oh.
Bishop to C5, did you say? Or
Bishop
bishop
G5.
to G5.
Bishop G5.
I like
Why
that
not?
move.
2 seconds once again for Ray Robson.
King to
F3.
E4, bring your king to E4. Yep.
Invite everyone to that party.
Yep.
He's taking him down, guys.
Yep.
Yeah,
He sure
we're
is.
going to see a decisive result, even though the pairs
H5
are
is hanging.
on seconds.
Knight takes H5.
There you go.
Sam knows it.
He can feel it. He's got it. He's got this in the bag. Knight takes G7.
F6, this is it,
F6.
guys. Wow.
Impressive. Very, very impressive blitz play by...
Wow, he's flagged as well.
And he flat. What a match.
Well done to Sam.
After that beautiful endgame by Ray Robson, gorgeous, gorgeous ending, you win maybe the game of the tournament, but you lose the match. I don't know, guys. We're competitors. That was a great match
great
victory
comeback
by
from
Sam
Sam.
Shankland.
Well,
And let's take a look at the brackets now that we
Let's-
know who got eliminated.
yeah, and just to recap the champions bracket, Hikaru, Nakamura, Dominguez, they are tied after game one, as are Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. Everything to play for tomorrow. But when it comes to the elimination bracket, today was a day of incredible drama. We saw Levon Aronian breeze past Sam Sevian, and we saw it took them 6 games, but we do have a winner, Sam Shankland, winning the tie breaks and going through to the elimination, going through to the next stage, and we say goodbye to Ray Robson.
All hats off to Sam Shankland. He won on demand. And then in the champions bracket for the ladies.
Yeah, and Irina Krush, she takes an early lead against Tokhirjonova, and she leads by 1 point. So Tokhirjonova is in a must-win situation tomorrow, and the match is tied between Paikidze and Alice Lee.
First half point that Alice Lee has given up, and in the elimination bracket?
In the elimination bracket, we can see that there are 2 players very much alive. Tatev Abrahamyan, she won against Katja Nemtsova, as did Tusa Okashian. And so tomorrow...
And no elimination games tomorrow, but we do have the classical and a potential elimination.
Yes, we are going to see the culmination of the champions bracket.
Yes.
We are going to see who is going to get knocked down to the elimination bracket and who is going to continue on the path to success. And it's going to be incredible, actually. Tomorrow they'll play 1 classical game. Some players are in a must-win situation. 1 player is in a must-win situation.
Begim.
Yeah.
Right.
She must beat Irina if she wants to remain in the champions bracket. And for everyone else, it's a free-for-all. They have everything to play for.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Sam to come over. And I was going to say that, I mean, winning on demand is tough. And then something happened to Ray after that. It was sort of like, I don't know, he played this really great game and he just settled in and was pleased with himself. He didn't put the...
I have to say, I think it was because Sam just came incredibly well prepared.
True.
And, you know, both, I mean, in all the games that we saw a common kind of pattern really is that the players, you know, would blitz out these like 20 moves of theory, and then Sam just knew that 1 move ahead. He knew the plans that little bit better than Ray, and he caught him there.
He did, and this game is a good example of that. And let's see what we've got here. You've got Hikaru, I've got Wesley. We're kind of happy, Fabi.
Everybody's happy.
Well, I mean, definitely.
We have a direct matchup.
No love for Sam. What's wrong with you guys? And for the ladies, how are we doing?
We're doing good.
It wasn't a good day for me, that's for sure.
No.
No, but we understood you are loyal to your pupils.
Yeah.
I mean, we admire you.
I have to, of course.
Yeah.
Great choice.
Yes. Well, you can't go wrong. I picked the top-rated players.
You and me both. Something about those favorites. They're favorites for a reason, I've discovered.
Yeah, I mean, they're just very impressive. I mean, what can I say? I mean, betting against Hikaru, I'm just not going to do that. He tends to win a lot of things, and he's very used to the situation. And Irina just seems to shine in St. Louis.
I think this format, for some reason, it suits her very, very well. I mean, obviously, she's very successful as U.S. women's champion in round robins. Here, she's impressive. But we do have guests in studio with Cristian.
Sam, once again, just like last year, you were with the back against the wall. And we saw you on the camera. You weren't very happy after you lost that first game in the 10+5. What did you say to yourself?
You don't want me to repeat what I said to myself. I mean, I was very upset, of course. I believe I was totally fine and just had to sit and do nothing and failed to do so. That's usually how people beat me in Rapid. It never works in Classical. Like, people try it. It never works against me. But, like, in Rapid, that's how I lost to Wesley as well, which was a really painful match. But, well, I'd been studying the Berlin endgame a lot. Just said, you know, I got huge winning chances the first game. Let's give it another try. And I was able to finally break through.
And you came back with an incredible strategy. You played that move bishop to b2 in the first game. He knew how to react to that. And then you came with this knight d5 idea.
Yeah.
Did you have this prepared?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I did a lot of work on the Berlin endgame recently, and so as you saw, I mean, I played a lot of them over and over here, and I kept getting really good positions with white, so it has paid off. But yeah, I mean, I knew that bishop b2 and knight d5 were both challenging moves. I thought bishop b2 was the better one, so I played it against him the first game, and I didn't want to repeat it again, because I believe ultimately black's basically fine. Yeah, I came with knight d5, which is a little trickier.
And in the last game, he shied away from the Berlin, played a6, and you took on c6. I haven't seen that since my childhood.
Yeah, I mean, basically when I studied the Berlin endgame, I said, because we all know that black's fine objectively in the Berlin endgame, I said, why not just play the same endgames again in equal positions? There's no doubt black is absolutely fine. Exchange Spanish does not bust the Roy Lopez, but like, you know, I checked this endgame a bit up, and I think after he misplayed it a little, I mean, already after e6, I know here after e6 the computer claims it's about equal, but come on, it's the Berlin pawn structure, and I haven't pushed the pawn to e5 yet. I thought at least I can play, and next thing I knew, I had a very nice position. And
when did you feel like you finally are taking over?
Well, already here I knew that white was better. I didn't know how much, and then I think he didn't coordinate his pieces right. If I'm not mistaken, he's supposed to go with knight h8 and then bring the knight to d6 at some point. Like, I know that's how the computer defends. It's not pleasant, and here it's already a bad version, but like, he's definitely supposed to bring the knight to d6, and when he didn't do that, like, already this just looks really bad. And yeah, this here, I mean, he could have taken my e-pawn if I'm not mistaken at some point, like after,
instead of a4.
Yeah, I mean, here after he should take e4. Like,
Yes.
I mean, it's obviously miserable with the horrible structure, but at least he's not just straight pawn down, which he got in the game. Like here, I saved the e4 pawn and got the same position. I mean, here, like, white's obviously much better, but in blitz, like, this is far from routine. And but yeah, I mean, I was very satisfied with this game, I guess.
Sam, you played so many games against Ray. Last year, this year, what made the difference this year?
Well, I think. I guess I got a little bit fortunate. Like, I haven't checked with the machine, but I feel I should have lost the second game. I also should have won the first one, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's funny. Last year at the time, I would have said I was clearly the better classical player, and he was clearly the better rapid player, and it sort of showed. This year, I think, you know, our ratings are sort of the same in both ways. So he's improved a lot in classical. Like, it really shows. Like, he's so much stronger now than he has been. But you know, look, I've known Ray since we were like, whatever, 12 and 9 or something. Like, you know, we're the two best players to have come out of America from our generation. And yes, I've just known him forever. I mean, we've had so many games. I know him pretty well.
Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations and good luck as you move on in the tournament, Sam.
Oh, I have a question. Who do I play next? I don't actually.
That is a good question.
You're going to have to watch the show.
We actually
we're not
okay,
sure.
Well,
we're not sure.
But I'm not play tomorrow, right?
I believe it will be the loser between Nakamura and Dominguez. Tomorrow you have a Wesley.
Okay,
that's for sure.
Okay.
Right.
Congratulations.
Best of luck. I like that. I have a question for you. Wait a minute. Wait, who's doing the interview here?
Yeah.
Just a second. That was pretty good.
But it's confusing because it's quite a new situation with the double elimination format, and so whilst everyone, and it's very popular at the minute, but you know, you still have to come to grips with the whole format and the loser dropping down back into the elimination bracket.
Cristian, bring it home for us. Your final thoughts of this very exciting day 3.
I mean, what an incredible matchup is between these two players. Sure, the classical games maybe have been a bit quiet today, except that win of Irina Krush against Tokhirjonova, but the rapid and blitz games, wow, kept us glued to our seats. To your seats, because I'm standing. So we had a lot of fun, and I'm sure we're going to continue the celebrations in tomorrow's matchups.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Cristian. Jovi, once again, my pleasure to be with you on set with Cristian. It was a lot of fun. We're going to do it all tomorrow.
We're going to do it tomorrow, and we're going to have even more drama as we're going to see what happens in the champions bracket. I absolutely can't wait. So,
don't miss it. We will see you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.